GMGP, good morning, good people. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all decided to wake up with us. You're sick. You're sick in the head. There's a lot of fantasy football shows out there, but I promise y'all, they not like us. Brock Bowers, you looked a little quicker than fast. What does that even mean? Redraft, Dynasty, best ball, high stakes, we got you covered. And that's MVS and Justin Watson with some of the dopest tools designed to help you cancel out the noise and dominate your leagues. If there's a white wide receiver named Antoine, sign me up. Maybe it's cultural. I don't know. In season or off season, rain, sleet, hail, and snow, comma, semicolon, period, next sentence, to bring you the most actionable and entertaining content on YouTube. You don't go buy the dip on the Titanic.
Quarterback that you love, D-Bro. One of the best values in fantasy football.
Prop bets with my man Jay Rich.
Is that yes! Let's go!
So wipe the crust out of your eye, get you a cup of coffee. It's time to wake y'all asses up. We're Ray
and Jay
in the morning.
My God.
How good is
Dude,
he? How good is he?
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Let's go. Run that shit up. Call your mama, call your daddy.
Brock Bowers sounds like a porn name.
I'm gonna ask Jay Rich this.
When I laid down for that Guyton pick, I was down there. I was like, if I don't get up, I might not get up.
Look at him. He can't even contain himself.
I did see the comment, Jay Rich, too much horn, but I don't think there's ever too much.
And Ray, people want your volume
Let's
up.
go.
They want your gain up a little bit.
Fuck!
It came from Jordan. It came from Jordan.
Ladarius
You Keenan.
McConkey.
Yes.
Let's go! Go! G-E-G-P. It is Friday, April 25th, 2025. Night 2, 25 NFL Draft, baby. We in the damn building. What's popping with y'all? I see the chat already going. We're a little late, CP time, but we're on the right time. We're going to be all right. Draft ain't started yet. We got you covered, baby. The crew is here. Scott Connor, Jay Rich, Shane Manila, Mitch Shorts, and John Bauer. Got a special guest joining a little bit later. Maybe we have other couple people join. HK Survivor, 1993. Let's freaking go. We had a night last night. Fredo was popping with you. Big Steve-O was popping. Tommy Taquito, Vapad, Slayton St. Pierre, G-E-G-P to you. Slippery Sloth, 84. Let's get some epic landing spots today. I hope so. We're going to be here. Rounds 2, round 3. And then right after the show, right after the draft, DDFFB. Turn it down, Jay Rich. Turn the music down, man. Right after the show, we'll be on DDFFB going through all this stuff from a fantasy football perspective. But tonight, we're just reacting. We're fans of these teams. We're fans of these players. And we want to see more chaos. Now, I got to bring the crew in the building. But just remember that tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7. Yes, round 4, 5, 6, and every single damn pick down to Mr. Irrelevant will be live on our DDFFB channel, DD Fantasy Football. Same crew, more guests. We're going to have Ty DeClaire on. I got a couple of other people that are going to jump on. Brandon's going to be on. We got Josh McAtee that's going to jump on. We got more people from the family, from the community that will be on DD Fantasy Football. So if you are not subscribed, go over there. Just go on over, click the button, hit subscribe, and then we go live tonight, and then we go live tomorrow. More content on the way. Scott Connor and I on Sunday following the draft too, every single damn fantasy pick. We do a big show. We started it last year, but we're going through every single fantasy relevant pick Sunday night right here on DDFFB. But let's bring the people in the building. What's going on with the crew? Everybody in the building. There we go. Jay Rich, JB, Mitch, Scott Connor, Shane Manila. We got the crew in the building. Round 2 is about to start. Looks like the Boston Celtics and the Magic is on my TV right now, but round 2 about to start. Jay Rich, how you feeling, baby?
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. You know, we reviewed Matt Miller's round 2 mock this morning. Tons of fantasy relevant landing spots. Yeah, I'm also laughing because I was looking at the Boston Celtics on my screen about 20 minutes ago. And so you're still running that tape delay. But it makes for good excitement, right? You won't know what picks are coming, but the people are here. Mitch, how are you doing, my friend? Long night for everybody, but here we are, back in the saddle once again.
Didn't get a lot of sleep last night, probably 3 or 4 hours by the time like my body was like off the high of what round one was. But I'm so excited for tonight because we have great running backs that are going to go. We have great wide receivers that are going to go. Tight ends are going to fill in the spots, and we'll see with the quarterbacks, but I'm really excited for today.
Scott, how are you doing?
I'm here. I was cast as just Mr. Negativity the entire night last night, and hopefully I was able to make up for it a little bit on the post show and on Mannequin Chill today. But like somebody said in the chat, we're going to have a lot of fantasy relevant players go tonight. And I think being able to dissect where they go, their situation, their schemes, and the ADV and the sentiment around them, we're going to get some day 2 receivers, which I hate, but there's going to be some that people are going to go, that's wide receiver 3 because they're in such a good spot. And so it'll be interesting to see where everything shakes out. Probably the first 20 picks of the draft is going to really dictate your late firsts and probably mid to late seconds of your rookie drafts, I think.
How's everybody feeling about Hunter today? Is anything from last night kind of sunk in a little bit more? We feeling better or worse about any Atlanta spots? Anybody?
I tweeted out this morning and it got some run. I feel good putting Tet in the conversation for 102 again.
Let's go.
Months ago, he was there. In the conversation, and then we backed off. And I didn't get a lot of pushback on Twitter, not a lot, which is kind of disconcerting, right? Because you'd rather people hate reply to you, so you get that engagement. But a lot of people are just jumping in like, yeah, I can see it. I understand it. There was a couple people telling me they don't like his tape. And I did not see NFL Scout in their credentials, so I just disregarded that. But, you know, for the most part, people seem on board like he's in that mix now.
JB, you're getting clowned in the chat for already not having any takes last night. You got a take? Tat McMillan? I mean, I laid it out. He's analytically a great prospect who went in the top 10 to a wide open depth chart, and he's currently wide receiver 18 in Dynasty. That doesn't make sense given where we valued the top rookie receiver the last God knows how many years. It doesn't feel like that lines up historically, and maybe that's because people are scarred with Marv losing value, JSN losing value, Roma Dunze losing value. But is it just corrected now to where, and I think the bet with Tet at wide receiver 18, I think it is. I mean, that's pretty strong given his profile and now that he's a top 10 pick, don't you think?
See, I think it has more to do with the running backs than anything else. And it has more to do with the way the landscape has changed, even over the last 8 to 12 months. So you look at the way rookie drafts are going to be shaping up. Yeah, we could be talking about the wide receivers. We could be talking about Travis Hunter, Tat McMillan, but I'm still excited about these running backs. I know there was a lot of pushback when I was talking about Amari and Hampton at the 102. Mitch and we had a little bit of a conversation about that earlier today over on DDFFB. But yes, I'm telling you guys, I am going to have some takes tonight. The hedging is done. There is not a fence in sight.
There we go.
I'm ready to go, baby. I'm ready.
There we
to go.
go.
And yes, the sleeves have been rolled up.
Well, y'all, I hope so. And before, for the 50th time, we get into 102s versus 106s. We got regular picks to be made. Cleveland is picking at the top of the second round. I think everybody's excited to see where a couple of quarterbacks go. Sanders wasn't picked night 1. We've got a lot of talk about Tyler Shuck maybe being the next quarterback off the board. Jay, what are we doing at the top, man? Cleveland's at the top. The draft is about to start. What are the Browns doing, Jay?
That's a great question, right? Because a lot of people think it could be a quarterback. I'm kind of the belief that it probably won't be. At which point, do they go offense? Do they go defense? We saw Matt Miller had them having Shador at the first pick and then Jaden Higgins at the next one at 36. But again, like I kind of talked about a bit last night, I just don't know where Sanders is going to go and who's going to necessarily challenge the Browns should they actually want him. You know, I believe it was Adam Schefter today. He said that even the Browns apparently preferred Jackson Dart, and the Saints preferred Jackson Dart, and obviously the Giants preferred Jackson Dart. And again, we don't know if that's true, but he's also saying that he thinks there's a world where maybe Tyler Shuck could go ahead of Shador Sanders and potentially Jalen Milroe as well. So again, he could be hearing false information, but it's the second round, right? If Schefter was going to get something right, he's probably going to be more right in the second round with the info he's hearing than in the first round. Because
I don't think
maybe
so.
no.
No. No.
Why not?
Because it's even more unpredictable, even more of a crapshoot. There's even more of a non-consensus. I don't think that as
But
you
why
go
are
deeper
you?
into
But why are you trying to dispel the fact that probably like the reality is teams don't like Sanders enough to trade up for him?
I mean, you asked me. I was telling you why. I don't believe that he's going to gain more information as things get more chaotic in the later rounds. No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Okay.
I
mean,
didn't
Jay,
say you were wrong. You just I don't believe that Schefter's gaining more information as the process goes on. You've got more trades. There's no consensus now. Like teams are filling needs, taking the best players available on their board.
Okay.
I don't
Besides
think
at quarterback, there seems like there's a consensus.
Adam Schefter in round 2, letting them know what we're going to do. No, I don't.
No, but everyone wants to know where Shedeur Sanders going to go. Like there was a 30-second graphic of Shedeur Sanders still on the board because they have so much B-roll of Sanders that they just got to use it somewhere, right? And so this is like the big storyline, and that's why I'm saying like it's interesting because these are the questions that people are going to be asking because they want to know because it is a big storyline. Where is Sanders going to go? And so I do think there's intel out there about where he could be going, and it could be factual.
What happens when Tyler Shuck gets drafted by the Browns? Then what happens? I'm just going because Jordan Schultz tweeted out there's rumors, although Jordan seems to be on the ball, to be quite honest with you. The rumors that Tyler Shuck is the dude the Browns want. What happens to Shedeur then? Or do people just disregard Shuck completely?
I think there's a lot of smoke about him in the Raiders. Like there's been a lot of talk about the Raiders.
He's favored to go to the Raiders right now, or he was like a few hours ago when I looked.
I don't think Cleveland's taking him at 33. That's my prediction. I said that last night. They pick at 36. They got that pick from Jacksonville. I don't think they're going to take him at 33. In between 33 and 36, no other team needs a quarterback, and I'll just be willing to bank that nobody's going to jump in front of me. I don't think he's going off the board right here at the top. 4 minutes. The draft has started too. So we are underway.
There's a half a dozen of players that are still on the board that were considered first-round potential or should have gone in the first. The Browns would be stupid to take a quarterback here, given they pick in 3 more picks. The teams between them are not taking one. So it seems like it's a waste for them to even consider a pick here.
But there is the risk that somebody leapfrogs their second pick. Unless they don't really care which quarterback they get, or they don't want Shedeur.
But I mean, JB, with how many picks they have, they clearly are fine with whatever the outcome ends up being, right? Like, or they would have made a move at some point.
Yep.
Because if someone hops in for Shedeur, I don't think they're going to care. The Saints aren't going to do it.
And then they just go Shuck.
We do have, while we're waiting for the pick to come in, they're showing, I think that's Mike Green, edge rusher out of Marshall. We did have some very loyal viewers drop some super chats last night that we did not get to, but I screenshot them bad boys, and we're going to get to them now. So let's start at the top, man. Alan Davis. Hold on. Alan Davis, who could read the top? Is a $5 super
from
chat.
Alan Davis, $5 super chat for cussing.
For the cussing jar.
Jar. Yeah, just for you, Ray. Just
we
for
have
you.
not cursed
and
at
for
all
me too.
so far on the show today.
Yeah, just in the intro.
It's been 3 minutes.
Where do you draft Hunter in an IDP league? I will turn it over to you fellas because I am certainly no IDP specialist.
Anybody want to take
where would you draft Travis Hunter in an IDP league?
101 plus. 101.
Would you take him ahead of Genty?
Yes.
In an IDP league?
I'm getting both points. Points. He's
but corners don't score a lot of points. Well, okay. Thing is, corners don't score a lot of points. In general,
I need
would
50.
Would that be enough?
I need 50 more pieces of information. If you think there's variance in regular fantasy, IDP creates millions of scenarios with points for passes defended and assisted tackles and positional eligibility.
Pick is
right
in.
now on MFL. Let's see.
Pick is in. I haven't seen it.
Me either.
I haven't seen it. Look at Joe Thomas looking good out there. Shane's seen it. You can't start off like this, Shane, because when you do that, you can't start off with the gasping and because now we know it's a now we know it's a shot.
Leaking picks. There we go.
I'm just gonna make that face on every pick. Like, oh no.
Whoa.
Nice pick.
Here we go. Starting off round 2. I like it. Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA was the pick. First pick in the second round. Jay Rich, it's a linebacker that I've talked about Great story. Walk-on kid at UCLA. Closing speed is crazy. We talked about the white linebacker comps, man. Throw him out there. Throw him out there for Carson Swester.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good player. Brown's got a good one right here at 33. Good pick, Jay Rich.
Yeah, late riser, right? And even we talked about it in the pre-show on Thursday about how he's a guy that maybe could sneak into the first round. Obviously, Jahad Campbell barely went ahead of him, but that gap was closing later in the process, and it seemed like a lot of people were fans of him. You know, the Rams were a team that potentially could have drafted him, so I'm sure if they did have a pick in this range, they probably would have thought about it. But yeah, he's a great player, big riser, obviously is a great player, and I think that the Browns made a really, really good pick here. They already got the D-line, now they got the second level. Maybe they address the third level later in the draft.
So no Shador, no Shuck, no Milrow.
Back to the Travis Hunter IDP question. I saw a comment in the chat, and again, I'm not an IDP person, so like my mind just doesn't, it's not calibrated that way. But how much does a cornerback typically score? Because if you can start him,
The lowest of any position is corner.
No,
so
it
how
depends
much
on the
of an
scoring.
advantage-
It
but
depends
how
on
much
the
of an
scoring.
but how much of an advantage is it then if you can play him at corner while accumulating all of these offensive stats?
You'd never want to do that,
Why
because
not?
you can find replacement level corners that score basically like wide receiver threes off waivers. So what you would get is you'd play him at receiver, but he's getting an extra 15 points from his defensive stats, and he's a 30-point per game receiver, and it would blow everybody out of the water. That would be the advantage. But if your scoring's different, if you play on MFL versus Sleeper versus Flea Flicker, it's impossible to answer the question without knowing more, but he's more of an advantage at receiver because you can stream DBs. Literally, you can stream defensive backs.
Yeah.
All right, Zach Whalen. Jay Rich, can you give me that one? I can't read.
We made it, fellas. Best draft stream, bar none. I have the 101 and 104 in a super flex league with 2 IDP spots.
Oh, shit.
Does that move the needle for you at all with drafting Hunter?
$20 super chat from Zach.
I'm fine with it at the 101 if you got to. And then someone asked here, Robert, $2 super chat. Who is your 101 in Superflex? Is it a round of Ashton Genty's here?
JB's.
I was going to say I got that one.
Yeah, go ahead, JB.
Ashton Genty.
Yeah,
deep analysis. Ashton Genty.
I went right to JB. He's not even going to play.
There's
around.
a take
He's
you'll
not
give.
going to give you any kind of quarterback. It's Ashton Genty.
Pick is in. Pick is
All
in.
right.
Here we go.
Texans pick is in.
Time for the O-line, man.
Who's the Texans on the clock? Got 2,300 people in the building. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the thumbs up button, like, subscribe. Make sure you're on DDFFB for the after show. Did you see how Roger Goodell said he wants to speed this draft thing up too? That it was too slow yesterday. He said it today.
I saw
too
that.
damn
Ray,
slow. Too slow.
Go.
have you seen the pick?
I haven't seen the pick.
Ray's behind all of our TVs.
This is an
go.
interesting pick.
Oh boy.
And we start.
Jaden Higgins,
Oh boy.
wide receiver out of Iowa State,
Oh boy.
34th overall.
Gimme.
Watch out, Nico Collins.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Nico Collins, your
Nico's
job is in trouble now.
Who
Jaden Higgins
was
came to
decided-
town.
Was it JB on Higgins last night? Rip it, JB.
Well, I said my spot was going to be the Cowboys at pick 44. But
Close.
really, I mean, as the first wide receiver off the board here in round 2, I'm going to take a moral victory here.
What's the moral victory that he went high round 2?
Yeah, we were talking about something we wanted to see tonight, and I mentioned Jaden Higgins to the Cowboys. But you get that top 50 draft capital, Scott. You get a team that needs playmakers going there with Nico Collins. We talked about, okay, you have Christian Kirk, you got Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, but now a legitimate playmaker with a guy in CJ Stroud that was so highly sought after before the 2024 season. And
You got to trade.
with the land.
Let's go.
You're mentioning Cade. You're mentioning Cade Stover. We got to interrupt it with a trade in front of Cleveland.
Is it the
Seattle
Patriots?
trades up to
Who's the
35.
So who was on the
Seattle
clock?
traded up to 35. Would have been
Seattle traded up.
With who? Who
Yeah.
did they trade with? Let's see. We should have it right here. Let's see.
The
who they
Titans.
Titans
The
trading
Titans,
back.
okay.
Seattle trading up ahead of Cleveland. Ooh.
Interesting.
for a quarterback.
Correct.
No.
No. Wide receiver.
No.
They
No chance.
gave up 52
No.
and 82
52 and
for
82.
35. They moved up big
seems
time. This is
decent.
the DK Metcalf trade
It's
pick.
for an edge rusher. It's for Mike Green. It's for edge.
yeah.
It's
Mike
for
Green?
corner.
Out there, yeah.
It's not for shooter. It's not for a quarterback. They're
We
getting
keep
Ezra
saying that though. Ezra would be a good pick here.
Will Johnson. There were some people talking about his knee potentially being in a lot worse shape, and as to why he fell down out of the first round, because I did not expect to see Will Johnson outside of round 1. So Carson Schlesinger, linebacker out of UCLA, Jaden Higgins. We got Seattle. So Cleveland right here at 36, and that was the trade from Jacksonville. We've got the Raiders, the Patriots, the Bears, the Saints, the Bears, the Jets, the Niners, and the Cowboys. Like it's a nice cluster of second round picks that we have coming up. Both Mitch from a fantasy standpoint, the Raiders, the Bears, the Saints, and just NFL team. What are they going to do? You got Sam Darnold. The Browns don't have a damn quarterback. You look at the Raiders, they could probably develop somebody behind Geno Smith. Nice set of picks coming up here these next 10 or so.
I think there's a strong chance the next, I'd say 10 picks that we see 6 offensive skill players go. I think there's a good chance, and they're all really good spots too. And that's the fun thing about it. When you get down to the later half, you have the good teams to where these rookies have to play themselves in because the teams are already good. I mean, the Bears, they could go running back very easily. Patriots still need wide receiver help. Raiders need wide receiver help. I could see the Browns doing the same thing. I'm really interested to see who the Seahawks go here. I think you guys are right, though. I think it's going to be Mike Green.
I think it's going to be
an O lineman too. Is there any guards left? Because isn't Irsay still available?
Yeah, but he's a tackle. He's a tackle. If you're going to go,
could use anything, right?
I mean, you still got Jared Wilson, interior guy out of Georgia. You have Jared Wilson, Tate Ratledge available as well. What are y'all's thoughts on Jaden Higgins going ahead of Jalen Noel? Because for me, in my grades, I graded out Jalen Noel higher than Higgins. Jay Rich, you are not a Jaden Higgins fan. Anybody want to talk about him?
Really? So why do you hate Higgins?
I think he's a slot. Well, to be fair, Ray, if he can play as a big slot because Nico Collins will play outside, I just think he would perform better not as an X receiver. I don't think he profiles that way. Like I've seen the highlight reel plays, but at the same time, watching him in person, it just didn't seem like he used his size very effectively. He's big. He's honestly massive. Like Scott, I remember when you interviewed him, we were standing right beside him. Like he's a big guy, but seeing him utilize that on the field, it just didn't really happen so much in the practices. In some of the games it did, but I don't know if it'll translate to the NFL. I wouldn't want him as my big body receiver. I'd want him more as like a big slot if possible. Because he can make.
But then you got your wish for him, right? You got your
potentially
wish.
If they utilize him that way. Yeah, potentially.
You would think they would. You would think they would.
They still got Christian Kirk, right? So
yeah, that's a huge.
There's a lot of pushback right now about
there could be Nico Collins in that intermediate.
Hold on, Jay Rich? What'd you say, Scott?
No, I was just saying, there's a lot of people on X and in the chat saying, if you wanted a slot, what does this say about the Texans passed on Luther Burden for Jaden Higgins? It's interesting because I think everybody would have gone, man, I like Burden better, and we've oftentimes seen one of these slots mocked to Houston in this spot or in the late first. Here we are. Right, what's your thought on the Higgins fit with Nico? I mean, it's a good situation. It's a good quarterback that's produced multiple weapons before. I mean, this is a tick up for those rookie picks. This is another one in that sweet
It's
tier,
a great
JP.
spot. It's a great spot for a wide receiver, man. This is a great spot. There's opportunity
100%.
with a great quarterback. This is a great spot for a receiver to land to.
And then isn't that what we really want? We want as many of these wide receivers getting in there early in this part of the draft. Just to Mitch's point, like if it happens, I'll be pregnant if we get 6 players going off in the next 10 picks. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah.
This is what we want. Scott will be smiling and will tell you how great this class is.
Go. Pick is in. Richard Sherman announcing it, man.
Travion Henderson.
So just to add another running back to Seattle, right? Come on, Sherm, make the pick, dude. I wish there was a way like on the game where you could skip this scene. You could just press like hold X and then skip and just give me the damn thing.
Ooh, okay. Ray, let's go. This is a great pick.
They're bringing back that they're trying to find another Legion of Boom here, aren't they?
Nicky Manwari.
This is the Legion of Boom pick.
Nicky Manwari, that's a good pick. Athletic.
And remember, Ray, Mike McDonald left Kyle Hamilton, but he needs
Yeah.
his Kyle Hamilton back, and Nick Eamon-Wari could be his Kyle Hamilton.
Good pick. It feels like a BPA pick, right? They went Devin Witherspoon. I believe, was it last year? Was Spoon a rookie?
Last year.
Was Spoon a rookie last year? No, the year
I
before.
think it was last.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years
2
ago.
years
It was
ago?
2 years ago. He was a second-year player last year, but you got Spoon back there. You've got Reek
And
Woolen.
Woolen.
Yeah, there's
Hunter
another
Woolen,
defensive
Murphy.
back there as well. So I like what they're doing. You got to compete in the West.
Witherspoon, Woolen, and Eamon-Wari is off.
I like it. Good pick by Seattle. Good pick. That's a player that a lot of people thought could have went as high as 24. Hell, as high as 13 to Miami in round one, and they're getting him here at 35. So Cleveland's back up. Cleveland and the Raiders.
Shane, would you prefer
Milroe? They got to come off the board here. Like they got to come off the board. They got to come off the board here, right?
But Ray, there's like 3 or 4 guys still that you have way higher on your board than these QBs.
Oh, of course.
Right?
If Miller and Shador don't come off here, it is Tumble City, man.
There's some good edge rushers still on the board.
I'll say this: if Milroe and Shador don't come off the board here, it hurts Shador more than it does Milroe, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
In my opinion, I think Milroe's got, because he can run around, his leash gets a little bit longer as far as the perspective or how people view it. They need to go within these next couple of picks. Watch it be Tyler
Pick is in.
Pick is in already? Wow.
That was quick.
Well, I'm looking in the chat here, so
I'm not. I'm still at Jaden Higgins in the chat.
I can't look at the
I'm on
comments.
ESPN, so I just saw the pick.
No, you can't look at the comments.
I just saw
shit.
I just
Go.
saw the pick. I just saw the pick.
Speaking of the
Let's
102,
Go.
Come
All
on,
you
Scott.
people in our comments on our mock chats talking all that trash about the picks, Judkins. How could you take Judkins over them? That's how. What?
Quinshon Judkins, Ohio State running back, goes to Cleveland. I will allow you all to fantasy football geek out right now. Talk about the landing spot, the fit, the attitude, the coat. Like,
Mitch,
this
is that
feels
you?
like a good Cleveland Brown pick,
Audio?
right?
Someone needs to go on mute. They got the game on too loud.
Who is it? Me?
I'm not
Might have
watching
been
a
you.
game.
I'm
That's
not
me.
watching.
That's
nothing.
me. That's me. My bad.
That's
Bro,
you?
how could you-
That's me. I got this shit up loud. That's my bad.
How could you not love this? It's the new Nick Chubb. He is the new Nick Chubb.
Is it the new Nick
Shane,
Chubb? Talk to me, Shane.
Is he the RB2?
Don't know yet.
I
Is
can't
he
put him
above
over.
Amari and Hampton right now?
I can't do that.
No
I can't
way.
do that. I can't. Do
No.
that. Look, I'm
No.
look, I get delusional.
Yes,
and I get
Scott.
hyperbolic,
No.
Put
but
the
I-
pressure on. Tell him,
No.
Scott. Tell him.
No, we talked about it earlier in voice chat. Like, there's a world where Amari and Hampton is fine, but Najee gets in the building, and guess what? He does what he does. He doesn't miss games. He eats a bunch of carries that they know they have to get in every game, and then they go, Najee, 3-year, $24 million extension, because we need him as peripheral back for the next 3 years because they love him as a culture guy, and all of a sudden, it's real hard to project old Amari and Hampton for 20 points
But
per game.
listen to the story. I'm just saying, listen to the story you're telling
No,
yourself.
Scott,
to
you're
get
doing
right.
a great job.
There
Doing a
is
great job.
no story for Quinshon Judkins as we speak right now. If you think he's as good as Amari and Hampton, the draft capital's slightly in favor of Hampton, but this is high enough. You don't draft a running back at this pick unless you're treating him basically as we didn't have a first-round pick to take him in the same spot.
Isn't this around Jonathan
think-
Taylor? Isn't this around where JT went?
Jonathan Taylor,
Mhm.
Brees Hall,
He was a little
Javonte
better, yeah.
Williams, those guys come right in and they get the job.
And
They don't.
Great spot too. Great spot.
All
You
I
can
know,
argue Judkins over Hampton.
all I know is that this boosts the value of those mid-first round picks even further.
Absolutely. We were
100%.
talking about what we got.
This
to
is at
107
106,
last night.
Shane, right?
We
Yes.
had the 107.
Jackson
last night.
Dart or Quinshon Judkins? I'm still taking Dart.
Quinshon.
Judkins.
Quinshon.
Give
And
me
I love
Judkins.
Dart, but I'm taking Judkins.
You have
Dart.
your late round quarterback, your Kenny Pickett 2.0. No, I like.
I will.
Dart. I don't.
I will,
don't put that.
because you'll have people like Jay Rich pumping him up preseason week 1, second season, Pittsburgh Steelers offense to the moon, right?
You know what
Ray,
the correct
Miami
answer is?
traded up to 37.
Oh,
The Raiders pick. And the
Oh
pick
boy, this
is
definitely is not a quarterback.
in.
No,
Well-
it's going to be Travion Henderson
Well-
here to pair him with Devon Achane.
I will cry in
That
a
would be
corner.
fun.
All right,
That would be
Quinshawn.
fun, but
Let's see what the people are saying about the pick. Good pick. Can't believe he went before Henderson. Quinshawn gonna ball out. He's better than Henderson. How we feeling about the pick? Brown's got a dog in Quinshawn. Solid pick. Brown's happy. Everybody's excited. Seems like people
Yep.
in Cleveland are happy about this one.
I mean,
The
it's one of the
Dolphins gave
landing
up
spots that
98.
people wanted to see.
Yes. Dude, could this draft have started any better in the second round? Like, could it have?
Oh,
Like,
Man,
sure we
Shane,
could've got
I'm
a
loving
quarterback.
it.
Just
I'm
saying, I
loving it.
told you. I told you it was
Yeah.
going to happen.
I told all of y'all, wait until night. I kept saying it all night. Wait until night 2. Y'all were just depressed.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't say
you all.
This
Don't-
is an awful
no.
class.
No.
These picks.
No. I was Captain Optimism over here.
That way.
Get the hell out of here. Get out of
And
here.
I was
Dolphins
the
gave up
assistant. to
Doom and
Captain
gloom.
Optimism.
Doom and gloom. And now
Bro, I
you're
need-
just like, oh
Jay
my
Rich,
God,
run back
Higgins,
that-
Judkins.
Run back that tape from last night when you get a chance, sir. I need to prove Boss Man wrong. But yeah, I was loving it, and I'm loving it even more, bro. Loving
There we
it.
go.
Then
all right, let's get it.
Pick is in. We're rolling tonight. We're rolling tonight.
This is
Let me get the chat. I
Yeah.
want to get to the chat. I'm gonna have to start. I'm still at the Jaden Higgins spot of the chat. I'm still at Jaden Higgins. See
I
what
don't know
Miami
this.
does.
all right.
Jonas Avenaya.
Is that who they took?
Great pick. Yeah, Jonas Avenaya. Listed as a
That was our
guard,
big-
though.
This is my
That's,
guy.
that was their biggest need, though.
Yeah.
Anything on
My
the
guy.
offensive line.
Yep. You liked him a
Jonas
lot.
Sevenaya, big boy out of Arizona. Good pick. Good pick. I had him consistently going in the 40s. Like Arizona was a spot. Hell, Jonah was at. I think I mocked Jonah to Dallas early in the process. So good pick. Good pick.
Yeah,
Let's
very
go
good
down to the
pick.
chat. Let's see what the chat's talking about. I can scroll down now. Quinshawn, Felix. Shout out to Felix Sharp, man. Felix Sharp is in the building. Felix Sharp doing stuff with Campus to Canton, man. They're already on to 26, 27, 28. Shout out Felix, man. Everything they do is C2C, man. Good group of dudes over there. Felix is a solid one, man. Perfect fit for Cleveland. All right. Scatterboo is going in the second round. Chris Davis got those beans for Scatterboo. Michael said chill with the spoilers. Hey, stay out the chat. I stay up a little
We're
bit.
trying
man.
not to.
I stay
That's
up
the
a little bit.
comments.
Yeah, I stay up a little bit. Scott
Mitch,
was ready.
Bucky Irving or Quinshawn Judkins?
Oh,
I am not a Bucky Irving guy. I'll go
Okay.
Judkins.
What?
You got to
I
add
know.
to Bucky to get Quinshawn off of me.
Here it is, right? Andy Behrens of Yahoo Sports, big account, right? Big
Yeah.
name in the fantasy space.
yeah.
Judkins, a clear candidate for at least 330 touches as a rookie.
Oh,
I mean, that-
what?
Don't
I
shake
didn't
your head
say it.
yes to that, Mitch. Don't shake your head yes to that.
What?
I mean,
That
that
is a-
I said
But
280,
that's how
maybe.
ADV is created. That
That's
is how the
beans.
new RB1
Bro,
or
that's
RB2
20 touches a
gets
game.
pumped up.
That's 20
that's
touches a game.
that would almost lead the league as a rookie. So
Look,
keep it for what it is.
It's
Have you
crazy.
seen Quinshawn Judkins? Baller, man. He'll be fine.
But he doesn't break tackles. He doesn't catch passes, right? Isn't that
They
the
also
narrative?
But Ole Miss.
That's
he
what the
did.
people said. JB, that's what the people said, right?
They said.
Bucky over
Just wait.
2 Judkins. Wow.
I mean,
No.
Nick Chubb didn't catch passes till he got to the NFL too.
Kenneth Walker.
I don't think he caught him in the
Kenneth
NFL.
Walker.
And then he still didn't.
Yeah, I don't think he caught him in the NFL either. So I'm good.
Who is the QB for the Browns? It's Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco.
It's Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett. Joe Flacco he was good 2 years ago for 5 games. Remember that? That was fun.
5.
Which
Yep,
team was he
that's
playing
good.
for?
Yeah, disregard what he did last year when he looked like an absolute flaming pile of garbage, but besides that, he was great 4 games 2 years ago. Dude, just hand the
I
ball
want to
off.
ask Ray
to
this real
Quinshawn.
quick. Right after the Senior Bowl, damn near everybody had Mike Green and Will Johnson in the top 10. And they're both still on the board. I think that's non-fantasy related, but it's very interesting that, look what the team just did to trade up and take him and worry. You know what I mean? Like teams are willing to move here, and it's not that expensive. I think Miami just gave up pick 98 to move up from 48 to 37. So I mean, they're throwing away a pick, but they're doing it for a guy they think. I mean, this basically said they thought Savanaya was a first-round player, right? Or damn near close to it. Like they couldn't wait 10 more picks.
Yeah, had to have him.
Well, they didn't think they was going to get to New England, right?
They didn't want to risk it. They felt that they had to go get their guy. They had a guy that fit their scheme. They need to protect their quarterback. Go get 7-9. We don't give a damn about that 3rd round or whatever, 5th round pick, whatever they gave up for him. I'm still thinking about
sniped. They're still on the clock. Pats got sniped. They're still on the clock.
Probably, yeah, they're bleeding this clock. They have no clue what to do.
Well, I think Judkins might have been in play. Ohio State guy with Vrabel. I don't know if Savanaya was the pick, but if New England was potentially in on Abdul Carter at 4, I'd be licking my chops right now to get a shot at Ezeraku or Mike Green right here at pick 38.
Yeah, they don't know what to do. They need that Roger Goodell extension he was talking about today on McAfee's show.
Can I bring something up now? Okay, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna put this to the group as this pick comes in. Any thoughts about teams saying that we will wait on the 26 class? We'll wait for QBs in 26. Alar. I do not believe Arch. I've been saying Arch Manning ain't going nowhere. But people are Lenora Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Alar, Cade Klubnik, Arch Manning. Like, do you think that teams are banking on what could potentially be there next year and saying we don't even want any of these guys? And let's not get it twisted. It wasn't like Dart went top 10 either. It wasn't like people were trading up high to go get him. He went damn near at the back of the first round himself. So I'm just throwing it out there.
None of those guys have what we've looked at for the last couple of years. Like none of those guys have the starts, right?
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean? Like a lot of those guys are pretty green. Sellers and Arch, like they don't have 3 years of starting. That seems to be what the NFL is liking versus these guys that started 15 games. You know what I mean? It just doesn't like Nussmeier's probably and Nussmeier and Aller are probably the two that have a shot.
That's what I was going to say. You're gonna have at least a few of those guys that have a ton of starts under their belt, and then you'll have a couple guys that don't, but they're drafting based off traits anyway, right? That's what they'll tell you. We're basing off his traits, and
right.
Enough traits, they're going to draft them, and especially coming off a weak quarterback class, it's like a yo-yo. The yo-yos don't go this way, whatever that is, a pendulum. You know what I mean?
There we go.
I don't think it matters what next year's quarterback class looked like. I think this would have been the result anyway.
Anyways, yeah, probably. All right, New England on the clock. Pick 38.
Good Lord. Scroll
it
up.
Wasn't me. It's Shane.
Oh.
I didn't do anything.
I'm watching you.
I haven't seen the pick. I ain't seen the pick, and I looked on ESPN and it ain't up yet, so I'm gonna wait.
I don't know who it is.
I don't know either.
I don't know. Jaden Higgins, Quinshawn
I want them
Judkins.
to go wide receiver. I was hoping this is where I was hoping Higgins or Knoll would go.
Oh, this is Luther Burden's spot. Could it be Luther Burden right here?
That would work. That would work.
ESPN just updated.
People will be in. If this is Burden, they're in. If this is Burden, they are in.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Jay Rich,
yeah.
that's your team, Jay. How you feeling?
Oh yeah. You guys thought, well, 102 real locked up. Let me tell you.
And what did I say?
New England, baby.
I said Vrabel
We're in
was
business.
looking at the Ohio State guys. I guarantee you he wanted Quinshawn and was like, all right, Quinshawn's off the board. Wow. Hendo in New England. Can y'all just say you were right, Ray? Doom and gloom last night. Patience, folks.
Don't
come round 2, JB, Scott Connor. We're gonna be okay. Mitch was on my side. Mitch, Jay Rich were the only two on my side. Shane says he was. I got to rewind the tape.
I'm playing it right now. Right now.
Right. I will bite the bullet for everybody. I'll bite the bullet for everybody. I was negative. This has moved those picks in the middle to be much more viable on the market. I was the negative one. Don't blame JB or Shane. They had their moments, but it was not as doom as gloom as I got around pick.
He said they had
pick
their
21
moments.
last night. It was getting there, but it's been a great
Really,
run since then.
This whole first round in rookie drafts is looking really good right now. The whole first round, not through 109, not through 110.
The
whole first round.
It is
I know.
absolutely stacked.
Let me tell you. See. Sometimes the path is not always clear. It's a little rocky. It may look a little cloudy, but if you trust the process, like you trust the Trinity, there is light at the end of the tunnel. I told everybody going into this process, these rookie picks will be valuable. And I know the fear was, well, if we don't get the quarterbacks, it doesn't even matter. And we're just getting started. These rookie picks are going to be desirable because these spots are going to be dope. And we still got 15 more running backs, a couple of additional receivers, depending on where a few of these quarterbacks go, and a bevy of tight ends. Your picks will be fine. I try to tell y'all, your picks will be fine. And JB, now you're talking about like Jackson Dart really is in Bo Nix territory now. Like where he was, if you're like, okay, you don't want to take him 106, 107, 108, which I'm moving him down now with Hendo as well. I mean, if I'm getting Dart at the 110, Shane, Mitch, Scott, Jay Rich, I'm happy. I'm happy. Give me that Dart at 111, right?
Scott's going to make fun of me because I'm going to do the thing that you should never do. I'm going to be trading into the back of the first round with a future first. And Scott's going to text me.
I did it today with Big Diaz at 111.
Did you?
Ooh, the Bears are cooked, right? We didn't talk about New England. The Bears have been the most commonly mocked team for Henderson. How does Ben Johnson counter this? Like, what do the Bears do? What they do in round one? The Bears went Colston Loveland, right? Colston Loveland.
Is Caleb Johnson a fit for that right now? For the way they run?
Probably right. Probably.
That's a right question.
I think
I'm curious.
Yeah, it's got to be the zone scheme, but yeah, I think he would fit it pretty well. I think Johnson could decide.
That would be if Caleb Johnson
is in
goes here.
We may see a real RB run.
That'd be insane.
Mitch's camera is going to turn off.
Whose camera?
Mitch is going to have to excuse himself if this
is. Mitch is going to. This is Jalen Royals? Is Mitch's guy?
No, hey, don't tease me with a good time, man. I would be completely
okay
with
the
that.
link too. He's supposed to be in here shortly, man. I think he said 7:30. Where you at, Ron? Where the hell's he at? Stewart, where you at? Get out of the basement. Come get on DD.
Oh, look at that Ryan Poles high five. They are pumped about this pick.
It's got to be Ed. It's got to be Ed. It's got to be
Will Johnson.
Is it Will Johnson?
I don't know who it is yet.
Yeah,
he's more fired up about this pick than when they got Colston Loveland.
I'm sitting here at Bengals at 49. I'm going, they may get Will Johnson.
Dude, might get your Mike Green, right?
All right.
This is exciting. Let's go. Appreciate everybody being in the building, man.
Huge night.
We are at, where we at? We're close to 5,000 watching. Appreciate y'all being in the building. Night 2 of the NFL draft. We got you covered. Round 2, round 3. And then after this, we'll be doing a post-draft fantasy show on DD Fantasy Football. So make sure you're subbed over there. Bears pick is in. Where'd it go, Jay?
Has to be defense.
Has to be I'm going defense too. Let's see. Oh, they're booing them because the Bears in Green Bay. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, boy. That was unexpected.
Do not want
Luther Burden the third.
It makes it real rough for those Colston Loveland.
Hold on.
How are y'all Colston Loveland?
Everyone
gets Colston Loveland
target share.
Hey,
everybody.
Jay Rich, I bid on Tyler Warren. Now what?
Yes.
What say you?
Now you got a real case.
Say you?
There was already a lot of cooks in this kitchen. Now there's another cook in this kitchen, and it's not looking good.
Burden the third.
Can Ben Johnson use him? Probably.
And Ray, you
Right?
talked about it a little bit. The decline of
That
DJ Moore last
Amon-Ra.
year. Is this a little bit
is
of a
Amon-Ra.
maybe a down the road DJ Moore replacement type pick?
He is building
It nukes
his young
Colston
core.
Loveland.
He's
Yeah.
built.
Nukes Colson Loveland. He's never going to be
Yes,
a top
absolutely.
2 target in his first 3,
Ever?
4 seasons.
His
Yeah,
first
that's
his
tough.
first career. Yeah, it's not happening. It's absolutely
Until
not
he
happening.
the Bears, Shane, which
Uh,
he hasn't
so-
even played.
How do you feel? Just sorry, I'm cutting in because I'm rude.
Go ahead.
but
No, cut in.
Remember Roma Dunze? Remember that guy? So now they got Luther Bird and DJ Moore, Colston Loveland, Roma Dunze. What's Roma Dunze's?
Rome
upside
just
at this
got
point?
roamed.
I
from
mean,
last year.
Whew. Like the hope was he was going to file
Great
that
for
JSN
Caleb,
ban.
though.
Oh, Caleb
for
is
Caleb.
wheels up, right?
Great for Caleb.
Absolutely.
This
wheels
could
up.
be one of the dopest offenses that is just frustrating as hell, man. Because schematically, just from the X's and O's, there are not enough footballs to go around. There just aren't. And if I'm thinking about how Ben Johnson deployed Detroit last year, who would be Amon-Ra? I think that will be Rome Odunze. Like I'm letting you know right now, I think Rome will play that role. He will be used and prioritized in that role. How DJ Moore and Luther Burden figure it out, no clue. Cole Kmet's going to be on the field. He's not going to be a zero burger. And then you've got Colston Loveland combined with whatever they have in the running back room. I told you last night, I understand people hating Anthony Richardson, but I'm not complicating football. Opportunity and capital. It was Tyler Warren last night for me over Colston Loveland, and this does nothing more than to further that. I'm just going to swing on Tyler Warren. Like, if it's between those two, if you want to say I don't want either of them, fine. But if it's between the two, it's obvious. It's
The
Tyler
path
Warren.
is so
for
much
me.
clearer. It's so
Very
much clearer.
If
And
you
I
guys
felt comfortable
remember-
with it last night. I know a
Yeah.
lot of people, I'm still comfortable with it. 14th overall tight end in Indy, I'm good. This is good for Caleb in Chicago.
If you guys remember last year, everyone hated Sam Laporta because for the last first 10 weeks of the season, he didn't score. But the Lions were putting up 30 and 40 points each week. It's what's going to happen with the Bears. I think they're going to score a lot, but you have no idea who's actually going to score the points each week. So there will be a player on that team that you hate, but then he'll have a huge 4-week period to where he just goes off. And I mean, like you guys said, it's great for Caleb, though. I mean, it's almost, you hate to say it about a guy. I don't see how he can fail at this point because there's so many playmakers, such a good offensive line with a good offensive mind as a head coach. Yeah, it's awesome for him.
Let's not forget
Wait
Caleb runs
until
too.
they take Caleb.
Caleb
The
runs
Blake is
too.
in, Ray.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah, they
JB.
have a
is
pick
in.
here at
We are
41.
officially on
The Bears
Shuck
have a pick at
Watch.
41 too.
Yeah. Saints going quarterback.
Oh man, they
D
are
line.
very excited.
I mean,
Yeah.
again, why would I go QB with all these defensive players available? I mean,
Yep.
I'd keep playing the game.
Pick is in. Wow.
Chicago's got another pick too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
wow. How's the chat feeling about Burden? What did the chat say?
Their next pick, this is where they go Caleb
going.
Johnson, and they just stack this class at the Bears get a receiver, a running back, and a tight end in this class.
Just
and no one
assembling
wants any of them.
assembling the Avengers over there.
Isn't that wild? I mean, Ben Johnson just like offense. What? Don't you think Ben Johnson is probably? I know the NFC North. I know we're gonna have to put up points to beat Detroit. We're gonna have to put up points to beat Minnesota. We're gonna have to put up and defensively. We're not gonna shut anybody down. So let me get some turnovers, get some sacks. Right? Like we're gonna give up 25 points a game. We just gotta score 30. Here we go. Saints. Let's see what they do.
Oh shit! Somebody called that one.
Tyler Shuck.
Oh,
So now what are we gonna do, Ray? Now
All I did was watch
is
the
Tyler
this
Shuck
entire
the
time.
new 102.
Oh no. There's
Not
no way
Milroe.
Shador Sanders
Not
can go below
Sanders.
Tyler Shuck.
Not
That's
Milroe.
outrageous.
Not
It-
Sanders.
This is Shane's guy.
I just
you're a
I
Shuck
don't
guy?
talk I don't talk a lot of shit, but I'm destroying this draft from a fantasy perspective. everybody that was in the comments talking shit over, excuse my French, over the last 3 months. You were incorrect, and I was right. And that's all. That's all. I just want to leave
What,
that.
say that. Right about what? This being a good rookie class, right?
That, but specifically Judkins, I was big on. Shuck, I was big on. Ibuka got nuked a little bit, right? Yeah.
Shane, every mock that we did, if you were in it and you took Judkins, those comments were, "Oh, that's too early. He can't do this. He can't do that." Well, he gets a prime landing spot with great draft capital.
Loveland looked like a great idea up until, about 3 minutes ago too. But no, man, look, this class is just, it's beautiful, man. This is a beautiful, beautiful class. Tyler Shuck, I am trading you immediately, my friend. Immediately. We had an auction league where it had rookies in it. My dude is right on the block right now because someone's going to come chomping. I can't wait to trade him because I have no faith that he's actually going to be good in the league. But I know that someone's going to.
The Bills just traded up.
The Bills?
Ooh.
Trey Amos. Will Johnson.
Yeah, the fact that Trey Amos is still there is nuts.
There was a lot of. Would they go with another DB though?
Could they take
they went
maybe
Maxwell,
Xavier
right?
Watts?
They took Hairston. Would they go with another DB?
I feel like
They
the
still
top
need
teams
a
in the
safety.
AFC, they're just countering each other. Like, we're not. Baltimore's like, we're going defensive back. You've got Will Johnson is here. Ezra Raku and
He
Mike
is
Green.
here.
So the Bears just traded
all-around
back.
defenders.
The Bears traded back that pick 41. So the Bears will not be picking.
No, the
like we
Bears
thought
are not
they were.
picking.
So
Bears
there
are
are
not
big
picking.
traded up.
right?
The Bears are not picking. So I want to know what the Bears got. I wonder if they moved.
They got 56, 62, and 109 for
So they got-
41 and 72.
So they
So
got
they
an
moved
extra
up.
second.
They moved up from the third to the second to move back in the second. So they must see a cluster of picks the next.
We can't
15 to
disrespect
20
him,
is the
man.
same.
Hey, QB3 off the board was Tyler Shuck. 40th overall.
Not a flattering picture there. Looks like he has a deer in the headlights.
Oh, man,
He's
he
gonna
looks
get a
like
chance
he's
to
ready
looks
to
play.
terrified.
He's going to get a chance
dialed
to
in.
play. He's
That is-
going
that's
to get a
dialed in.
chance to play.
That's the
Right?
face you make when they tell you you can't come back to school for an 8th year. That's what that is.
Do you guys have any faith though in Kellen Moore to develop him, make
No.
him decent? Like, no.
No.
Yeah.
Some say yes, some say no.
I actually do. Look, dude, he's mobile. He's got a good arm. Literally, the only thing that was wrong with him is he kept breaking his collarbone. Like it was his job. Like every year, something else got broke, something else got injured on him. Like, John, there's a reason he was in school 7 years because he kept getting injured. Like he spent more time in the infirmary than in a classroom.
We went back on the
raised
second
a-
round
you know,
quarterbacks. Second
Yeah.
round quarterbacks historically get a window.
Yes.
It's no promise of the job, but when you're drafted in the top 50, you get a window. Drew Lock, you get a 8-week stretch where the team goes, you know what, we're going to see if we found our starter. And usually you don't, but there's going to be a window with Tyler Shuck. It's just going to be interesting where he actually slots in because it's not a sexy pick when you make it, Shane. You're looking to pick, wait, and flip.
Like, yeah, absolutely. Look, I like Shuck a lot, right? But I understand that the probability that he's ever an
People
elite
are
quarterback-
worried about Odunze.
Yes, they are.
I'd go buy him right now then.
Same.
I'm not worried at all. At all. At all. I guess the only
Okay, right. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Rome Doomsday,
Mm-hmm.
or it's clearly
Ibuka.
not going to be, or Mecca Ibuka.
Rome Odunze.
Right.
Come on.
All right, here's one: Rome Doomsday or Victoria McMillan.
Rome.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, it is?
That is hot, Ray.
Rome. Why?
Rome
How?
all day.
Tet just went in the top 10, just like Rome.
And Rome's played.
With-
And Rome's produced. And Rome's got a Trinity. And Rome's been on the field. And there's no Keenan Allen.
I think that is a hot take relative to what I think most would say. I think most would easily say Tet over Rome.
Fantasy. Jay
I
Rich.
think that
Rome
market's
or
gonna
Ted.
flip.
Jay Rich.
I'm taking Rome, but I
Same
love
here.
Rome this year. I think it's gonna be great.
I'm not. Because,
Really, really good.
Let me ask you why not Rome? Because Luther Burden got drafted in round 2?
And Loveland in the first, right?
Because they
I mean-
fortified their offensive line this offseason?
Yeah. Why
That is
not
a
Rome?
great-
Tell me
that is
why
great.
not Rome?
It's more of I've seen a year of Rome, and I'd just
You've
rather
seen
have Tet.
2
He's
years of
basically-
Bryce Young too. How
He's a
that been,
Rome.
Scott?
He is
Look
a
how
Rome
quick-
rebooted without the warts. That's all I'm saying.
He's
I'd
got
rather
hold
have
on.
Ted. And
We want
Well,
hold
wait,
on, real quick.
Rome
real
doesn't
quick.
have any awards, man.
Real quick, the guy
He
that
does.
could have been the wide receiver one last year gets an offensive coordinator upgrade that everyone prayed for, loses Keenan Allen. He's going into year 2, played very well in year 1, and now I don't know about him. I want the Carolina Panthers rookie wide receiver.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll say
No,
this.
I'm not.
There's
I'm
zero
not going to do that. I'm not going
There's
to do
zero chance you're trading Roma Dunze for the rights to the pick you're going to have to take Ted McMillan with.
that. Well, that's
So
the
there-
game. I don't. That doesn't got
exactly.
shit
And
to
that's,
do with how
that's
good
how
the
my
player is
lens
in
is
that
looking
offense,
at it.
right?
Player for player. Okay, I get it.
What does anyone know DJ Moore's contract? What's it look like if they move him out of there?
Didn't they extend him last offseason?
They did last offseason.
So he's
I
there.
don't know
He's
if
there through 29. But after 26, very minimal dead cap.
Oh, so it's 2 more seasons then.
Yeah, through 25 and through 26.
Here
Interesting.
we
And
go.
that's what the
I
cut
want to know
pre
what Buffalo
done.
is doing here. Lee Evans,
Do they-
what a good player Lee Evans was. Y'all know the college he went to?
Oh, okay.
Does
Okay.
Buffalo take Shador Sanders and trade Josh Allen?
Oh my gosh, maybe.
Lee Evans, Wisconsin, right?
Lee Evans was Wisconsin, man. Beast at Wisconsin, too. Beast at Wisconsin. TJ Sanders, they needed interior D-line. Jeff, I know Jeff is in the chat. Shout out to Jeff. He's got a Bills avatar. He was like, interior D-line. I'd mock Talik, Derek Harmon there. So this kind of fits. This kind of fits. TJ Sanders, good player out of South Carolina, too.
Yeah.
This Odunze thing is good, man.
It's a good conversation.
There are a lot of people talking about it. Give me all the Odunze. I want Odunze. Odunze easy. Tet, Odunze burden. Keep thinking about buying all that Odunze. Not worried at all. Stop it. I think this is how you take it. The shot. I don't even really think that it should be any kind of shocker. Like nobody wanted the Carolina situation, but now we do. Everybody wanted the Chicago situation, and now we don't. It just flipped. It's just wild to me that how quickly that can flip. I'm not criticizing
That's the
you.
edge. Right.
I'm
You're
just
right.
saying I think that's insane to me.
But I don't think it's just based off nothing though, right? Like, so if they didn't draft Loveland and Burden, it's not like we'd be like, oh, there's a target squeeze
But it's
there.
that's not how. There's not a bucket, right? That they're gonna say we're gonna take this away from Rome and go give it to Cole. That's not how the distribution of an NFL offense works, man. There's an allotment of plays that are gonna be called for the tight end, an allotment of stuff. It's not gonna impact what they do in throwing the ball downfield to the receiver. And you can add all the Loveland you want. It's a rookie tight end. They still have Colston Loveland, and they lost Keenan Allen.
They did.
I just think the real football element of it that drives what you chase in fantasy doesn't suggest that Rome Odunze is going to. We can make a bet right now who out targets one another, and I'll take Odunze 10 out of 10 times over Ted. If anybody just wants to make a friendly wager on that one, I will put Topo Chico down that Rome Odunze out targets Ted Aroa McMillan. I want to call him what he wants to be called, T-Mac in 2025.
T-Mac. That's my only concern about him is wanting to be called T-Mac, to be quite honest with you.
I'll call him T-Mac. I'll call him T-Mac. I'll call him what he wants to be
No,
called.
we have a
someone's got to
question
take
from
you up on the bet, so I will. I'll take you up on the bet.
Okay.
106 Aroma Dunze from Penrose there for the super chat.
Oh, I'd rather have the 106. I can do more with the 106 than Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
No, Rome. I'm taking Rome every day.
Yeah.
Oh, Mitch, silent Rome lover
Rome would be the wide receiver one in this class. And
Easy.
Every single time we did a mock draft, and if Rome was in this class, he would have been the 102.
Easy.
Literally every time. With every once in a while, he'd get the 101 because that's what we'd say.
But devil's advocate, we have more information on Rome. There is now a situation where he
So
is
what
in
did
a
Rome do
crowded...
badly to
No,
drop
I
him
said
below
I
10?
said devil's advocate. I can say whatever without any repercussions once I say
No.
that.
Those are the rules. I mean, I don't make them. Devil's advocate, say whatever you want.
It's like you say with all due respect, and then it doesn't matter what you say after that.
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
It
I think
is
it's a good
kind of
conversation,
funny.
man. I'm not knocking anybody for it. Who the Buffalo
It is
take?
kind of funny that this is the second year in a row we're talking about how
DJ
there's no way
Sanders.
Caleb Williams can fail.
About what?
Second year in a row we're talking about there's no way Caleb Williams could fail because we literally said the same thing last year.
Well, I'm not
and then
saying that. I'm
I didn't say
definitely not
that.
saying that.
Mitch
I'm not
said
saying
that.
he can't fail.
Mitch
I'm
said
not,
it.
I'm not saying that.
I don't know.
I'm
I
not
don't think he
saying
can
that.
fail either. Yeah.
This situation is good. It's good.
It's about as good as it can get.
I really think when it comes to quarterbacks, you could do whatever you want with the skill position players. If they have a good offensive line, 90% of the quarterbacks in the NFL are going to be fine. Caleb is going to be playing behind what we think is going to be a good offensive line. So they could do whatever they want with the skill position players. That's awesome. Now that the line's done, I'm all about you put Jared Goff, you switch Caleb and Jared Goff last season. Jared Goff would be absolutely terrible behind that Bears offensive line. Caleb would have been more than fine behind the Lions offensive line last year. And I think that's like the most important thing for quarterbacks.
I'm still just flabbergasted that Will Johnson is still on the board, man.
It's them knees, right? It's them knees.
Man, gotta be. Will Johnson. None of those edge
Mike
rushers
Green
that we
too.
were mocking.
Could Mike Green be
none of
available?
those edge rushers that we
As
were mocking.
Raku?
None of them. None of them so far.
Give me that Tyler Shuck. It's crazy.
Cowboys coming up in a couple picks.
Yeah, Cowboys and Niners.
49ers could take an
I
edge
think
rusher.
we got a guest in the building. I think he's coming in. The man Ron Stewart is joining the call, man. Let me get him set up in the background. Ron, you back there, baby? I think he's back there. He's getting set up. He's in the guest room. He's in the green room. Let's get Ron in the building, man. Gotta get Ron Stewart, man. We're gonna get him in here. Who's on the clock? I want to make sure he's set up before we go.
Jets.
Jets.
About to make this pick. That is actually Ron Stewart's team.
Yeah, that's
the
his
Jets.
damn team, man.
Let's
That's
get
what
him
I'm
in.
trying to
Let's get him in.
That's why I'm trying to get Ron on. I'm getting him. This is his team. We got to get him on. Hold on, Ron. We're getting you in the building right now, Ron. There he is. We'll get you in the middle in a minute. What's going down,
Just
Ron
in
Stewart
time
in
for
the
tight
building,
end
man.
one.
And he's
How's
in
it
the
going?
basement, baby. Ron Stewart in the damn
Let's
Who do we
building.
go.
take?
Mason
Taylor.
Mason
All right.
Taylor.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
pumped.
Ron, give us the analysis quick, and then we'll intro you properly.
I'll be honest, man. I was ready to do the Shador, hold the watch up. I was kind of down for Shador here as much as I haven't really loved him the whole time, but I don't know. I mean, like, tight end's cool, but, like, give me, like, Jalen Knoll. Give me, like, there's so many good tight ends in this class. I don't know. And I'm not even, like, Will Johnson is, like, another, defensive player I would have liked, but, all right. Yeah. Jason Taylor's, son. That's cool. That's where we're at.
Well, let me properly introduce our guest. For those of y'all who don't know, you can find his content, everything on YouTube. Really simple. It's his name, Ron Stewart, at Ron Stewart on YouTube. He is the champion and the host. He does so much dope content work, fantasy football stuff, Dynasty fantasy football, redraft over on the basement. He's in his basement right now, getting it done. Man, go subscribe to Ron's channel. Dope dude. I got to do a mock with him last week, so I wanted him to come on. Jets fan. Ron, we just chopping it up, man. What are your thoughts? Start of round 2. We got a lot of fantasy stuff, man. We were negative last night. We were all negative Nancy's on here. Draft sucks for fantasy. But to start here in round 2, we got all these fantasy relevant guys. Ron, how you thinking?
It's not from a landing spot perspective. I wish it was better. But from a draft capital perspective, it's not bad. I will be honest, like, I kind of like got home in a whirlwind, so I don't have every single thing pulled up here.
Okay.
But I was following along on the drive over where we had Patriots go Trevion Henderson.
Yep.
I don't know. Like, he got good again. Like, these guys are getting picked early, so that's cool.
Ron, you sound like I need to get you right next to Scott. This negativity, you and damn Scott. I'm just letting you know he's already been coined as the negative one in the chat. So I'm gonna move you over next to Scott Connor in a minute.
What are we saying about Burden to the Bears? That's a lot. We got Loveland, Burden.
We just
had
It was dominated by Tet versus Dunze. No one really even talked about Luther Burden. We just kind of
had a big argument. We just had a big argument about Odunze. I don't want to sway your opinion, but what are your thoughts, Ron, about that situation in Chicago?
I'll be honest. I had Odunze as people. I mean, people will kill you for this, but I've had Odunze as a sell. I had a video like last week or so in Dynasty where it's just tough. Everyone loves to pattern match to JSN, and it's like it's just so. It's a really dangerous game to just be like, oh well, JSN had Waldron, and then Waldron left, and then JSN is great. Well, I don't know. JSN's rebound was kind of really unlikely, and then he did it, but there was also like some underlying slot usage, and Odunze is just not the same player. And now we're bringing in Burden and Loveland. I don't know. I mean, if you're saying Tet versus Odunze, I'm taking Tet like very easily.
Oh my!
Just as like,
Oh.
I think that he's same caliber as of prospect, and there's a chance that he was actually good in year one, unlike Odunze, who like not so great in year one. You know?
Yeah, just Ray. We gotta start scooping up some of those Bryce Young shares because the way that Ted McMillan's gonna do this year, we should be scooping up those Bryce Young shares.
All I'm trying to do right now is move Scott and Ron together. That's all I want to do right now is get those two next to one another. There's two damn Scott Connors on the screen now. What am I doing? What? Scott, what are your thoughts, man?
All right. Listen, people in the chat were crushing me when I said, debating whether when you said Rome already produced, there were a bunch of people that said, nah, he really didn't. I'd rather have the fresh.
I didn't see a bunch of nothing. I didn't see a bunch of anybody saying that.
I'd rather have Tet, just as strong of a profile, went in the top 10. It's not even a Bears versus Panthers. It's just the situation. And I think if you're playing Dynasty, if you're playing the game theory game, it's Tet easily. But I get it. I get the conviction on Rome, but there's a lot of competition.
Tet, okay, hold on. He didn't really produce. It's Tet easily. Right now, there are Vegas lines out for rookie projections, right? I'm just using some information other than what I can think that they can do. And the highest projected rookie wide receiver on the year is Tet McMillan. I think on PrizePicks, what is it, $7.99 for McMillan? It's like $7.99 for McMillan. It was $7.25 over under for Matthew Golden. In year one, with Keenan Allen, with DJ Moore, a rookie quarterback and an awful situation, Rome had $7.34, but now he barely did anything. Didn't do that much in year one. This expectation level that these rookie receivers come in and need to be Jets. I'm old enough to remember DJ Moore and people being over the moon excited about his rookie year production, but 730 yards now, and that ain't good.
100 target rookie receiver, or like
just not.
Don't know about that.
101 targets, not good enough. Not good enough.
I get it. This is a draft stream, but you know me, Ray. You've known me forever. My brain is I want the upward mobility and upward momentum asset, which is Tet McMillan. I don't care if one has 900 yards this year and the other has 950. Who is more valuable? That's who I'm looking for. Now, you posed it straight up, like there's moves you can make between the two. But if I had to pick the asset, that's how I think of it, as an asset, not a player. So we're thinking a little differently. I don't disagree with you in terms of could the production be very similar, but we're talking assets. That's how I'm looking at it. That's it.
But I don't know, like, so you're that certain that Ted is just like surefire, going to go up in value?
Man,
like,
and this is why I
already
call
concerns
bullshit,
about
Rich.
Ted's compete.
No. Here's what I'll say about Roman.
What if Ted doesn't love football in July? Then what?
Okay, now let's skip on. Cowboys are up. We'll revisit this later, Jay.
Okay, hold on. The last couple of picks, Ron was coming on. The Jets took Mason Taylor, right? That's tight end 3 off the board. He's tight end 3 off the board.
Tight end 3 off the board, but number 1 in yards.
Jerry is hyped.
I like it. I've been a Mason Taylor fan for a long time, Ron. I'm just letting you know, I think he's going to be a damn good tight end. He's going to be a solid tight end for y'all. I think he'll be a nice option for Fields. Who did San Francisco take? I didn't see who San Francisco took.
They took
Alfred
a
Collins.
DT, I'm pretty sure.
Collins.
The Texas.
Out of Texas?
DT.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they lost Kinlaw and Hargrave, so they need an interior defensive line. Made sense. That's why I had Mason Grant. Shout out to Ron, too. Ron, you finished, what, top 10 in the Huddle Report joint?
I did okay. Yeah, top 10-ish.
A little bit, baby. There you go. There you go.
For the love of the game, you know, I submit those, but yeah. Had a couple. I mean, I don't know. It's tough because like even the best ones, like you whiff all over the place. Like I had Shadur to the Steelers, and like now he's gonna go who knows where.
Yeah. Let me ask you: did you put Genty to Miami, or Genty to Jacksonville, or did you have him to Las Vegas?
I had him to the Bears. I had him to the
Okay.
Bears. I think where I kind of covered
Ray?
ground. What do we
Okay,
got
my
to the
Cowboys
Cowboys?
are up. My Cowboys are up.
You're gonna
Ray,
like
this is
that's a great
actually a
pick.
really good pick.
I love it. There we go.
It might be better than
Good
your
pick.
first round.
It might, yeah.
Might be better than
Okay.
your first round pick.
This was not on the bingo card, folks. I thought Ezra Rocky
No.
could have gone as high as 17. Some people had him mock 15. Jay Rich to Atlanta. This is good. I'm happy about this pick. Donovan Ezra-Raku, edge out of Boston College, and my frat brother, man. He's a Q-dog. Jay Rich, talk about Ezra-Raku to Dallas. They
It's
lost
just,
DeMarcus
I think
Lawrence,
they
too,
needed
so
it so badly.
this. Yeah.
Well, they lost Lawrence. They still got to re-sign Micah, which we think they're going to. But I think the biggest thing when you talk about just having both edges fortified now, as bad as that defense was, much
go.
stronger pass rush, that coming back, it's a great pick here. They fortified
pick.
both lines, which they had to do in the draft. So I really like it.
Yeah, it's
think
a
it's a
good
great
pick. They
Great
needed somebody else opposite Micah. Lost Tank Lawrence. They drafted Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan last year. I don't know how that's going to work out, but I like Ezra. I didn't think he'd be here in a second. This is and this is what I said yesterday. I tweeted this out yesterday. I said, man, everybody's getting so excited about this Dallas landing spot for running backs. I don't think they're going to take one for a long time. They've got a lot of other holes, a lot of other positions. So no running back to the Dallas Cowboys. I want to ask y'all a dirty, gross question. All right. They don't touch a running back till day 3. Like, how do you react to the old crusties in Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams, which I'm going to maintain? I'm 10 toes down. I bet you Dallas thinks that with a healthy Dak, Mitch, they're good enough at running back, just like they were last year with damn Rico Dowdle. I don't think they're taking anybody anytime soon.
Yeah, Javonte's fun if he can stay healthy. That's the thing. If he stays healthy, it's pretty easy if you throw him in projections. He's going to be easily a running back 2 in the league. And if that happens, that steam's really not going to happen until August. But in August, he'll get steamed up like all these veteran running backs do who don't end up getting picked off here in, the rookie drafts.
I'm in the middle of a startup right now. In the 14th round, I took Javonte Williams, and I was happy with that pick.
In the 14th, just give me a couple of other running backs that are in that range. I don't even know what running backs. I'm assuming pretty bad in that range. So to get a potential team's RB1 there seems like a good spot. Culture on the clock though too. Culture on the clock.
So we don't have any concerns that Javonte Williams isn't actually good at football though. Like that's not a concern for anyone. I mean,
here's my thing.
That's
Jay.
also reflected in his price, though.
Sure. If I have to give up a 4th, I'm willing to take whatever I can get out of it. That's just, you know what I mean? Like when you give up in dating and you just get married because you're just willing to accept whatever's thrown your way. I get it, but I don't know, man. I don't know. He's not impressive.
JTT,
yeah.
JTT over Mike Green. Interesting.
Mike Green is fallen.
Who's fallen?
Those interviews-
Who's fallen worse? Green, Sanders, or Will Johnson?
Sanders.
All of them. They were all
We'll
projected
see.
top
Yeah.
15 picks. I mean,
Sanders was at one point in his lifetime projected to be like a top 3 pick, though, right?
so was Will Johnson.
He came
Will
into the
Johnson
season
was
as
top
number
5
1.
at one point.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. So he was at one point he could have been the number 1 overall pick. And
Yes.
my dude is.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's going to get drafted, and I'm not at this point. Like I'm not rooting for it, but like the tumble's just going to continue when you look at what's on the who's coming up and what the needs are. Maybe the Rams, maybe they take a shot. I don't know. But like Ray was saying last night, they're a win now team. So you don't really want to stick assets into something.
Rams are up right now.
Yeah, Shane, you'll find out quickly.
Right now.
This is that Falcons pick I think that they had.
Ron Stewart on the stream. Ron Stewart on the stream. Make sure you check out his channel, Ron Stewart on YouTube. Ron, how you feeling about that Tyler Shuck Dynasty? You are Mr. QBs or gold? Where you drafting that Shuck, Ron?
I hate that he's putting me in this spot, but he's like, I don't like it, but he is a mid to early 2nd round rookie pick. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up. I was messing around with like startup ADP the other day over the last 5 years and kind of value gained after one season. And these 2nd round quarterback picks are almost always gold. Even if it's not Jalen Hurts. It can be guys like Daniel Jones jumped up a ton from, I mean, obviously like these days he wouldn't be there, but even like Drew Lock jumped up like 50 spots of ADP from year 2 to year 1 or from year 1 to year 2. I don't know. It's just one of those things where, like, we talked about it. It's like if he just comes in at some point down the stretch, he's going to get an initial bump once he's named the starter.
Yep.
And then if he ends on a high note and he's like maybe in the mix to be the QB1 heading into 2026, like all of a sudden you have a meaningful asset.
Shane, that's what you said, right? Shane, that he's athletic too. He's going to get an opportunity. Scott, I see you ready to chime in. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the cool thing about the second round quarterback is they don't start right away, but they're guaranteed to get an opportunity. And here's the thing. It is on them to drag the team to not pick in the top 3 or top 5 so they can survive another season. If they can do that, and the Saints are picking 8 next year, 10 next year, whatever it is, he gets another year. And that's where the value gain that Ron's talking about comes, is people see him as a starter for one more year. I mean, people were trading first for Davis Mills because he survived the draft. So, like, that's the only way it works. If he sucks, ends on a low note, and there's chatter they're drafting a replacement quarterback, you can't move him between the offseason and the draft, and at that point, you're going to know whether he's worth anything or not. So really what you want to see is he staves off any competition. Drew Lock did it. Will Levis did it. Like, they got that initial year, and then, of course, they flamed out, and they didn't last long-term, but that's what you're hoping with Shock. But there's going to be a window. I agree.
And, you know, part of the reason they can easily gain value, too, is just the expectation levels are different. It's very different for what you expect out of a first-round NFL quarterback as opposed to a second-round quarterback. Like, if a first-round quarterback is decent, you're like, well, that's a failure. If a second-round quarterback is decent, you're like, well, that dude absolutely smashed in comparison to what we expected from him.
So the next couple of picks, we got the Rams, the Cardinals, and then the Raiders are back up. I said earlier, I think Milrose got a little longer of a leash if he falls because he could run around. If Sanders falls past Las Vegas, Jay Rich, listen, man.
We're mid-second now.
We're mid-second round.
We're out of Will Levis land.
I'll say it like this, man, and I've said this from the beginning. Give me Baker over Sanders, but you're hoping Sanders lands in a spot. Scott, you talked about it last night, to elevate the guys, right? Just put him in there and let him throw to the other guys. He's getting to a spot where he needs to go here pretty soon to get that opportunity. At least a longer look, man, because a third-round quarterback, he's in Spencer Rattler land, man. He's in that you'll run for a little bit, but there's nothing tied to you. He's got to go. He's got to go to Las Vegas. I think he's got to go to Vegas to have any sort of like salvageable value. Other than that, it's just a name that he's not going to run around and you're banking on throwing a whole bunch of touchdowns. And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
The spot I wanted was the Rams, basically. Like, if he doesn't go here, for me, he's got to go to a place where you can bank on the offense and the situation at some point being able to anchor him. Because he's not going anywhere to start right away. You know what I mean? But I think if he went to the Rams, you could tell the story. Some of these,
I think the Raiders
spots,
are good too. I think the Raiders, you could do that as well. I think that's a good infrastructure in Las Vegas. Like, people say that's a really good spot for him behind Geno because you're going to sit regardless. I think the Raiders are fine too.
And second-round QBs are rare. It's not a place teams typically take quarterbacks. There's too good of starters on the board.
I get you. Because after the Raiders at 48, the next team that even looks like they might need a quarterback doesn't exist for the rest of the second round. They don't exist. You look at the rest of the second round, there are none, unless you want to say the Panthers. Michael Brockers. Anybody know that college? Quickly, Michael Brockers. What school?
Michael Brockers.
SEC.
Missouri?
Nope.
Maybe.
Alabama.
More South SEC.
Florida?
I'm trying. Florida.
Can you get more South than that?
Aaron Ferguson.
Whoa.
I did say 6 players in the next 10.
Whoa.
Look at that. We got exactly
That's a
6.
huge boost for him.
There you go, Mitch.
Whoa.
Aaron Ferguson. It's a big man right there.
Mm-hmm.
Big boy.
I've been a big y'all. Tight end. This is a great landing spot for the fastest tight end in the class, not named Elijah Arroyo, who we got no numbers from. This is a dude. Mike Renner was talking about him on X a couple of days ago, and I tweeted underneath him. I was like, more Terrence Ferguson love, please. Scott, Shane, Jay Rich. We got to see him in person in Mobile. The dude is put together. He's a big tight end, built very well, looks kind of like a receiver, but he's put. I love this fit in Sean McVay's offense. Top 50 pick. I like this. Scott, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, it adds another player that's intriguing to the group of, I don't know, top 18 picks. Again, like if you're playing in a 1.5 tight end premium, the only reason you draft Terrence Ferguson is you hope other people think he's going to be better than he is. But the bet has such a low probability of being what you want. Sure, he's a great tight end. Cool. He ends up having, I don't know, he's Jake Ferguson. You're drafting him for a window, right? Is that a good comp?
Do you like the landing spot in Los Angeles, man? Do you like
Love
it?
I love it.
I like it because other people like it. There you
Okay.
go. That's
JB,
not negative. That's just how I play.
I was going to ask for Ron, but we don't need two of those in a row. JB, do you like this landing spot for Terrence Ferguson?
I love it. And we could tell Scott that he just won the Powerball, and he would sit here and say, but now I got to pay taxes on it. I got to pay taxes. I just, like, this is fantastic.
Ray,
you not have asked for more.
Let's go.
All right. Arizona's on the clock.
Wow.
There it is, baby. There it
Will
is.
Johnson. Dude, how did they get Walter
right?
Nolan and Will Johnson?
In the draft challenge, do I get this right? Do I get this pick right?
No.
You sadly don't. I had the same pick though.
Damn it. There
His
he goes.
medicals must have been rough, man.
Yeah.
That's the word, right?
Yeah.
That's why he fell.
Bro.
So I have a question for you guys because you're more
Crazy.
especially Ray, you're more plugged in from like the NFL perspective. When we're talking medicals, like, is this like NFL teams are thinking this is a lingering malignant issue, or is it literally like a
It's the
camel?
Sony
like,
Michel knee.
Somebody
Okay.
told me it's degenerative, but the report that I saw was potentially degenerative, but he's okay.
That
I
doesn't
don't know
work.
how that works, man.
But he's okay.
You need a new
he gonna-
transmission,
he's
but you can still ride around on it for a little bit, right? You know?
So they're going to give him some stem cells to eat, and everything's going to be fine, like that type of deal. You're going to go to Germany.
At 47, I'll
and
take the chance, Shane. At 47,
For a few
I'll
years.
take the swing. You know what I'm saying,
I
Ron?
got you.
I'll take the swing here at 47, dude, on Will Johnson.
I would have taken him over Mason Taylor to the Jets. I'll be honest.
Okay. We had what, two tight ends
Raiders
off the
traded
board?
back.
Yeah.
Who?
Raiders were on the clock.
Raiders
Traded
traded
back.
Whoa.
Raiders.
Oh man.
Texans traded up.
Oh, not the Eagles.
Wow. Well, I could say this. I will say I'm showing you who's on the board, right? Who's up? Houston, Cincinnati, Seattle, Denver, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, LAC, Chicago, Carolina, the Raiders back down there. Who else needs a quarterback, man? If I'm the Raiders, if you wanted Sanders, I'll just keep trading back and daring somebody else. Saints got a quarterback. Giants got a quarterback. The only team coming into this draft that is yet to address the position that we wanted to was Cleveland. And they don't pick again until the third round.
Pittsburgh, too. Yeah,
Pittsburgh.
and Pittsburgh, same thing. Third round.
I mean, that's available here in round 2 that can pick. Pittsburgh doesn't have a second round pick. I think now we're all just want to see where he lands, because if you're from fantasy football, it is what? At best, where could you take him right now?
Third round?
Third round?
Beginning of the third, yeah.
Third round?
Okay. I'll take him in the second. I'll take him at 212 because technically that's still the second. Whatever, Jay Rich.
Very
It's
bold
the
of you.
semantics.
Very
it's
bold of
true.
you there.
Bold.
Those are those JB bold predictions we've been waiting for.
I will go as high as 209. Okay. Now I'm cooking. Now
all right. Well, people like to do this, and I think we could have a little fun. So people like this. So we are going to go around the horn. Round the horn. I don't need you inputting anything, JB, in your damn spreadsheet. We know you're updating your tiers. Rookie draft. Let's go. Single quarterback rookie draft. Super flex. Got to make it fun. Super flex. I'm the 101.
No.
I'm the 101. Ashton Genty.
Hunter.
JB, you're up next. I'm going to go clockwise. JB, 102.
Amari and Hampton.
Ron, 103.
Give me Travis Hunter.
Oh,
Shane, 104.
I'm taking Ward and Superflex.
All right, there you go. Cam Ward, 104. Scott, 15.
You let me get Tet McMillan. There we go.
Okay, Tet McMillan, 15. Mitch.
Judkins.
All right, that's 16. Jay Rich, 17.
Henderson.
Hendo. All right, I'm back at 18. Dart. 19, JB. And we'll round it out with Ron at 10. We'll stop there.
With what we know now,
Mm-hmm.
Emeka Egbuka.
Okay. Ron, you got the last one.
I got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, it's kind of probably in
Loveland went for sure, right?
Yeah, I mean Loveland. I mean he's still on the board if you want him, or you can go your QB3. Go Shock.
I think I'll go Colston Loveland. I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
Okay, Loveland. There's 10 right there. Did we leave anybody out? No Matthew Golden. No one even.
No Matthew Golden
Ron,
and
you
no
don't want
Burden.
Golden over Loveland.
Nah.
But
I'm all right.
Hold on. Wait a damn minute.
Nah.
I'm
First
all good.
round,
It's
first
draft
round
big
receiver.
Shane's not taking.
Please.
Shane ain't taking Golden, so he'd fall to me at 112, which I
Shane,
will.
What would you do at 111, Shane?
Jaden Higgins.
Scott. 112.
Interesting. I thought Shane would go Tyler Warren. I'm
Damn,
definitely
is this a
going.
tight end?
Higgins.
If I have to make the pick, getting a first round receiver like Golden at 112 is I'll take the shot. That's good
Yeah.
value.
No, it's good value.
Because you were just giving me shit
Where-
for not taking one.
Where did
So you
Hunter
would've
go?
taken-
Ron, you took Hunter at 1-3, huh?
3.
Yeah.
He likes Hunter over Ted.
We've talked about him. People have heard our draft takes. I don't know if Houston has picked yet. Let me know once the
haven't
pick
seen
is
it
in,
yet.
Jay Rich.
They just
Where
got the
you at with
chimes
Hunter?
going.
Where you at with Hunter in Jacksonville, Ron?
I love it, man. Like, I can't get enough of it. I truly do think that he is, I think that he's an alien. I think that he is generational. I get that the downside is he plays too much defense for what we do in fantasy, but I think he truly is the same wide receiver caliber as Marvin Harrison Jr., as a Malik Neighbors. It's just that like his statistical profile is not going to measure up to that because he played on defense, but in the pros, you don't trade up that amount to not play him at wide receiver. When you look at like wide receiver is a premium position at this point. Like they're getting paid, Jamar Chase for a hot second there was the highest paid non-quarterback. And you're not finding these guys in free agency. If you think you are, you're getting Diami Brown for 15 mil or whatever the Jags did. So like it's a spot where wide receiver now matters a ton. And the amount that they gave up, and now he gets Trevor. I was 102 when he was getting passes from either rookie Shador or like Flacco or Pickett, and now we get Lawrence. Like I get Brian Thomas Jr. is there, but I don't think it's a zero-sum game with him. And I think that, if you were to say probabilities of who's the better receiver over their careers, I think it's a lot closer than some might think after 1 year.
Agreed. There it is. Man, Houston went from what the F are they doing with their offensive line, getting rid of 3-4 offensive linemen to, I believe, through free agency, they picked up somebody. They addressed it in this draft. I mean, I'm just saying they're rebuilding this offensive line for CJ Stroud while providing weapons for CJ Stroud. As down as it was last year, and we have talked about CJ Stroud ad nauseum on this channel and how pathetic he was for us in fantasy. I don't want to rule out a bounce back because they are doing some stuff around CJ Stroud. I've liked the moves that Houston has made. I see you shaking, Ron. Yes, I see Shane kind of nodding. I think that the pendulum may have swung, and I don't know where Stroud is ranked, how people feel about him, but from a football standpoint, I like what Houston is doing to make some moves to keep him upright and get him weapons.
I like buying low on Houston, man. I had Nico Collins as a buy the other day where if you look at like the first round of underdog wide receivers, like he's a tier below like Amon-Ra St. Brown and CeeDee Lamb and Brian Thomas and all these guys in terms of dynasty, but like he's expected to score the same amount of points this year. He's within like a month of age of like Amon-Ra St. Brown and CeeDee Lamb. And like I just think we sort of forget like what the Texans look like when they're really humming. Now I will say the draft broke for them in a tough spot. I think that I really do think in their heart of hearts they would have taken Tyler Booker yesterday if he was there at 25, but they got to a spot where I guess they didn't like Josh Simmons. The medicals there, so like I don't know. I'll be honest, like I don't know who this dude from Minnesota is, but it seems like the reason
He's
that the
good.
Vikings stuck, and he is.
He's good.
Yeah,
I was
he's
gonna
legit.
say, the Vikings, it seemed like the Vikings, 4 picks, like they were the trade back team, but it seemed like they felt after Donovan Jackson or whatever at Ohio State, there was just such a big tier break that they would rather just stick there and pick, which I kind of respect. My brother's a Vikings fan. He was upset about it at the time, but
It's
I
a
don't
good
hate it.
pick. It's a good pick. Jackson can play. Scott, you're on the clock, man. Your squad's on the clock, Scott.
I mean, they have so
Who the
many
heck is this
needs.
guy?
They got
Good
Mike
player.
Green. They got Tate
I take
Ratledge
South
that's
Carolina
there.
defensive player.
Yeah,
And they took
I'll say this: off-ball linebacker. He's probably the most physical. I think Schlesinger is a little better at tackling and side-to-side ability, but you'll probably see clips. And I'm not even watching the screen with him running down Jalen Milroe on the TV. Demetrius Knight is a thumper. He's an older prospect. He's a thumper in the middle of your defense. So I think I've mocked Knight to Cincinnati in round 2 in previous mocks as well. So
shitty pick. Terrible pick.
That's a hell of a
You
name,
know?
though. Hell of a name.
It's a terrible positional value for a team that basically drafted a need too high because they created a need by shitty management.
maybe
That's just my opinion.
I'm just
They
reacting.
created needs by
yeah.
not addressing them, and they reached on this pick. So
Hey, you
We'll
can.
see.
I
Yeah,
can't believe
let him have
Scott
it.
didn't like the pick.
Let him have it, Scott. I did that to Dallas. Let him
no,
have
they
it.
an off-ball linebacker in the second round. It again, it's not a good value pick, positional value pick. If he's a good player, that's different. It's the same argument as drafting like a running back in the first. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's just
Who would you have liked? Mike Green? Well, the thing is, I don't know. I have never interviewed Mike Green, so like I don't know if he's a good dude or what's going on off the
I
field.
think-
So
But most Bengals fans wanted Tate Ratledge. They have no guards. And Burrow has said for years he hates up the middle pressure. They have no guards. Did not assign a guard in free agency other than, a guy off on a minimum contract. Like that's what I think was their biggest need coming into the draft was interior offensive line. So just not a great
who would you
positional
like
value.
at
We'll see what they
17?
do though.
I don't want to hijack things. I'm just curious.
Yeah. Who would you have liked?
I mean, there's so many edge rushers in the first round.
Ray
I mean, they
Zabel
took
went
one.
right after them. If you wanted interior,
Yeah,
Shamar
I
Stewart.
just think the positional value, it wasn't a great pick. But what do I? I'm just a fan. You know what I mean? I'm not looking at it through the same lens they probably are. So
you're unhappy with their draft so far, Scott? Is that the vibe I'm getting?
I mean, could they have traded back and done the same deal the Texans just did? They need other picks too. They only have 6 picks with a lot more needs than 6 picks is going to address. So,
I mean, Ray sound like he's a decent player. At least the player himself, it's a good pick.
Listen, I'm getting killed in the chat for being negative. Only 43% of second round picks get second contracts with the team that drafted them. So not every pick is a good pick. And this is not a good positional value pick to take an off-ball linebacker in the second round. It's just not.
But 40% of them are good picks.
They're 43%.
No, sorry. See, I would cut it down a little bit lower.
Yeah. But
Mitch
you
and
have to.
Shane, you guys are glass 43% full. That took me a minute to think about. I was like, there it is. Yeah.
We're at least 57%.
Okay.
But Scott, from a pragmatic perspective, right? If you can't trade out, just assume they can't because I don't know, whatever. They don't want to play for a long distance. They don't want to call out a state. I don't know, whatever the reason is. The Bengals just couldn't make a deal. They're just going to go for a need, right? You have to draft someone if you can't deal out.
They also have a linebacker that they are paying way too much money that wanted traded. They haven't traded him. He's sitting there.
We got to trade.
End up getting cut. What do we got?
We got to trade. The Broncos are on
There's
the
going to be
clock.
more negativity if we're talking
Broncos.
Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Scott, you got to embrace your role, right? The sooner you embrace the dark side, you got.
You're a heel.
You'll be
Panthers
better
came up
off,
here.
man.
Panthers
It's
came
You're
up.
the
Panthers.
bad guy.
Oh, what time is it? The Broncos are on the clock. Who have they drafted
No,
so far?
Panthers moved up.
Oh, the Panthers. Oh, Panthers moved
Oh,
up.
wow.
Panthers moved up.
To the Seahawks spot?
Dude, Brandon's about to get booted. He's feeding me bad info from behind the scenes, man. He's feeding
Is
me bad
this
info.
Jalen Knoll for J Rich
Please.
over there?
Please be.
For what,
Carolina,
Seattle?
they already went receiver. If Carolina,
They could use another one.
wait,
They could.
who's
They
picking
could
right
use a
now?
better one.
Carolina is on the clock.
Okay, no, it's not Jalen Noel. No, Mike Green, a player that had been mocked to Carolina sometimes as high as 8. They need an edge rusher. They haven't addressed it. Carolina literally might walk out of here with 2 players that were mocked at 8 at multiple times during this process. Ted McMillan and Mike Green. That'd be crazy. Take the swing.
I think the Seahawks are picking right now, guys.
Yeah, the
Dude,
Seahawks
what
are
the-
picking.
Did we skip
I
the
don't
The
know
Seahawks
what
are
John's
up,
talking about. It's the
and
Seahawks.
the Broncos have traded up to 51. So I don't know where you're getting the
Oh,
information
wow.
that the Panthers did anything. The Broncos
While
have
the
traded up to
Seahawks
51.
are on the clock?
No, the Broncos had 51.
I'm so confused.
They have
right now.
52.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. The Panthers traded up to 51. You're
Good
right.
Lord.
Who's on first?
What is going on?
Well, are we following the chat
Okay,
or are we following
Elijah
the team?
Arroyo at 50
Dude,
to
let me
Seattle.
wait for the pick.
Thank you, Jay.
Like
Thank you.
you're
Thank
arguing
you,
over
Elijah.
who is what where. It is Elijah Arroyo,
Pulling out
tight
for
end to
Noah
Miami
Fant,
at
man.
number 50.
Ray,
Can you
to the
how-
Seattle
stop with your
how are you
Canadian
so far
internet
behind?
picking the picks? I want to hear it. Elijah Arroyo.
Love it. Love it.
Dude. 7,700. What is it? 7,700 people watching us right now. Shout out, man. We got Shane, Scott, Mitch, JB, Ron Stewart, Jay Rich in the building, and a tight end
They showing that stick and nod from the Senior Bowl. That sent us
I
crazy.
kid y'all
in
not.
day one.
I'm not juicing this at all. Watching him in Mobile, it was no doubt who like the best pass catcher on the field was. He's huge. He's fast. I like that AJ Barner too, man. Get that AJ Barner off of waivers, but goodbye AJ Barner. And at some point, I'm not even gonna ask Scott or Ron their opinions. I don't care what they even think about tight ends, but JB and Shane and Mitch and Jay Rich, at some point, Arroyo is going to be a good tight end. This is a good player, no matter how many 40% of them are going to suck at some point. This is a good player. I like the risk that Seattle is taking here because every player is a risk. I like Arroyo. Mitch, can you provide some rational stuff in here with this Arroyo pick?
I really like it that all the tight ends selected so far. Like, I'm a big fan of Mason Taylor. I think Terrence Ferguson with the Rams wanted Brock Bowers last year. They have wanted a tight end there for the last few years. Tyler Higbee, when he got injured, ruined that. So I love the Ferguson pick and Elijah Arroyo. I said kind of a month ago, kind of joking around, but I'm pretty serious about it. I think there's a high likelihood that we see the tight end one in fantasy as far as rookies go in the second round on more so than the first round. I just think these guys are extremely good in good spots.
It's a take, Mitch. That's a take. Carolina's on the clock. Let's see what they do.
Mitch, Arroyo,
Mitch Gordon.
Taylor, Ferguson.
Good pick.
Ferguson first.
No, that's incorrect, Mitch. But I mean, you were close. You were close, but you're incorrect.
Well,
What was the
wait, no.
What was
What
the
was the
question?
question? Hold on.
Ferguson, Taylor, Arroyo.
Ferguson.
Rank them for dynasty purposes.
Oh, Ferguson, Taylor, then Arroyo.
Again, wrong, but close. Arroyo,
I'm not buying into Sam
Taylor,
Darnold offenses, man. It's not
Ferguson.
going to happen.
Would you go with Shane?
I want Arroyo, who I can't pronounce correctly, but I will someday.
You switching it now?
Taylor Ferguson.
Okay.
Hold on.
Ferguson.
You're forgetting one thing real quick. Stafford is the kingmaker. He makes great wide receivers, extremely good Hall of Fame wide receivers. He's going to do the same thing with this tight end.
Can I just ask, though? Can I just ask, how many times
course
has
you
he
can.
produced an elite 2 wide receivers and a third tight end in that mix? Just curious. I'm going to go chat GPT.
I'd have to go back to the Brandon Pettigrew days, to be honest.
I don't know that. I don't know.
Shane,
Brandon Pettigrew.
It was the Tyler Higbee 1 month run in 2022. That's what it was.
Right. And we latched onto that. Like absolutely latched onto that. We forget all the other tight ends that we thought were going to just smash there that didn't for whatever reason. And I'm just saying
You're going to make me look stuff up.
I am because
Don't make him look so.
All right. Can we get here we go. Here's the This is negativity from afar. It's old Josh McAtee. He'll be on tomorrow.
He's not
Josh
wrong.
Arroyo will hit in year 4. Can't wait. Look at Scott. Look, Scott ain't smiled all stream, but another negative comment gets him grinning ear to ear. Isn't that something, man? Isn't that something?
I mean, listen, when I heard the Stafford will make the tight ends, I mean, is Stafford going to make Terrence Ferguson in the 1 year he plays with them? I mean, I don't know.
Oladejo, Femi Oladejo goes to Tennessee. Edge rusher out of UCLA. So Femi, what's interesting, let me just say this quickly. Ron, can we talk about an old crusty veteran real quick?
Of
A
course.
lot of mocks that I did and a lot of mocks that I saw, Tennessee, they took Luther Burden at the top of the second, right? We just saw the Titans trade back. They could have had Luther Burden, could have had whomever. Back. I don't know if they added any other receiver in free agency. I can't remember. I know they lost the touchdown maker Akine. What's this say about Calvin Ridley in Tennessee with Cam Ward right now? Because we're about to be outside that threshold. We're about to be outside of that range where you want those receivers to go. And I don't know outside of Ridley who else they have there right now.
Well, if you want to get real crusty, they got Tyler Lockett, who they just signed. I thought that's who you were going to bring up. Or maybe this is even a ringing endorsement of kind of Tyler Lockett, as crazy as that might sound.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you know, I like, not to keep plugging this buy and sell video. I was talking about Calvin Ridley as somebody that when you plug in projections for this year, like, he looks much better than where you can acquire him in Dynasty. I think he was going for, you know, pre-draft, like a early third rookie pick, like late second, maybe. But like, I'm not even the craziest Calvin Ridley guy, but like last year he was pretty decent. When you look at like unrealized air yards, like he got let down by quarterback play. I think it was like his best. I think it was his second best yards per out run season in his entire career. Of course, he had the one in his second season where he was a monster, but outside of that, it was kind of a bounce back year for him, just in a bad offense. And then I looked, Tyler Lockett had 1.1 yards per out run last year. Man, I don't know. I don't know if he's got the juice, fellas. Titans might think so. You know, I was ready to gas him up, but I don't know, man.
Ron, you and I are in lockstep. You talked about Nico Collins earlier at his price being somebody you're looking to acquire. Same thing with Calvin Ridley. We also recently talked about both. So it's good to have you on board here tonight. I needed somebody in my corner. You know,
we got a super chat for Scott. Big Diaz energy. Y'all have gone too far messing with my boy Scott. He sent you $2. He threw you $2 since everybody's beating up on O'Connor, but we're not. I mean, I get it, man. The reality is tight end position is tough, right? I get it. The tight end position is tough. It's a very difficult transition to the next level. And he's going to be behind Noah Fant. Noah Fant is the starter. A.J. Barner's been there, so there's going to be Elijah Arroyo's not going to step into Seattle and be like, I'm the tight end one. It's not going to happen. But I just think that in today's NFL, it's all about creating space. It's about fitting offenses. It's going to be interesting to see what he looks like inside of that offense alongside Noah Fant. And maybe he's one of those guys where at the end of the 2025 season, you're like, man, that Arroyo's a sneaky buy. Like, I want to get him for next season. I want to get him for 2026. I like the capital. I'll say that. I like the capital. And these second-round tight ends, I like the spots, and I like the capital for all of them. Taylor, Arroyo, and Ferguson. My expectations for this year, Scott, being all fair to you, Hunter Henry outproduces all of them, right? Hunter Henry probably outproduces all of them, but I still have those guys on my watch list radar for end of the season pick. I think rookie tight ends are easy to get. Trey McBride was this. After his rookie year, Trey McBride was very obtainable. You could go if you had the conviction to say it's a second-round tight end. Probably going to get some opportunity. I'm just going to get him now before the offseason. You could have had all the Trey McBride you wanted, legitimately. So I'll be watching his Trinity, see his usage, but not expecting a lot from second-round tight ends in year one. I still think the betting money on the ones who finish higher. I love your take, Mitch, but I would still prioritize probably Loveland, Warren. And for me, I was not scared about Warren yesterday. He's my tight end one still in the class. I'm not scared about it. I mean, a little bit, but Loveland ain't great either right now.
Here's some positivity from me, right? That the tight ends got drafted with the capital, and all three of them have a story you can tell. I mean, that is what's going to drive a lot of the action that you want in your dynasty leagues. So if you have these picks, like you're feeling better, I'm not sitting here saying I'd probably use the picks that others may use on the tight ends, but it does drive some demand, right? It drives some action. If you have those picks, you have a better shot of doing something with them because of the capital we've seen, not just the running backs, but the tight ends and, a receiver that we've seen. It's been a good night thus far if you're looking for some more action in your leagues with those picks. So I'll say that is a positive.
And also when discussing these types of tight ends, it's in the context of a pretty heavy tight end premium. We're not talking about no tight end premium, 0.25,
yes.
0.5, because not to take a turn towards Scott Town over there, but I align with his thoughts there. If we're not talking about start 2 plus a small premium in scoring or a full point tight end premium, there's really no interest in these guys at the spots that you might have to take them because people are probably going to like the draft capital plus landing spot combination a little bit more than I would be willing to take them.
Okay.
He was supposed to go higher than that for a while, right? And then he got hurt this year.
Yeah, injury. Yeah, injury stuff. Jay Rich loves those Notre Dame DBs. Talk about him, Jay Rich. Ben Morrison.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a first-round guy early in the process, and then the medicals came out on him, and he's fallen down the board. But good pick by Tampa Bay.
Well, we talked about how they could take a DB in the first round, right? They went to go with Ibuka, and they still got a pretty talented one here at pick 53. Like, I didn't think he would necessarily fall this far, but it's a good pick for them.
Yeah, I agree.
Does Green Bay do the same thing? Because they need a DB as well. They got Golden in the first, and we come back with a DB here in the second.
So Green Bay, LAC. The Chargers in round 1, they went Hampton. Green Bay went Matthew Golden. So those are two teams that prioritized offense in round 1. They're coming up here in round 2. And I think Chicago, the Raiders should be coming up shortly as well. Y'all, Milroe still not off the board. Shador still not off the board. Just gut feel right now, any fantasy interest at all with those guys?
Jalen Milroe, as long as he gets drafted, I'm going to have him on my dynasty rosters because the second he gets a start, even if I can't move him, he's probably more playable than the bottom 10 of the quarterbacks that are starting that week in the NFL. So if he ends up dropping to the 3rd or 4th round and that's what I get to use on him in mock drafts, that's fine because you end up having to pay more than that for the backup quarterback who's going to start week 12 to week 15 because your two quarterbacks just got injured. So I'm with Milroe. That's great. Sanders, if he goes in the 3rd or 4th round, I won't have him on any rosters because he is Hendon Hooker at that point.
Y'all see this? Check this out real quick, man. Did y'all? I'm on OX, and Carlos Lopez, who does stuff with Sleeper, man. We got to meet Carlos in Mobile. He said Patriots running back Travion Henderson says he only had a Zoom meeting with Arby's coach Tony Dews during the pre-draft cycle. Henderson says he has not spoken to anyone else on staff. He was surprised when New England selected him. Interesting how that works, right? Oh, they only draft visits and this and that, and then the team is like, we're taking this kid, right? That's the chaos that happens in the draft when the draft happens. That I didn't know Henderson would be here. Guys that are off my board are there. We're going to take him. Just an interesting nugget right here about Travion.
Right. Sometimes you don't want to tip your hand, so why would you have someone come in for a visit that you know you like? Sometimes you have someone come in for a visit that you're not sure how you feel about them, to confirm how you feel about them. Like, oh no, we really don't like that guy. And I know we do get all excited. We do get all excited about, where people visit.
Will Johnson and Marv, there'll be iron sharpens iron in practice. There goes Ron Stewart. Ron, there's your boy right there.
Mason
There's
Taylor.
Mason Taylor.
Man.
Mason Taylor.
Yeah, I'm stoked about it.
I'll just say this, Ron. I'll let you. He was very good in Mobile. He's been very good throughout his career, and just having a chance to talk to him down there and talk to his pops, like he's gonna be a Jet through and through. Like this would be a good player for y'all. You'll look up 4 years from now and be like, man, that was such a good pick. Anthony Belton. Belton out of North Carolina State. O-tackle, big dude, goes to Green Bay. Go ahead, Ron.
I'm just saying, I'll take it. It's just the only thing that I'm upset about is this is a really deep tight end class, where like Fannon's still on the board. Like I don't know, I'm still holding out a candle for Oronde Gadsden.
Okay.
Which you can take on like day 3.
Yeah.
And I would have loved, Jalen Noel, or if you like. Obviously, I don't have the X-rays on Will Johnson, and I've never been in the room with Mike Green. I will say too, Ray, like you were at the Senior Bowl. This isn't a fantasy question, but I'm curious. The reports were that Mike Green was mauling dudes. Like, did you watch any of the one-on-ones or on that?
Yeah,
side
we
of
got
the
to
field?
interview him too. We got to interview him.
Oh, wow.
Very well put together. He's a big dude. I mean, he won. His wins were super impressive, but he also got blocked too. I mean, Gray Zabel hung him up a couple of times. Connerly, I know the play that everybody shows. He just bulls over Connerly. He also got as well, but
Connerly got some W's.
Yeah, it wasn't just Mike Green dominating everybody every rep, Scott. He's good though. He was good. There was no doubt about it. He was good out there though.
This is in the weeds, but are those drills like as bad? Like, because I feel like you've talked about like the corner receiver ones where like the receivers can run 7 different little like they're not real routes. Like, are those reps meaningful?
Scott, I'll let you answer this. What is your big takeaway from the practice? What are the things you notice when you see it live and in person? It's the first thing I told you to pay attention to when you go there, and it's very obvious.
I mean, a couple things that stood out was, first of all, like you definitely can see the difference between, the players that you go out there and you see every receiver just take a couple reps, and there's usually one or two where you're like, their feet just move different.
Mm-hmm.
They look different than everybody else. Even with the running backs, they're going through the running back drills, and you're like, dude, that guy's real quick. And then those other guys just look a step slower.
Mitch, you see that?
Oh, wow. Is this in the threshold? What's the threshold again?
Scott, does he make it? Trey Harris.
Technically.
Trey
Harris.
Mike Williams right now.
That's fun.
This is
what do I always say,
I
right?
like that a lot.
The next
You
3
got to tell
picks.
yourself the story. You can tell yourself the story, right? Like the data's the data, but you can tell yourself the story. I mean, I know JB loves this pick.
Yeah, this is John's guy, man.
Trey Harris or Luther Burden? Who do you prefer?
Trey Harris.
If you're going off your priors, everybody's going to say Luther Burden. But there you go, Shane.
Trey
John,
Harris.
Luther Burden or Trey Harris? With what you know right now.
Straight up Trey Harris.
Is elite.
I think Burden for me. I get it though.
I'm gonna say
the Bears spot sucks, man.
Yeah, I mean, like Burden
I'm gonna
might
say
be fine.
Trey Harris,
I just don't
man.
see the targets. I don't see the targets for Burden. Like Trey Harris, I see the targets. I see the path to targets there.
Listen, this was a player who did something very well in college. Jay Rich, what was that? Get down the field, right? He does not have a diverse route tree. He could do a couple of things, and he does them very well. I'm not speaking hyperbole here. He was on track to set the SEC receiving record this season that Devontae Smith obliterated. He was on track. He and Jackson Dart. This is a team that does not have a downfield vertical threat, and the one that they did deploy last year was actually pretty good for his standards. For what Quentin Johnston showed is a rookie. Like he played a lot better in year 2, but not good enough. Trey Harris should come in as Jim Harbaugh's second wide. The last time he took a wide receiver in round 2, it worked out. Jim Harbaugh did not select Quentin Johnston. He goes out and picks Trey Harris here, middle of the second round. Scott, I know you talk about like top 50, top 60 capital. This is one story I can't tell myself. And again, just like I preached last night, I know it seemed a little like it seemed scary last night that we didn't have a lot of fantasy guys, but wait until Friday night. Like those 12 picks plus JB, Shane, Scott, Mitch, Ron, I'm feeling good about my rookie picks right now. Trey Harris and LAC is a dope spot. I like it. I like it a lot.
How could you not like it? Like you wanted it a spot. You wanted a spot where you could see a path to targets, right? Now, obviously, we wanted him to go 49 or 50. We didn't want him to go this late. But to Scott's point, you could still tell yourself a story. It's close enough that I can go, my dude's got mid-second round draft capital. I love
and
it.
He's playing with a top-tier quarterback.
Come on.
He's playing with a very good quarterback.
Shane, the chat said this. Offense. Trey Harris or Matthew Golden?
Trey Harris. No. Look, you got to go Matthew Golden because he was drafted in the first, right? You
Has
just
to
have
be.
to. You have to.
I
You
saw
have
it in the
to.
chat.
You don't have to.
I know.
You don't have
do
to.
I don't think
You
have
could
to.
say someone
You
else
have
will
to.
end up taking
No, I
Matthew
think you
Golden
have to,
before
man.
I will, and
You-
I'll
you
take Trey
have to.
Harris then.
What you should do, what you should do is go, you want Matthew Golden? Sure, trade up here. You know what I mean?
See?
You come
There you
get
go.
him. I'll take a first in 2027 or 2026 because you won't give me 2027 because everybody's getting Jeremiah Smith. But you come up, you get Matthew Golden.
JB, man, our analytics guy, man, he does analytics stuff at DD. He's one of our community members, one of our creators said 55 is right at the cutoff line. That's what he said. He said 55 is right at the line. He said he'll allow it.
So I said no hedging. I'll make some takes tonight. Give me Trey Harris straight up over Matthew Golden.
Wow.
Okay.
And that's where I am. I like Trey Harris a lot pre-draft. He gets the second round draft capital. He gets a premier landing spot tied to a fantastic quarterback. You know, look at all the numbers whenever last year, especially going against man, his yards per route run, you know, the college dominator, all the good stuff that you're looking for from an analytics perspective. Sign me up.
Yeah, look, I went on a podcast. I keep saying this story, but right, I told John because he's got all the analytical data. I said, John, I really like Trey Harris, but tell me why, basically. And he just sent me like a Bible.
I sent you a
of
freaking novel.
Stats, right. It's just pages of it.
Can I say this too? And I was guilty of it last year. I thought that the Chargers offense was going to be slow, no passing volume whatsoever. It's just not going to be fruitful at all. And despite the shaky season, Herbert was still 13th in pass attempts in the league. And that's with a new offensive coordinator in Greg Roman. That's with a rookie wide receiver. As good as he was, he's still a rookie, man. Like, as good as Ladd was, there's room for him to – there are things that he had to figure out on the fly. This offense should ascend and be better. And you've got a strong rushing attack now to help take pressure off of Herbert. And you know what Hampton and Najee will do? Open up some of that play action game as well. And now, off of the play action, Jay Rich, I can hit Ladd McConkey over the middle of the field or short. And you know what? I've got one-on-one coverage over the top with Quentin Johnson still there. He's going to play that opposite flanker. I've got Quentin Johnston and Trey Harris screaming down the field. Like, this is very good. And I'm curious to see if they address tight end a little bit later, but I'll allow it too. If you really, I think we're being a little too negative on Golden's landing spot because of some bias, but Trey Harris here is a great pick. Bears are on the clock, man. Let's see if they go RB. Let's see what they go. Jay
Seth
Rich
Rollins is trolling
Seth Rollins?
Green Bay right now.
Oh yeah.
That's
He's
Seth
trolling
freaking
Green Bay right now.
Rollins?
Yeah.
Let's go. Shane, burn it down. Burn it down, Shane. Burn it down.
Is Braun there with him? Is Braun there with him? How about the man? Is she there?
Dude, Braun Breaker ran a 4.4 at his pro day, had like a 35-inch vert. I mean, he would have been RB5 in the class had Braun Breaker been in the class, man.
My dude's got one good wrestling move, the spear, and it is elite. He
It is an elite. That's all he does.
And he is elite at it. Whew.
That one on Carlito is maybe the best ever.
Oh, the one where he's running down, he does a missile.
He
He like does like
flying.
a flip.
Yes.
The one against OTC the other night wasn't bad. But yeah, for him,
I got to
that's just
tell my
run of the
kids
mill.
that Seth freaking Rollins is on TV. Hold on.
The most iconic one is what, Edge off the ladder with Hardy.
The
Yeah,
Hardys,
That's
yeah.
that's like the biggest spear.
Look,
Yeah. No.
And my
after watching
resolution-
WWE.
say it.
Who?
Yeah, get out of here. Get out the stream now. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who they drafted. They're doing
That is
offensive
not
linemen.
Caleb Johnson. That's all I know.
You know, people keep saying in the chat, Caleb Johnson time. Anyone else getting a little concerned about Caleb Johnson? Because
Jordan Reed had him in round 3 to the Commanders, and I was still fine.
Did he?
Jordan Reed had
Okay.
him in round 3, so I think it's probably where he should be, right?
We got
How's
a
your
fun
pillow?
fact. Fun fact on the draft to maybe support Tyler Shuck. We got a college combo here. Tyler Shuck played with Jawan Johnson in college
Saw that.
back
At
in
Oregon, right?
2019.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Yeah, because he was Herbert's
That'd be
backup.
awesome.
Juwan
Yeah,
Johnson
that's what
in
I was
his
gonna say.
seventh
He was
year will
Herbert's
get his
backup.
college quarterback, Tyler Shuck, finally.
Tyler Shuck has played with everyone that's in the NFL for the last 40 years. That's how long he's been in college, dude. He is very, very old.
Tyler
Wow.
Shuck's older than me. Not
He's older than everyone in this room.
Old here, but
No, I don't think this is worry about Caleb Johnson, Shane.
Okay.
His frequent spots, I think in whose mock that just came out, the 7-rounder, I think he was at the top of the 3rd round. San Francisco at like 75. Yeah, that like right before the draft. I think the 3rd round is, but look, he gets a good spot. There's still a bunch of good running backs and a lot of teams that still need it. Like, we're not done yet with the relevancy for those rookie draft picks, for those people who play in fantasy football and team building. Like, if you're a fan of some of these teams, how could you not be excited about what Arizona did? Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. I mean, wow. Like, just 2 potential blue chip players. Carolina did a good, like, this is fun. And in Chicago, Ozzie Trapillo, big offensive tackle out of Boston College. What are they doing? Protecting their investment, Caleb Williams. They signed multiple. They got Drew Dahlman, the center from Atlanta. They bring in Jonah Jackson. You draft Ozzie Trapillo. You get you a tight end in Colston Loveland. You draft Luther Burden. They are doing everything possible to make sure Caleb Williams can succeed. Everything. I want to talk about quarterback risers after this. After this Lions pick, I want to talk about some veteran quarterback risers for fantasy after the Lions make their pick. All right. So they're going through that. Everybody was kind of listening to that. I'm going to chat. Trey Harris is all over Dart's tape. Trey Harris all day. Higgins or Trey Harris, y'all? Higgins or Harris?
Trey Harris.
I think I'm Higgins.
Higgins.
I'm with Ron.
Close. It's
Higgins.
close.
Scott?
Higgins.
That one's
Higgins.
much closer, I would say. I'd have to think about it.
So who took Trey? Just me and Jay Rich?
Seems like it.
Okay, that's all right.
Oh, Josh. Oh, here goes Josh. That yards per route run scam with Trey Harris. The yards per route run scam. What does Harris do for Ladd's value? Nothing. Makes it better. Opens it up for Ladd. Does nothing. I'm good with Ladd. Good with
Ray,
Ladd.
you sure? You said Josh may be on day 3 stream, right?
Yeah, Josh going to be.
Are you sure you could have Josh and I on the same stream at the same time?
Listen, I'll get as long as Cody Smith doesn't join. I can't have the three of y'all together. Not too much damn negativity from me.
Let me give out a Trey Harris stat here.
Give it to us, Ron.
These are 2nd-round wide receivers since 2017 with a career yards per out run of over 3. You have Trey Harris, Dwayne Eskridge, Anthony Miller, T.
God.
Higgins, LaVisca Chenault. Those are the 4 plus Trey Harris.
T. Higgins, Ron.
Yeah,
T-
let me
Higgins.
find the best one.
Yeah, Trey
It's
Harris,
the
T.
other
Higgins.
3,
That's what
forget
that
about them.
says.
T. Higgins, baby.
Yeah, you said
So
T.
when Trey Harris hits, that's like a 40% hit rate, right? That's not too bad.
What a
Just
good.
to-
Yeah, it's more like 25%, but
All right, y'all. This
you
is it.
squint.
This is it.
Yeah.
Las Vegas is up.
Oh,
This
Tate
is it.
Ratledge is a good pick.
Tate Ratledge is a
Great
great
pick for the Lions.
Great pick.
I don't even
That's
know-
a great pick.
Guard out of Georgia, I think, is fine process at this point.
That's a great pick.
Like,
a great
I've
pick.
never seen the guy or heard of him.
Great
Him
pick.
right next to Sewell. That's going to be crazy.
First team All SEC back-to-back years. Yeah, that sounds.
Probably a good pick.
Oh man. What do we got? They're talking
Come on,
about
give me
Shock.
quarterback.
Higgins. Chicago needed O-line. Trey all day. Is Harris a first-round pick in rookie drafts? Ron Chapman wants to know. Is he a first-round pick?
No,
Probably not.
Maybe
early 2.
if there's no tight end premium, I could see him sneaking up into that 112, 201 area. But I mean, that's just right on the fringe.
Is this spicy?
yeah.
Trade me on 102. Is that too spicy?
Never.
I think we're going to
far
see
I
it.
think it's spicy enough. It's not too spicy though.
That's too spicy, man. That's getting too cute. That's just being
JB,
like,
you're
I want to
living
show
on
off.
that fence.
I just
But
want attention.
we have
Not too spicy.
we've talked
No.
about such a flat tier there. Between what 102 and
this is the
107,
tier break.
108?
Genty, Hendo, tier break.
Look, man, that just feels like to me, like, sure, you might be committed, but I want to see someone take a lie detector and see if they truly believe that, or if they're just trying to engagement farm. Are you just trying to engagement farm during this stream, John? Is that what you're doing?
Wait, me? I thought you were going to say J Rich. What did I do?
Oh, did J Rich say he's taking Hendo over him? Oh, because he's a Pat.
Over
That's
who?
why. He's
Over
a
who?
Homer. Over Hampton.
Yeah, I would.
I
100%.
took Hampton in our little mock.
This guy's yapping forever.
Dude, early happy Mother's Day. Get out of here, man. Make the pick.
Yeah, shit.
What are we talking about, man?
Going.
Come on, man. Come on, JB. What are we doing? 8,600 in the building, man. 8,600 in the building.
Pandering.
Go.
58th pick.
Wow. Go. Let's go.
Wow, it's
Such
scary.
good
season for
landing
these
spot.
quarterbacks.
Per Daniel Jeremiah,
not
they got
scary,
themselves
Ron.
a stud in Vegas.
It's not scary, Ron. It's
I think it's scary season.
for Shedeur,
We're starting to look Malik
is-
Willis, Matt Corral.
for
We're starting to get
Shedeur,
into this area.
It is truly, you're banking on him. You hope he gets into a situation and can play and be a good quarterback. But for fantasy, like, I'm just,
Yeah.
it's the story and the narrative is over, right? Like it is for fantasy football. Maybe he gets a shot and can get in there and become Russell Wilson, right? The 3rd round pick who gets the opportunity and lasts and turns into a Hall of Fame player. Maybe. But for what we chase and what the majority of this screen does, you can't recommend him. You can't recommend him inside of he's where you would take Spencer Rattler years before. He's one of those dart throw hopium guys. You hope he lands in a spot, and when he starts, you're trying to flip him or you're praying that that's it. Milroe's the only one that feels like they've got some salvageable true value left because he can run. Run.
Well, I think the issue is we were just talking about, and I'm not like saying we got to panic on rookie picks right now, but it does suck that like in terms of like the top 15 or so rookie picks, we were banking on like two other quarterbacks there, and they're now, kind of into the shadow realm. Like I think at least Shedeur is. I think Milroe, even still like 20, like even if Milroe goes like 3rd round, I think like 203, 204 is still pretty rich. Like that's still pretty tough. Like you don't, like that's Malik Willis. That's there's no guarantee that he ever does anything really.
Well, CJ said, Ray, what happened to QB1? I mean, this is what you do pre-draft. They're pre-draft grades, right? And my pre-draft analysis was he was that quarterback. You wait to the draft. Once the capital hits, he's not there anymore. We've been talking about it. I'm the first one out front to say you can't touch him. Like right now, how the draft is played out, you cannot. Sure, if Pittsburgh takes him at the top of the 3rd or Cleveland takes him at the top of the 3rd, you know what that is? That's you making a decent sandwich out of shit. Like it's like that's the best possible thing at this point. At least he'll get a chance to play, and then from there we'll see what happens. But this is what Scott. You talk about Matt Waldman all the time, and he does his pre-draft process and he puts his grades out, and they're all over the place. But you're grading on what you see. Once the NFL tells you, Jay Rich, you'd be a fool not to adjust. I don't give a damn what I felt about Tyler Shuck. I promise you this. If my fantasy team were on the line, I would take him before Sanders. Like I would. And I don't think he's that good, but he's probably going to play before Shedeur based on the capital. And that has nothing to do with my pre-draft ranking of Tyler Shuck. I'm playing a proxy of a game. NFL said he ain't QB 1, 2, 3, or 4. Move on, right? You move on. And at least you've got the opportunity to do it. At least you didn't do your rookie drafts prior to the NFL draft. You got the opportunity to pivot because you don't take them now. How simple is that? You've got the option. You just don't have to click his name on Sleeper, and you don't have to press draft. Move on. I can't make a case for him right now, boys. I cannot. We'll see where he lands, but even then, I can't see anywhere higher than round 3. That's just me.
I'm seeing some comments in there talking about Sanders, like, and the family drama, people not wanting to deal with it. I think it's a talent thing at this point. If it was just the family thing, I could see him dropping a little bit in the first. But I think this is the NFL telling us from a talent perspective, they don't think he's a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Shane, let's be honest too. Ray can speak to this. The dynamics on a team, the stuff that surrounds a quarterback is different than drama with other positions. You know what I mean? Like
I want to stop
here. What do you think to that?
I listened to Shady McCoy and talk about this yesterday. They said they were like, there's no drama. Like there's no distraction. Like it's either you get in the NFL locker room and you're good and you can play, or you can't and everyone knows it. But he said this narrative for people he said he said distractions was Michael Sam, because we had never had an openly gay player in the NFL. So you don't know how people are going to feel. But he said, as far as skill, he said, man, you could tell half the time that if these rookies can play the moment they get out there. There's no drama around them. You're either going to be the starter and you're good, or you're the backup and you're not. But as far as drama, I can't tell you about the front office drama and what CEOs or the team president or their GM might think about Dion. But as far as him coming in and being a distraction, every player was like, no. Like that just doesn't, that's not how it works in the locker room.
Your Ravens are up, Ray. It's a big pick.
It's not my y'all are wild.
Wait till they take Jalen Noel.
It's
wait.
not my. They need a receiver.
No.
And I already saw the pick because someone texted me it, so I'll just leave that there for you guys.
There's no way.
I already saw the pick.
Is it Mike Green?
Don't say it, Scott.
It's got to be Mike Green, because if they texted you,
Green.
it's got to be the damn Bengals passed on Mike Green, and then the Ravens. And if the Ravens get Mike Green right here,
yep.
Wow.
Scott Tiven picks. Thanks, Scott.
Man, Mike Green for Baltimore. They got Malachi Starks in round 1. How you feeling about that Burrow? Burrow better get some protection.
They're the team in the. This is why it hurts, because I am a Bengals fan, but the Ravens are the team that just sits at the end and waits for the player to fall and takes them and goes, thank you. The bad teams in the league continue to make mistakes, and the Ravens are the team at the end of the draft that pick up the value. I mean, we'll see if it works out. But, Ray, did you ever think there's a world where a team picking in the bottom 5 gets Mike Green and Malachi Stark?
No.
I mean...
And neither did Daniel Jeremiah,
trading up,
Yates,
nothing,
Matt Miller. Nobody
sitting.
did. Nobody did.
Yeah.
Nobody. You know, Ron, when we did the challenge, man, I had Mike Green 29th to the Commanders, and I thought I was like, man, I'm hot takey right here. I thought he would fall a little bit, but I never saw this coming, man. Not 59. Like, that's...
Like I said, you were like... The scoring is good, but I had him 15 to the Falcons, man. Like that's dead wrong at this point. I will say too, to Scott's point, like it kind of compounds too, right? Where you sit back and you take the best player, where now the Ravens are one of these teams that have a culture. Like you saw Malachi Starks and it's like, that dude's a Raven. And now they have this thing where they, like the Eagles, where you can take a Jalen Carter, you can take a Mike Green who has off the field issues, and you believe in the culture. Jim Harbaugh's been there forever. They're not playing revolving doors with the coaches. And they can do this, where they gamble on good players and they see what happens. And as a Jets fan, I'm jealous, man, because I've seen, Geno Smith get punched in the jaw in preseason before, where it's like dysfunction all over the place, and Sanchez eating hot dogs on the sideline, and Darnold getting damn mono hanging out in Hoboken. Like there's just, there's certain teams that just, they do things the right way.
I agree. We got 9,100 in the building. We're getting close to 10K again. Shout out to Ron. Mitch, JB, we did not even touch on the Raiders, who did not take Shador. They took Jack Besh, wide receiver out of TCU. So they're giving Geno Smith another option. Jack Besh goes to the Raiders. Again, second-round capital, not inside that 50 threshold. He is a TCU receiver. I'll leave it at that. Anybody like this? Is there some interest here? Mitch, it looks like you want to say something. Mitch, go ahead.
I was just going to ask the question, which of these second-round wide receivers can you project for the most targets this year based on the talent around him?
Well, I saw a comment in the chat that Trey Harris isn't going to get snaps over Quentin Johnston, so there's that.
But what?
Really though, I mean, these guys are going to be so close together that Jack Besh is probably going to be the guy who's forgotten about when you're talking about Trey Harris and Jaden Higgins.
Higgins
But
went
he's probably
34th.
going to be really close as far as how many points are scored.
Mitch,
this
Higgins
season.
went second in the second round. This is Pittman. This is T. Higgins land. I think it's pretty
It's
easily.
Xavier Leggett land,
Yeah,
I believe.
I think it's pretty easily Jaden Higgins for me. Like I'm not. I know Jay Rich isn't the biggest fan. I'm taking Higgins over Harris, man.
No, I'm not saying who I'm taking. I'm definitely taking Higgins. I'm just saying who do we think gets more targets year one? With the talent, with how the situation is laid out at this point.
Who else is in Las Vegas? It's Bowers and Jacoby.
Jacoby. Yeah.
Jacoby, yeah.
Oh, and the other dude.
Trey Tucker.
Geno
Yeah, him.
doesn't Geno Smith throw the shit out of the ball?
Yeah, has been.
He's awesome. I love
They
Geno.
picked Mike Green. Sorry, Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens. Ravens flock selected Mike Green, edge rusher out of Marshall. This is a player a lot of people thought could be a top 15 pick. I've had him mocked as high as 8 at one point in time. You've seen him as higher than that in certain mocks throughout the process. He falls to 59 to Baltimore, who just they're tooling up. Like they're making moves that you'll look up, and we're watching football in January. Like there goes Mike Green getting after Joe Burrow. There's Malachi Starks back there getting an interception. I like it. I still think Lamar could use something offensively, but I like this from the defensive side. Mm-hmm. And now we are at the Denver Broncos at 60. The Commanders, the Bears, like all four of the next teams could take offensive skill position players. We got the Broncos, the Commanders, the Bears, and the Kansas City Chiefs, along with Philadelphia at 64. So I think between these four teams, we will see 2 running backs come off the board. I think there's a chance we see 2. I think we go 2, Jay Rich. I think we get 2 come off the board these next 4 picks.
You think it's back to back? We think it's Denver and Washington. I mean, it's Denver.
Could get a running back here.
Kansas City.
Who would it be?
Feel really good.
Samson.
Love Samson. Yep.
Samson.
Oh boy.
I'm going through the chat now, seeing what people are talking about.
Don't go too far.
Yeah, don't
go too far. You're gonna spoil the story.
I stopped scrolling it.
I'm all the way back up at Bauer's replacement comment, talking about Jack Besh. So there you go.
Kellen Mond territory. Does Cleveland take a QB at the top of the third?
Look at your screen, Ray.
Yeah, there you go.
Mike Green. Yeah, Mike Green's a beast, dude.
Yeah, what a good pick. Mike Green.
Yeah, you said look at the screen.
Next.
Denver's on the clock. Pick is in.
Ray must be like
Ray
2
is
minutes
real far
behind all of our
want the pick?
TVs.
There we go.
Yeah.
UCF running back R.J. Harvey, 60th
Yeah.
Such
overall.
a good fit, though.
Can I
fit wise is
Such
awesome.
a good fit.
When we did our first collective mock of the rookie draft season in Mobile, who did I take at the back of the first? Might have been a little bullish. Who did I take at the back of the first in our very first collective mock?
I'm going to say
you
it was
took
R.J.
RJ.
Harvey.
R.J. Harvey.
And Ray, our boy Josh is the happiest person ever now. If you take a look at that super chat, he just dropped. There it is.
I put him on Harvey. That's been me and Josh's boy throughout the whole process. Let's go.
All that negativity for the first 60 picks is gone.
Oh, he's not negative anymore? Where's his ass at? Where's the super chat at? Let's find him. Let's get that McAtee in here. Let's get
suck
that.
it, haters.
Yeah, where's he at?
Who is hating? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, hold on. This is love. We got it. This is love, and he'll be on the channel tomorrow. Not a $1 super chat, not a $10 super chat. Josh McAtee hooked the boys up with a hundo, with a fresh hundo to say R.J. Harvey, RV1. We are so back. Suck it, haters. R.J. Harvey goes round 2 ahead of Caleb Johnson, ahead of Cam Scattaboo, ahead of Dylan Sampson, ahead R.J. Harvey. Sean Payton gets his joker. I mean,
Ray, in his scheme, he will be very good.
He's
He will
going
be
to
very
be
good.
awesome in
Yes.
Denver.
Yeah.
This is
Very, very good.
I don't care about his age. I don't care about 15 years from now. The next 2 years, give me RJ Harvey, man.
Alvin Kamara was old too when he got drafted.
Washington!
Trey Amos? Yeah, Trey Amos.
Wow.
Ole Miss. Yeah.
Trey-
They got a very good corner here at the back of the second
Wow.
that some people had at the
What a
back of the
pick.
first.
So I was right.
So-
I did say that there were going to be 2 running backs. I got 1 running back. Need one more. We got
Need
one
one
running
more.
back. I want to hit a couple of super chats real quick. Wyatt Wallace dropped one in the chat. He said, Ravens killing this draft. Yes, they are.
Oh,
right
the
here from
R-A-Y-Vins. Love that. Did you see that, Ray? The Ravens. There it is.
Come on, man. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. $5 tariff for Jay Rich's internet. There it is. Sent you a $5 super chat. Smooth Criminal. This is for Ron. Ron, I'll make sure to get you this. Send me your invoice right here. You got a $1.99 super chat. Ron Stewart in the damn house, man. Make sure we'll get Ron paid out. And then we got Caleb Johnson. No, Brad, we didn't get Caleb to Denver, but we got RJ Harvey. Marlon, longtime viewer. Cheers to DD Fly. Eagles Fly. That's for you, Shane. Here goes one right here. Trevor Bugler says N.A. Bugler. Yeah, Bugler. There it is. But appreciate you, Trevor. In a rookie draft, I have to pick between Judkins and Henderson. Which side do I go and why? Who wants to take that?
JB, what do you got?
I think this is going to be split. I'm very interested in how this goes. JB, go.
I'm still going to go Henderson here. He just gives you that dynamic ability. He extremely efficient. I know, Mitch, this came up on our episode earlier today, not used as a bell cow, when he was at Ohio State, but you look at the positives that he gives you that Quinshon Judkins doesn't. And again, that goes into the missed tackles, that goes into the involvement in the passing game. And then he's going to be able to be utilized in pass pro too. Another plus there with Drake May. So give me Travion.
Anybody else want to just quickly jump in, Hendo or Judkins?
I'll go
I think I'm
Judkins
Judkins.
just because
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he never missed a game in college. And if we're looking at that and we're basing it off between the two, availability is pretty big as being a running back. And so if it's 50-50 either way, I'll take the guy who's always healthy.
Yeah, there were a lot of guys with very little durability concerns, and unfortunately Henderson wasn't one of those guys.
Yeah, no, Quinshon Judkins is I don't want to say bell cow because I don't like that term, but my man can handle a lot of ball. You just give him all the ball you want, every inch of it. My dude's going to be a workhorse. So I'll take Judkins too. I like Hendo. I like them both, man. If I could get all these dudes, give me them. But
What?
Can't. Judkins.
Is Chubb on a contract? Like, is he like what's
No.
going on with Nick Chubb?
Free agent.
No.
He's a free agent right now.
They've got the
They got
1-for-1
us.
replacement.
They got
They-
Dust
they
at
br-
running back, man.
They brought in the half Chubb.
Well, here's the thing. Like, the Browns traded back. Like, could the Browns – I don't want to kind of rain on the Judkins parade, but are the Browns one of the teams that could take another running back a little later?
Absolutely.
You never know.
Yeah.
They still have Jerome
Day
Ford
three.
creeping around.
I think a
They
bunch
do,
of teams
but
should
is
take
that
two.
a team that – yeah, a lot
Jaden
of teams
Blue?
could. I'd lean Judkins over Henderson, but, I mean, it's almost like, man, I kind of want exposure to
Okay.
both. You know what I mean? Yeah.
What about where does RJ Harvey fit in? No one, people are just like, oh, good for Harvey. But I think this is what ADV is, right? Because he was a sleeper name who nobody
Right.
had going in round 2. You thought he'd be a guy that you're talking about late day 3, but now you've got to adjust everything that you've discussed for the past 2.5 months to adjust for the fact that he was selected ahead of Scadaboo. He was selected ahead of Caleb Johnson. He went to the Denver Broncos when everybody would have been just as ecstatic about Omarion Hampton. And I know it's not a first-round running back, but where does R.J. Harvey now slot in? I'm going to put this question. R.J. Harvey or Trey Harris?
Harvey.
Harvey.
Harvey's a first-round pick. Harvey's a
Yeah, I was
first-round
gonna
pick.
say, he's going to replace Shador. Like I was just saying, Shador is kind of a big hit. Like we got the replacement in terms of value at that 1-2 turn.
And let
I mean,
me tell y'all this.
he's-
I will willing to bet before the end of this night, we'll have a couple of more running backs hit spots where it makes you not even it will make you forget about the fact that we haven't had these quarterbacks. I said it last night. and we're not even through round 3. There's still a few more running backs in some dope spots that if Caleb Johnson or Cam Scatterboo or Damian Martinez hit one of these spots, you'll be like, damn, dude, I'm glad I got that 203. There's still a few more spots available.
I have him as RB4 right now. Literally, he is the RB4 drafted, and the only thing that could change my mind is who's going to end up in Kansas City, and is it going to be here or is it going to be in the 4th round, 5th round?
It was RB5 taken.
I'm sorry, then RB5. Excuse me. Math is not my strong suit.
All right, Chicago. Let's see what the Bears do with their 50th pick of the draft. If they take offense again, Ben Johnson is legit playing fantasy. At this point, he is in a tight end premium league, point per carry, point per first down. He's playing fantasy football if they go offensive skill. Good pick.
Good pick, yeah.
Good pick.
One of the guys that people are kind of, there's a lot of running backs that have already kind of got hurt a little bit. Najee, Ramondre Stevenson, but DeAndre Swift has survived.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, what is the share that he takes in an offense with so many other weapons? That's a different story, but he's survived to where you're looking at him on a roster going, I'm going to get some chances to use him. You know what I mean? And that was fearful. Like, it's fearful of that not happening if they would have taken a running back in the first 2 rounds.
Hey, y'all, real quick, 10K, 10,000 people watching across all platforms, 10,000 people. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. I've got to give away a couple of memberships to the Discord. We'll do that on DDFFB tonight, but we've got another night, over 10,000 people watching us. Thank you all for supporting what we do over here on this channel. And I also want you all to support our brother here, Ron Stewart, man. Ron does a lot of stuff. He's easy to find on YouTube, at Ron Stewart on YouTube, fantasy football content, Dynasty strategy. Check out his content. Ron, thank you for jumping on with us. Hang out as long as you want, Ron. Don't feel obligated to stay all night. These people get paid to stay all night. You only made $2 tonight, but hopefully we get some more subs over there for you. Your thoughts? I see somebody in the chat. Brad Means just dropped a super chat in, said Harvey 108 rookie draft RJ Harvey. I haven't really thought numbers, but any KC's up. Let's get KC's pick first. KC's up, and then we'll talk about this.
Caleb.
Dante Hall, man.
Some people love this guy.
Freaking pit, man. Love this. Omar Norman Lott, DT out of Tennessee. Good pick. They've just gone trenches. Look, Kansas City said we got our ass kicked up front. Offensive line, defensive line, Jay Rich. They are They are just addressing this, and next to Chris Jones, I think
one nasty DT to pair with another, and that's going to be pretty disgusting.
It's a good pick.
Yeah.
Good pick. Billy, Shane, what are y'all about to do?
All the people with questionable characters are gone, right? All the dudes recovering from injury are gone. There is a safety. What was it? The safety out of Penn State? I think he broke his leg or something.
Imagine they took Xavier Watts.
Shane, I haven't seen it. Is there a shot that the Eagles could take Jalen Milroe?
I mean, you got to keep the main thing, Scott.
I like that.
Yeah, I could see them doing it. I actually could see them doing that because look, you want a 1-for-1 replacement for Jalen. Obviously, he's not as good because Jalen's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, unlike teams you root for. But yeah, I could see it. Yeah, dude, they value the quarterback position a lot.
You see her at the Senior Bowl every year. I mean, that's the comp you hear for Milroe, right? Man, look at Jalen Hurts.
M. Alter hit in the chat though. They do love Tanner McKee, right? Like they were ecstatic to be able to move Kenny Pickett, and it was because of Tanner McKee and how good he looked. And I know it was one game, but the dude looked like a professional quarterback that you could start and not be concerned if he had to start 2 or 3 times. They still need an offensive lineman because they haven't gotten one yet. I know it's only been 1 pick, but Howie's probably already itching making 1 pick without an offensive lineman. I don't know if he could go 2 in a row. But they have safety need, man. They do. They move CJ. They got Blankenship and then Sidney Brown, who has not stayed on the field and hasn't been impressive when he has.
Walter Rose super chat right here. Sean Payton running backs are gold. Kamara, Ingram, Sproles, Bush, Pierre Thomas, and now RJ Harvey. My question to the group: RJ Harvey or Jackson Dart?
I would take Dart.
It's still super flex. It's still Dart.
Same. Yeah, I'll go Dart.
I think I'm Dart
Yeah,
too.
Yep, I'm agree with Ron. It's Dart.
Okay,
And
so
The fact that we all kind of thought about it for a second, though, Ray, just speaks to like if you're making that decision, you're in a decent spot. You know what I mean?
Yes.
yeah,
Who do you think it's crazier to think, or is it crazy to think that both guys could be 16-point per game players? And if you get that out of the running back, obviously that's more better than getting it out of the quarterback.
I mean, the reality, Shane, is that most rosters that have, let's say you have, I don't know, T-Law and Jaden Daniels, you're skipping over Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
And there's other rosters that are built the opposite, and you're going to go, I'm taking him. So a lot of times those QB versus another position, a lot of times are driven by need. They're not as much by who do you just have better or who is going to score more sheer points. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Jake said Sanders or Milroe to Pittsburgh still alive. Who you got? Love the show. Sure. I mean, honestly, in round 3, I know this is going to sound absolutely insane. Kansas City takes Shador. Whoever needs a backup quarterback at this point that you just throw, you know what I'm saying, Mitch? Like now I think he's in play for anybody that's looking for a backup quarterback. And that would be the worst case outcome. But at this point, a player that in September of 2024, go find me one mock that had Cam Ward as QB1. It doesn't exist. Go find me one mock that had Abdul Carter as the edge one. It probably doesn't exist because it was James Pierce at 102. For a player that was once viewed as the number 1 quarterback to be here in round 3, and it's not because he had a bad season in 2025. I think he's a value for any team looking to upgrade their backup quarterback spot. So, sure, Pittsburgh is in play, as well as probably 20 other teams that is looking for a backup quarterback.
RJ Harvey or Chase Brown?
One of them's a shiny new toy. That's always like a 10% bump on it. That shiny new
Harvey.
toy thing, man.
Harvey.
I'd like to know if the Bengals take a running back.
Yeah. Can we wait 2 more rounds, please?
Ron, leave the hedging to me. You got to make a pick right now.
They're gonna take one, but I've said they're not gonna take one in the first 3 rounds. So what does that actually mean? I mean, depends on who it is.
Harvey. I'll go Harvey. I'll go Harvey as well. Even assuming they don't go running back till the 6th.
I'll go Harvey too.
Yeah.
Eagles
my
got some
God.
falling value. They got some falling value there, Shane.
Man. Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas, goes to Shane. You said a safety, not the one you mentioned.
Man.
Andrew Makuba's better. This dude will come in. He will be a starting safety for you sooner rather than later. This is a man. What?
So he can play.
Pick.
So I'm just reading up on him real quick. So he plays some nickel as well. So
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of him and Cooper DeJean kind of switching it around a lot.
Not worried about it. Defensive
No.
backs.
I mean, as a good thing and in a good way. They love versatile players on that defense. Man.
Don't stand up. Whatever you do, don't stand up on stream. I don't want to see what's happening below the waist right now. Y'all have had an awesome draft right here through the first 2 rounds. Like honestly, Andrew Makuba here, the back of the second, great pick by Philadelphia. We're on to round 3. We're on to round 3.
Let's go.
That's it. That's it for round 2. Quickly, let me recap the picks in round 2. We'll pull it up on the screen. And go through round 2 really quickly. Started off with Jaden Higgins. We had Nick Eamon-Wari, Quinshawn Judkins. Jonas Savaiinaea goes to the Dolphins. Travion Henderson went to the Pats. Luther Burden to the Bears. Tyler Shuck, 40th to the New Orleans Saints. 41, TJ Sanders out of South Carolina. Mason Taylor goes to the Jets at 42. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas, goes to San Francisco. Donovan Ezeraku to the Cowboys. JTT to the Colts. Terrence Ferguson to the Rams. Will Johnson to the Cards. Ariante Ursary to the Houston Texans. Demetrius Knight to Cincy. And Elijah Arroyo at 50 to the Seattle Seahawks. We had Nick Scorton to Carolina. Femi Oladejo to Tennessee. Ben Morrison to Tampa Bay. Anthony Belton Green Bay, Trey Harris, big wide receiver, going to play with Justin Herbert. Ozzie Trapillo to the Bears. Tate Ratledge to the Lions. Jack Bech to the Raiders. Mike Green falls to Baltimore at 59. RJ Harvey comes off the board as RB6 off the board. RB6 drafted, goes to the Denver Broncos.
RJ Harvey was 5.
RB5, excuse me, goes to the Broncos. Trey Amos at 61 to the Commanders. Shamar Turner, Omar Norman Lott, and Andrew Makuba round out round 2. Top of round 3, let me just give you, Carson Swessinger, 33. He was the first pick in round 2. Here's what we got at the start of the 3rd. The Giants, the Chiefs, the Browns, the Raiders, the Pats, and then we've got the Jags. Those are the first 6 picks in round 3. There we go.
No, yes, no. I'm just looking at running back landing spots.
The Jags are a
There's not
spot
lot of
for
them.
the Jags are a spot for a running back. 100%.
Browns.
Chiefs.
Well, the Browns took Judkins.
Again, though?
Browns took Judkins.
Yeah, probably not again.
It's
Yeah.
the Chiefs and the Jags probably, and then you have a
Giants.
couple others
Isn't the Bills are
after
live?
that. Dallas, San Fran in the middle, and
1, 2. Yeah, no,
Kennedys
New York,
could be on there.
Kansas City. New York, Kansas
Are we
City.
talking
and
about the
then,
good landing spots or
back.
What the good
We're
ones?
just naming any team at this point, Ron.
well, I mean,
Well,
listen, the
I'm just
Jags
saying,
take a running back. That's the new Bucky. It's the Liam Cohen guy he drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the narrative that if
Yeah.
it goes there, that's what people will sell themselves on. The Giants, same thing. People have been waiting all year for somebody to go to the Giants, but
I don't want to sit down, boys. I've stood up the entire draft, but those old GQ knees is starting to. Those GQ knees, I might have to lower the standing desk, Mitch. Jay Rich, these knees they're starting to ache a little bit, man. I might have to sit down. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna
be a
tough
long
through it
night.
a little bit. Huh?
Gonna be a lot. How are they? Have they fallen asleep yet?
Nah, my legs don't fall asleep. My feet don't fall asleep.
And even if they
say
do,
last
he
night
still stands up.
asleep?
He still
Ron, I told these weaklings last night when my feet fall asleep, I can still walk, dude. It's mind over matter. Yeah,
you got a repaired
Mind over
Achilles,
matter.
right?
exactly. That just helps. That aids in the process, man. You gotta be mentally tough to do that shit, Ron. Darius Alex, dude, the Giants. This is another player, Jay Rich, mocked in round 1 at times. Round 2,
Very good.
Darius Alexander goes to the Giants, who are redoing this NASCAR offensive front when they had like Human Ura and Tuck, and they just would roll out 4 defensive ends and just go get after the quarterback. They are going to be nasty up front. This is another good pick by the Giants. Good draft so far
Yep.
by the Giants.
Very
Dude, I want a
strong.
quarterback for the Jets here, man. I'd like one.
Who's the backup
give me
QB in
Fedora
New
or
York right
Milrow.
now? Who is it?
Tyrod Taylor. And then
The
every
Jets?
Jets fan holding out hope for Jordan Travis, man.
stop.
I can't stand it.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
dude. All the guys who loved Bryce Petty, they're sitting here like, oh, don't you think Jordan Travis is the QB of the future? It's like, come on, man.
Every time we did Wake Up, Ron, people were like, what about
Yep.
Jordan Travis? And I thought it
Yep.
was a joke at first, but there
Dead
is a
serious.
contingency of folks who really think just give him the keys and he'll be all right. You know?
Yeah. Man,
Makuba.
there's something about homers, man.
Ray,
Ron,
what
let me
about
ask-
your boy Siobhan Revel's still on the board?
Damn. I didn't.
Some people had him in the late first, early second, right? Late first.
Yeah,
without
late
that
first,
injury,
early
right?
second. Wow, Kansas City. Scott, let me just ask you. You weren't the biggest Isaiah Pacheco fan towards the end of the season, right? And he wasn't very good. Like, for good reason. He didn't play well. He came back from the injury.
No,
Wasn't very
yeah,
good.
he was awful. He was awful.
But what has Kansas City done so far through this draft? They haven't even – they look like they are much more focused on
The trenches.
the trenches
Right,
than a
when-
running back.
After Clyde Edwards-Helaire, they have never done anything at running back. So they've always just recycled anybody. And that
I'm
holding
asking,
true, you know?
is it Kareem Hunt and Pacheco again? Are they taking the Dallas approach where these guys aren't world beaters, but they're good enough for our offense with Patrick Mahomes and with Dak Prescott?
and Elijah Mitchell too. It's going to throw them all in a blender, and it's who can be used this week.
That'd be disappointing If Dallas and
may-
Kansas City don't take a running back, I'll just say that'd be a little. People will be a little disappointed that a guy didn't go there.
Look, and Ron knows last year in Underdog, we cycled through every Chiefs back from like June to September. It was like 4 different guys. It was Deneric Prince, and then it was Carson Steele. You know what I mean? It was all of them, and it ended up being Kareem Hunt. So I mean, it sucks for best ball because the Chiefs' backfield is always going to have somebody productive. But like if you're in Dynasty too, like you got to hold every guy on the Chiefs roster. If they don't take a running back, and if they take a guy in the 5th or 6th, you're going to pick that guy up too. And it's like going into the season, you got to hold 5 Chiefs running backs because you don't know how it's going to shake out.
I'm still holding a candle for pick 95. I really do think.
Pick 95.
Look, hold on.
Who had pick 95?
The Chiefs. The Chiefs have pick 95. There's just no way that they see the way that the Philadelphia Eagles just won the Super Bowl. And the way that, like, the biggest issue with this offense was the rushing game sucked, and it was good down to down on a success rate basis, but it wasn't amazing, and then also it wasn't explosive. And it's just like they were living and dying and just praying that Mahomes converted these third downs, and it's just like I just can't imagine they're sitting in that room and they're like, this is how we need to run offense moving forward. Like, there's just no way. They're too smart. Maybe they draft a couple on day 3, but I could see it, man. If they get to this end of the 3rd and they see Scatabo, if they like him, if they see, Caleb Johnson or one of these guys, I don't see how you don't do that. I know they're building out the trenches, but I don't know. Even as like a numbers guy, and I'm the nerd. You need a running game.
Ron wants a stat pack in KC.
But here's the thing, I don't think they've never the last. And I've talked Jay Rich. How many times have I said Kansas City's offense? It never looked the same post Kareem Hunt, like the first version of Kareem Hunt when they had like a dominant. I feel like that was like the best version of Kansas City's offense when they had like a legit running game mixed with a young Tyreek and a Kelsey. I just think that more teams. I think they'll take one, Ron, at 95. I don't know. What I do, I said this the other day. I think a lot of these teams, they look at that backfield and be like, it's good enough with Mahomes. The reason why we lost the Super Bowl wasn't because we didn't have a running back. It's because we couldn't protect Patrick. It's because we couldn't stop anybody up the gut. And what they do, they got Josh Simmons and Omar Norman Lott. I think this is not an indictment on these running backs, but the fact that we've only got 5 picked. How many running backs do we think would go in the first 2 rounds? And we got 5.
The average is 6.5, Ray. So we're pacing for basically that. And it speaks to a good running back class, right? If you're sitting there in the 3rd and you're going, man, it's the last of the tier for a safety or, you know what I mean? Or a tackle. Like, I'm going there instead of the running back because I know I'm going to be able to get this guy in round 5. So
But to Ron's point, like there's gonna be a Scatabo, Caleb Johnson.
I think we'll see a little run
at that spot. Yeah, there's
that's
gonna
what we
be
saw in Reed's 7-rounder. He snuck in like 6 in the last like maybe 15 picks. Not 6, but more like 4. But oh wow, this is I hate to I only saw it because the ESPN ticker came in.
I'm watching it the same way.
I love this. I love this, Ray.
I don't know the pick. All right, Cleveland's on the clock.
Okay.
I like this woman. Get straight to business. She's getting right to the pick.
Yup.
Okay. All right.
Overall, the round 2 tight ends.
Harold Fannin Jr., tight end out of Bowling Green, goes to the Cleveland Browns, folks. Jay Rich is shaking his head. A disgusted look. Ron is a little excited. He likes Harold Fannin. Jay Rich, you have been giving us the pick and now. Give us the analysis. Harold Fannin here in Cleveland. What do you think? I've got a take, but let me hear what you think.
I mean, they still have no quarterback. He's a fullback probably on this offense, an H-back. Is he playing tight end over David Njoku? Absolutely not.
No.
He's obviously not getting targets from Jerry Jeudy. Why would anyone draft him in fantasy? This isn't even a high upside offense in general. And we already like at least 3 weapons on this team when you're talking about adding, at best, a fullback, H-back type guy that might see 50 targets. Might see that. For me, he's an absolute avoid. Like, it's just a spot where I don't have to worry about him anymore.
Yet Ron just said over every second round tight end. So let's hear it.
A completely different dynamic there.
No, I'll be honest. I was just excited about the draft capital.
Yeah.
I wasn't even really thinking about the Browns, but I don't know. I think that they probably see him more as a slot wide receiver than they do pure
Yes.
tight end,
Yes.
which I think is exciting. And I think
4-7
price
slot
adjusted. Like I don't think anyone is really all that interested. So like if I can get him in the third round of rookie drafts, like I'm fine with that. And I do think that the upside. I know that he runs a 4.71, but if we're betting on him in the third round of rookie drafts and he ends up being their slot receiver that you can put in the tight end spot at like his peak, I think that that's a decent investment. But I do get the spot's not great, but I still like him as a flyer. I do. 1,500 yards is just nuts, man. It's absurd.
Even in
We
deeper
have to-
or heavier tight end premium leagues, I think beginning of the third, that's probably the price point that people start looking at him. So I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility if that's the price point you're looking at.
Raiders pick is in. We do have a really cool super chat from Chris Bronx Conway. Let me read this out, man. Let me read this out from Chris. It says, shout out to the 6th dopest Avenger level analyst in fantasy space. In quotes, negative Scott is obviously Thanos. And big ups for getting Ron out of the basement. Keep killing it. Question: what is everyone's favorite fantasy relevant pick so far? Chris dropped a $50 super chat. Jay Rich, quickly, don't analysis favorite fantasy pick so far. We got to answer his question.
Travion Henderson.
JB?
Oh boy. I love the Ashton Genty landing spot, honestly.
Okay, that's fine.
I
That's
love
fine.
that landing
There's nothing
spot.
wrong with it. I'm gonna go with Travis Hunter. I love it. Because we had not really talked about Jacksonville. I think it fundamentally changes the dynamic of rookie drafts, and I think that's my favorite pick so far is Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. Mitch,
RJ Harvey.
Scott.
Man.
Oh God.
Okay.
I'll go
Doesn't
Ted
even have
McMillan.
one.
All right,
Top
Ted
10
McMillan.
capital
Ted McMillan. Okay.
What do you like about Ted McMillan? Scott?
No, Shane.
I mean, well, Scott just took mine, so now I got to go to Quinshon, but really it's but Quinshon. I really
Okay.
love the Quinshon one.
And Ron, favorite one so far.
Give me Tyler Shuck, 40th overall to the Saints. He'll hold value.
Yeah.
The landing spots have been a little underwhelming, fellas. Like I'll just be honest. Like I hate to be the negative guy.
Big
Burden to
Diaz.
the Bears is brutal.
Big Diaz sent another 2. He said, pick 95 ain't money bags McAtee. And then we've got another one, Ray's knee ointment cream Tiger Balm. I got some good stuff when I went to Denver, man. I got some good stuff. I'll rub that on the old Achilles later. What else do we have? Corey said, what do you guys think about Hendo's upside? What do you think Hendo's upside is in dynasty rankings with the landing spot and Drake being a scrambling QB? Upside for Travion Henderson. Top 10 guy? Top 15? Top 20? Running back for Hendo?
I mean, the top 4 running backs all historically got capital that says they're pretty good bets to be, I don't want to say locked in top 12, but they're right in that mix where you say that's kind of where I would project them to be. What's really hard to say is which one's going to be just absolutely incredible. Jay tipping picks. There we go. This has got to be killing. It's got to be killing the Jalen Noel fan.
Jay Rich,
Jalen
give
Noel
us the
pick.
breakdown. The Pats just picked New England Patriots. They'd take a wide receiver. Who'd they take?
Kyle Williams, the Washington State wide receiver. Thought he might end up with Cam Ward, but he did end up in New England. We need a receiver. We need a playmaker who can play inside, outside. I think they can do a lot of things with him. Versatile player. Still surprised to not see Jalen Noel, but I'll take Kyle Williams in New England.
Man, Noel is
Good pick.
Noel's done.
Slide in.
I loved Noel before the draft. He's off my board. See you, bro.
Isn't
Good luck
that?
to you.
I'll just say I had Noel rated ahead of Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins damn near goes to the back of the first. Jalen Noel is now a 3rd round receiver. Gotta adjust.
Ooh, Mitch. Lions straight up. Pick is in.
Mitch.
Kyle Williams
They don't
looked
have
nice
any
in this
picks.
Super
I
Bowl.
don't know even how they're trading up in the first place unless they're getting rid of 26.
2032 pick. They're using
Exactly.
the NBA rules.
Ray, you
Now
were talking
that
about quarterback winners. I like this for May. Now he gets Henderson, he gets Williams, he gets a tackle. Like
Yep.
they're starting to they're starting to build something. Here. We're not
Diggs.
throwing to Butte and Diggs.
You got Diggs there. You got Diggs there. You got
So no
Bourne when he's
Ramondre.
healthy. This is
Right.
good for May. I like what they have done to surround Drake May. Let's talk about Harvey, Nix, Drake May here with Kyle Williams. Caleb has gotten everybody. Nothing for Penix offensively. Nothing for Michael Penix right now, and they're pretty set, right? I'm just got Drake London. You got Mooney. Pitts is there. Nothing. Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier. So no shakeup to the Atlanta. That's one offense that has not been impacted by the draft.
Well,
What did you see, Shane?
Nothing.
Did you
I ain't
see
seen
a good
anything.
pick?
I'm
I
watching
didn't
on
see
ESPN on the.
anything.
So
Anything
this
at all.
was. I don't know, Ray. I'm gonna need your help when you see this pick.
Oh
to
my
be honest.
God. Okay.
Can you explain this one?
Is it Savion?
No.
No.
Okay.
No,
I
I at least know
Tesla.
Savion. I like Savion.
Oh, you don't like this?
Ray,
God.
Ray,
I
this
just-
is the guy in Mobile that we I don't want to say we laughed at, but everyone was
Who
like,
the hell is that guy?
"Who is this dude? Is he?" even
Bro,
on
we
the
laughed
roster?"
at him. Be honest.
Tesla?
We
laughed
laughed.
at him. Ray, we all laughed at him, and he's in the
At
goes in
Tesla.
the top.
Is it
70.
Tesla?
Tesla.
Is
Yeah.
it Isaac Tesla?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh yeah.
What's so funny about him?
R.I.P. Jameson Williams.
Because we didn't.
Yeah.
Because nobody knew who
Nobody
he was,
knew.
Ron.
Dude,
Like,
even
Yeah.
You've got NFL
even
people
DP
there.
was there, and we go, "Who's this Tesla guy?"
Yeah, they're
Nobody
like,
knew.
who is this dude? Like, who is he? And he had gotten a little bit of. I didn't know how much of it was like legitimate or like, oh, we really like this guy. Here's the thing.
He made
I'm
some
just gonna
money,
be-
man.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
very honest. What I don't like throughout the process are like I'm gonna go out on a limb and say something, but I'm really not saying anything. Like, oh, this guy could be a 3rd round pick and he could be really good. Well, I could win the lottery tomorrow. Like, take a stance. Like, tell me he's good or tell me he's bad. This was a player that a lot of people did the latter, right? They did the former. Oh, he could be this, and if he does that, I wouldn't be. Well, now it's happened. Isaac Tesla drafted ahead of Jalen Noel. Hell, if you would have told me coming into the draft who gets drafted higher, Isaac Tesla or Shedeur Sanders, I would have put my mortgage on Shedeur Sanders. But here we are. Fantasy-wise, I don't really care. But good for Tesla getting, top 75
So-
capital.
And
From
we
just-
see this from time to time, though. Like, look at Velus Jones just a few years
Yeah.
ago going in the 3rd round. And that was a player, no fantasy implications. And I think that's kind of what we're going to have here with Tesla.
I've had one, like I said, I had one startup where the rookies were in the draft and Tesla went undrafted, and I actually picked them up off of waivers for $1 because I said, sure, he's a rookie and he's sitting out there, so let me just go grab him. So he's immediately on the trade block. So it's definitely a surprise. I don't
Here's a
I
fun
don't know
fact
how
for you,
did he
Mitch.
go in any of our mocks.
Since
Any of
1987, he is the 11th most athletic receiver ever drafted in the NFL. Out of 3,441 receivers, he has the 11th highest RAS score. For the
were the
white
10
boy
above
at
him?
Arkansas, we had
Who were
no
the 10
idea who
above
it
him?
was in Mobile.
Who were the 10 above him? Do you
What's
have
the
that?
comp? He's a wide receiver. You got a comp.
I'm
Is he a
just
slot?
saying.
Calvin
That-
Johnson
it's-
Jr.
It's
Oh, there
Wes.
we go. There we go. Little Drew Bennett. Maybe little Drew Bennett.
Eric Decker.
There
Eric
we
Decker.
go.
How about Ed McCaffrey?
Nah, he's better than that. Give me Jordan.
He's like
Nelson.
6'4".
Ed,
But that's
Ed
probably why he got
McCaffrey.
drafted, right?
Ed McCaffrey's fair.
The traits.
That's fair.
He has a trait that
Ed
a lot of other
McCaffrey.
guys in the class don't.
He's white. Good job,
Yeah,
Scott.
Ed McCaffrey.
Clearly,
Not
he's
what I was
better.
getting
He's
at,
better.
but there you
At least,
go.
they thought he was better than Jalen Noel. Detroit,
Yeah.
they thought he was better than Jalen Noel.
Yeah, we'll see.
That makes me sad for Jalen Noel, man. I
And
really
Royals.
liked him.
I mean, I think whose mock was Miller's mock this morning. Jay Rich on Wake Up had Royals to Buffalo in round
Yep.
2. Had
Yep.
him to Buffalo in round 2. So Saints are on the clock. They don't need a quarterback.
They're gonna draft Shedeur here and let them fight to the death.
Ray, we always talk about this, but I'm just looking at my Twitter timeline after the Tesla pick. and it's just fantasy analyst after fantasy analyst. What a mistake. How can you take him over Noel? Yeah, it's just seriously, I saw 4 comments in a minute of how can you take him over Noel? What are they doing? And it's just interesting, the difference between the 2 subsets of analysts, how different it can be.
Well, I mean, the Lions are already stacked because they re-signed Jay Rich's boy, Tim Patrick. They got him back, and we know how Jay Rich feels about that Patrick. So we'll see what Tesla can do. Saints on the clock, Buffalo, and then Ron Stewart's Jets
Jeff Janis
are on the
It's a real
clock.
comp.
Can we just say it? Is it officially, from a fantasy football standpoint, Shador is an afterthought?
I mean, he's in Matt Corral, Malik Willis territory. Like once we got to round 3 with a lot of those
Round 3 is
spots,
over,
yeah.
Like where does he even go?
Want
now?
that Kyle Trask? Any interest there?
Like 3-4 turn, would be my guess.
Yeah, because Lions, Saints, Buffalo, Jets, Broncos,
Oh, you're saying real life.
49ers.
Well, I'm saying,
I'm sorry.
I mean, fantasy too. Like, I mean, where you're saying 3-4 turn?
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
He's Spencer Rattler from last year. He needs to go to a spot where there's opportunity. If not, nobody's going to care. He's just a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Saints on the
I
clock.
want one of these quarterbacks on my Jets, man. Like I'm 3rd round Milrow. I'd be stoked with. Or Shador.
You know why 3rd round Milrow feels more palatable is because that's where we kind of thought he would go in the first place. Is that he would be there, and as bad as people thought Shador may or may be, no one had him going in round 3. Right.
No.
The only person that I know that's probably victory lapping is that nameless mock draft account that said that he was a 2nd rounder from the beginning. You know which one I'm talking about?
Angry Mock or something? Angry
something
Scout,
mock,
something like
you
that.
You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's the only person that's like, I told you so. But nobody
Wait, is
had
this
him
the
going
one
here in round
that
3.
Caleb had a 3rd round grade? Was that the one?
No.
Might have been.
No.
I don't know.
If Milrow went to the Jets, you could just roll out Shane, you could just roll out Jets QB and you're happy. Whoever it is, old Tecmo Bowl days, just Jets QB.
I like it. Look, he would fit the offense, right? At least the offense that we think they're building around Justin Fields.
They take Quinn Ewers.
I was just about to say that Ewers is live to go ahead of one of these guys for sure.
I mean, Jay Rich, what are the odds you can get? Lee Evans,
Jason.
Buffalo's on the clock.
Landon Jackson. Wow. Jeez, man. Buffalo 2-up.
Landon Jackson. There you go.
It's a good pick.
2-up, man.
A good pick. They needed D-line help.
6'6", 265.
That viral clip still kills me from when he was in high school.
Oh, the Under Armour game where he's doing the
he just like bitch slapping
slapping on
the dummies.
Yeah. This going behind Ewers might be the biggest indictment of them all.
Could be.
There's nothing you can really say. Doesn't matter what you think, what I think. The NFL and all 32 teams have had an opportunity to draft him 2-3 times, and
it's a smear campaign, right?
What'd you say?
It's the smear campaign. That's why.
Bradley Ross said this is about teams not wanting to deal with Deion, and every reporter who said Sanders was arrogant in interviews was likely correct. I don't think anybody doesn't think he was arrogant. I think the problem is people didn't like him being arrogant, but when other quarterbacks were arrogant, they said it was okay. So I don't really, him being arrogant or not, this is football here. I don't know.
Dude,
Bill Carter seemed pretty arrogant too, but no one cares because he's a good football player.
I don't buy in the whole Deion
teams
thing
can deal with it if you're good.
Yes.
I've always heard they will put up with you and tolerate you as long as you produce. If you could produce,
100%.
they'll tolerate you. But I don't think it's a smear campaign at all. I don't think it's a smear campaign.
Turn around for this one.
Was it the Jets?
Yeah.
Who the hell is this guy?
Oh, wow.
That's how I
Ezra
Pass him up for me,
Thomas.
Ray. Pass this guy up.
Let's
He's a
go.
potential first round, long, rangy,
Let's
graded man,
go.
can come up and press. Like, you pair him with Sauce
Ezra
Gardner,
Thomas.
you have yourself a damn tandem right there.
Hey, Ron, he'll be a starting corner for y'all.
Big,
Ezra
long,
Thomas.
rangy corners.
His
Yeah.
brother's in
All
the
right.
NFL, plays for Dallas. Wanye Thomas, he's a defensive back as well. So he's got NFL pedigree. Florida State, saw him in Mobile. I mean, you can go through mocks from, I think Mel Kiper had him 26th overall to the Rams at one point. It's a good pick for the Jets. Ezra Thomas out of
Okay.
Florida State. It's a really good pick. It's a good pick for your Jets, man.
Oh hell yeah! He's 46, and this is the nerd in me. 46 on the consensus board. I'm cool with that in the third. I'm
Yeah.
cool with that.
Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
Hell
It's
yeah,
a really good pick.
Yeah.
dude. This Jets offensive line. I was just gonna go off about the Jets while they're here, but this Jets offensive line. I know that there's a stench about the Jets, man, but this is the best offensive line on paper I can remember since the Mangold, the Brickashaw, Ferguson days, where it's Membu,
Oh.
Bashanu. People sleeping on Elijah Vera Tucker's a dog. Tittman, the
Vera-
6'6" center out of Wisconsin, man. Like, it's good. And then you got Simmons, free agent from the Ravens, who's solid. Like, this is the best front five I can remember for the Jets in some time.
What are your expectations for Fields this year?
Dude, I think we're going to maul people. I think it'll be an efficient run offense. It's going to be low volume. It's going to be like defense, ground and pound. I don't know, what Fields' leash looks like or what that is, but people are, we'll see, because they're saying a lot about Brees. We'll see if he lasts to the end of the draft here, but I like, as much as Fields hurts him because he's not going to have the dump offs and everything, we've seen, and I don't want to compare so much to, this is going to sound crazy, but Derrick Henry and Lamar, Jalen Hurts and Saquon. Brees with Fields, like when that linebacker in the edge has to, account for that zone read, all of a sudden lanes are getting wider. All of a sudden we have a front five that we can be proud of. We don't got Tyron Smith being a revolving door at left tackle. And it gets interesting just in terms of, we've been wanting, like, Brees wasn't breaking away runs last year. The efficiency wasn't there. I think now it opens things up a little bit just in terms of the ground game. I'm optimistic about the OC too, coming from Detroit under Ben Johnson. So I don't know. I'm optimistic,
Okay.
but I'm optimistic at the start of every regime, man. So we'll see. We'll see. I like Aaron Glenn, though. I like what he comes in with. Did you see? He had a question the other day where, like, you have any, or it was after the first round. Like, you have any comments on what Aaron Rodgers said on the McAfee show or whatever? He was like, yeah, I'm excited about Armin Membu. He looks amazing. And then he just kept it pushing. Like, Aaron Glenn, he's been shoving these New York reporters in a locker the entire time he's been here. Like, he's just been, this guy. He's going to have to back it up, but I'm excited. I like what he brings. Former Jet as well. So I don't know. This is the first time I've been optimistic since Saleh got hired.
Roy Gasson, this is a good one. JB and Mitch, this is a cool super chat. Said, shout out to our boy Dan, doing his purple stride tomorrow for pancreatic cancer. 20 to the charity and 20 to you boys, crushing it. So shout out, for real. Appreciate that, man. For real. Big shout out, and we'll make sure we get that to Dan. We will make sure that goes to charity. We will make sure of that. Got another one right here. Based on the draft, I have 104 and 107. 12-team super flex. Only have Brees Hall and Chuba Hubbard and trash cans for running backs. Am I safe to just stay and draft the top RBs?
Yes.
That's going to be my plan in about all of my drafts, no matter who's on my bench, to be honest.
That's simple.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm going to
It's
read this again for people because y'all unanimously at the same time, just in sync, yes. He's got 104 and 107. So I'm assuming what he's saying is, do I need to move up to get a running back, or do I just stay put 104 and 107 and draft the best available? And y'all are good staying right there. You don't, let me change the question. Do any of you feel like there's a running back landing spot or a receiver landing spot that you need to move up to 102 or higher for at this point? If you don't get Genty, is there any spot or player where you're like, I got to move up? I got to get Hampton. I've got to get Hendo. I have to get Ward. Or has this thing played out in such a way where you are totally fine if somebody takes Hunter in front of you, you get Ted. They take Ted in front of you and you wanted a receiver, you get Hunter. They take Omarion Hampton, you're cool with RJ Harvey or Travion Anderson or Quinshawn. Or is there a spot that you have to move up past Ashton Genty?
No, and there's a lot of conversations going around where you might not have to move up for the running back two at all. It might go Genty, Tet, Hunter, Cam Ward thrown in there in super flex leagues if somebody needs a quarterback. you might get your running back 2 at that 104. So I don't think you have to move up.
The only way I move up is if it's for Ward. That's literally it, because there's no other quarterback I can draft. You know what I mean? Or sure, you can take Dart, but you know what I mean? Like, from
what about
elite,
Shuck?
I think of the elite. I love Shuck. I'm taking him in the second round, bro. But like, I'll move up for Ward. But as far as the other running backs, no. You know, the wide
I like that
receivers,
heuristic of
Yeah.
like only moving up if it's for a quarterback.
Hmm.
Like, because I even have Hunter over Ward, but I don't. Like, I think Hunter might be like. There's gonna be some drafts where, dude, like the kind of comments I'm getting. Like, I had a reaction stream today. Like, I think Hunter's gonna be there in some spots, like 105, 106. You know, I think that there's gonna be a lot of people who are so sure of how like his career is going to play out. They're so sure that he's wide receiver 2. What do we got? Did they draft another running back, Ray?
No,
Oh.
but they got Bo Nix's help, and again, you probably haven't seen this name in any mock. Jay
Oh,
Rich and I
geez,
hated him in
man.
Mobile.
All right.
Devon Vele, goodbye. Right? Like, absolutely. I don't know. I don't want to even say that, but I was not expecting Pat Bryant out of Illinois to go.
R.I.P. Troy Franklin.
I did not have Pat Bryant on my bingo card. Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. I didn't think he was that good in Mobile. The tape was fine. I think he graded out as one of my lower receivers. 74th overall to Denver. All I'm going to say is they're just putting stuff around Bo Nix. All that Denver has done is just improve their defense. Jahdae Barron, you get R.J. Harvey, Pat Bryant. Somebody in their scouting department is working hard. I mean, they are working deep, going Pat Bryant and R.J. Harvey as early as they did. Pat Bryant probably would have been there tomorrow. Sometime.
What world did anyone have this on the timeline that Jack Besh, Kyle Williams, Isaac Tesla, and Pat Bryant went before Noel? Did anyone have that?
And here's
Alec Ironman are still on the board.
And here's what's going to
Another
happen,
guy
folks.
popped up.
There will be people, because if Noel gets a good landing spot or A.O. Manor, because people like them coming in, they'll still want to draft them, even if they're the 85th wide receiver, 85th overall pick. Like, that's what's going to happen. The ADV will carry and keep them afloat because people like them coming in.
So then,
Mitch on the stream earlier, who did I say was my guy that was going to lose value tonight?
Alec Manor, I believe.
It was I, and I liked him a lot. But like
and
we say,
here's the
NFL is telling us a different story.
Like, even whoever, Jalen Noel, let's say he goes in the 4th round and he does well, and he does really well. Just remember what Amon-Ra St. Brown had to go through to actually have real dynasty value. It took multiple years of him being amazing for people to be like, oh, wait, he actually is good. He is worth a 2nd round startup pick. So even if Noel goes out there and he's awesome, it's going to take a while for anyone to really buy into him after that point.
Puka was great for 6 weeks straight.
Yes.
And they sell him for a second. Sell him for, and you were still able to buy for, a late first.
Nick Martin goes to San Francisco. Good pick. I tweeted about Nick Martin.
Defense.
I tweeted about Nick Martin a couple of weeks ago. This dude, off-ball linebacker, heat-seeking missile. He only played in 5 games this past season for Oklahoma State. Their team was awful, but this was a player I wanted Dallas to draft. I was like, so you need an off-ball linebacker, get Nick Martin on day 3. So he goes to the
49ers.
To the San Francisco 49ers. And Robert Saleh is building his defense out. Mykel Williams in round 1. Nick Martin here in round 2. Good for San Francisco. Dallas is on the clock. We'll see.
Oh, okay, Ray.
My hopes aren't high.
They should be.
My hopes.
We getting a
Travis
running back?
Frederick. Let's go, Frederick.
Ray's about to hit the floor.
Oh, wow.
All right.
That's a great pick.
There we go, Dallas. And what did I say?
And it wasn't
Not a running back.
No running back.
Dallas has recovered after that Booker pick. Ezra Raku and Revel.
I'm good with Booker. Booker, the middle of that Dallas front with Cooper Beebe, with Tyler Booker and Tyler Smith is going to be nasty, right? The edges got to hold up, but the interior of that Dallas front is going to be nice. They get Ezeraku, and I love Siobhan Revel, man. You pair him up with Diggs. I said this before the NFL draft started. I did not believe Dallas would take a running back here on day 2. I said, I don't believe it. I think that there are so many holes that this team has to fill. They'll take LaQuint Allen in round 7. They will. They'll take whatever running back.
And they haven't gone receiver either.
They haven't
gone receiver.
Listen, I said, Ron, I think I said when I was on with you, I think CeeDee Lamb is due for a monster season this fall. And right now, you look at Dallas's offense, ain't shit changed from last year. They've improved the offensive line, but the running backs are Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams. Your receivers are CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson. They lost Cooks. I mean, you might get DeAndre Hopkins' level of usage out of CeeDee Lamb this year. It just might be get him the ball. I love Revel here for Dallas. Good pick. Good pick.
I want to drop a reminder to everybody. After this, we are doing a 4-round mock on DDFFB, the 6 of us.
How many running backs do you think go in a row? 12?
I don't know, but it's going to be interesting where we place some of the guys that have not been drafted, because I think that is going to be kind of the earmark of where some tier breaks are, because we're drafting the unknown over something we already know. So just stay tuned, but we'll be there after the show to do a 4-round mock. That's what
Panthers
really wants
Panthers
to know
pick is in. Panthers select Princely Human Milan, edge rusher out of Ole Miss. So they
traded up for that pick.
They get pass rush help. Princely Human Milan.
Yeah, we're at the spot of the draft where I am not familiar, man.
Well,
with Princely.
Yeah, Human Milan. He's a good pick. He's a good player. Edge rusher out of Ole Miss. So development, those round 3 developmental guys, you get them out there, they'll see the field. They'll see the field.
I'm surprised Jack Sawyer hasn't gone yet, right?
Yeah, Sawyer
I
has
feel like
not
he was
gone.
getting like top 50 buzz for a second there, like right after the run, of course.
Yes,
but
yes,
he had
was
buzz.
up there early. Yeah. Who's the best available who has not been picked? Let me see. Shador, Jalen Knoll.
Mel Kiper's probably losing his mind. Wherever he's at.
Mel Kiper's probably pissed right now.
Best
No,
available.
Xavier Watts is still out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
So here goes the list. Best available. We got Shador, Jared Wilson, Knoll, Jordan Birch, Watts, Caleb, Winston, Watts, Scattaboo, Sampson, Milrow, Braden Swinson. Swinson was a guy that people were saying could get some first round or second round buzz. Noel Williams.
Watts is a Bengal if he's there in 3 picks. That's the Al Golden. You get to get your guy pick.
Look at y'all. Want to see the running backs that are available just left for fantasy that we haven't even talked about?
Oh,
yeah.
We're gonna need some of these to go. We're gonna need some of these.
We do.
Well,
Caleb feels like a Steeler, doesn't he?
Caleb,
Feels like-
Scattaboo, Sampson, Neal, Giddens, James, Martinez, Tuden, Etienne Smith, Woody Marks, Jadon Blue. That's just right here at the top. Receivers, do any of these guys interest you? I'm just gonna Noel, Royals, Lane, Felton, Horton.
Shane said no before you even got any name.
You're like, nope, I'm good.
Isaiah Bond, Io Manor. Do any of the receivers left on the board interest you at all?
Noel, only for what you were talking about earlier, the ADV. I draft him. He does anything. I move off of him.
They interest me if they get a spot where people go, okay, there's going to be some competition, but not a lot. This guy can get targets. That's what it's got to be. That you got to tell yourself the story on these 3rd and 4th and 5th round receivers.
They kind of needed the Kyle Williams landing spot, but there isn't any more of those. I can't think of one
Titans up
team.
in 5.
I think
there's one
Titans
coming
are
up.
interesting.
Tennessee. You just nailed it, Ron. Noel goes to Tennessee. There will be people saying he's the number 2 for Cam Ward, and he's starting day 1.
Cool.
Can I ruin one pick for everybody here? Can I just ruin one pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. We already know.
Noel to
Arizona.
Texans.
Texans?
The Texans?
The Iowa State combo.
Wait, how far ahead are you?
Good Lord.
I don't know how far behind.
Arizona?
You're way ahead. I haven't even seen Arizona's pick.
Yeah, I'm looking on the Twitter.
God,
Dude, wait a minute.
I told you he can't help himself. He can't do it.
Listen, we're over 3 hours, and I just said, let me ruin one.
Who did Arizona pick?
We don't know
I don't
because
know.
JB didn't tell us.
Yeah, you ruined the pick after this one, so you might as well give us who did Arizona pick?
I didn't see.
JB doesn't even know.
It was probably a linebacker.
What the hell, JB?
So
What's going on here,
It was the
man?
first thing up on my screen.
Oh my
Noel,
god.
Now I'm pot
Texans.
committed. Who do we?
uh,
I mean,
Ray, you still want that Jaden Higgins?
uh,
Yeah, you still think that
Yo,
old Jaden Higgins gonna
this
be
is
ripping it
I-
up?
You still want that Christian Kirk?
Oh,
I know
Cardinals
that's the weird
drafted
thing,
Noel.
right? Is
so
Kirk still there?
Higgins did go to Houston. So Higgins isn't Jaden Higgins. I meant Jalen Noel went to Houston with Jaden Higgins, who they played. What do y'all do? What do we do with
which
this?
one
What
did you
do we
like
do
more
with
in
this?
college, right?
What do we? Because now I'm forced to say I had Noel rated higher. I
And they're
think
on the
he's
same
better. He's
team.
going to beat out Higgins for what? What is Houston doing? Getting both of them.
they're
Don't
helping
get it.
CJ. They're
Yeah, I
helping
kind of love
CJ.
what they're
getting
doing.
every weapon they can available to them. Right? They don't care about fantasy.
Ooh.
They'll just spam in the room with wide receivers. Like, fine.
Oh, Jordan
They
Bird.
get
Is
any
that
O-line?
good roster
Been waiting
building?
for
though?
that.
Like we could say it's
Yeah.
good for CJ Stroud, but is really putting 4 wide receivers, 2
Right.
of them being rookie, good for CJ Stroud when you already have a Christian Kirk and have Nico Collins, who's probably at minimum a top 10 wide receiver in the league? They're like, hey, we're going to give you these 2 more rookies who kind of do the same thing. And one's a slot, and Christian Kirk is already a slot. So I
They're
don't.
gonna two.
I don't
two
know
I
that.
think
slot
more the
wide
merrier.
receivers.
Guys get hurt.
They'll run
Rookies
5
emerge.
wide with
Yeah.
2 slots.
Yeah.
I think here's the beauty of it. You now can compare them because they played together in college in the
Mhm.
same situation. Like it's not. This hurts Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
You can't just say, oh, he was drafted a round higher, so he's automatically better when all the things you're going to usually control for when comparing players are the same. Like, you have to be a little interested in Noel, but you can't say, oh, Higgins is a late first, early second round pick like we were saying 30 minutes ago. This hurts him. Fair or not. It's
I
tough.
think
just think you
especially
compare-
too.
Go ahead, you're good, dude.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't know. I'm not a film guy, so I'm curious what the film guys in here are saying. But Matt Harmon's Traps and Perception, he's saying that he would like him to be a big slot similar to Keon Coleman. Well, now you have Christian Kirk, now you have Jalen Noel, and there's not any room for him to now have that role that's like kind of his upside. And if he does just get banished to a perimeter receiver role with Nico Collins there, with Jalen Noel, with Christian Kirk, it does definitely get rough. Like I think like Scott hits it, like even with the nice draft capital, like he definitely, it's not great. Like there is no upside for this like big slot role people were kind of hoping for.
Okay.
Good teams
Let's-
just don't do this. Just real quick, Ray. I'm just going to say, like,
Yeah.
we're talking about the Ravens. The Ravens are smashing this draft. The Eagles are smashing this draft. They would never build their team this way, ever.
No.
And this is kind of why there's the really good elite teams in the NFL. And then there's the ones that are like, hey, we're going to draft 2 wide receivers. And when we already have wide receivers, if we're going to talk just NFL wise, I kind of hate this draft so far for the Texans. Besides, I like what they did early. Don't like what they're doing today.
All right. We're going to look at some usage, all that stuff, all the routes. What does it actually matter? Like, let's just get down to the nuts and bolts of it. And we're looking at the Trinity stuff. So it's just straight, all the crap you like, rolled into one little score. And let's look at the 2024 season usage stuff for the Texans. Here it was. Nico Collins led the way, almost 18 points a game. Elite usage, 7.72 Trinity score. Diggs, when he was on the field, right behind him, 7.0, 15 points per game. Tank Dell, when he was on the field, he was inside that wide receiver threshold. A little bit of a dip from last year, but you had 3 receivers inside of Houston that were viable. And just like was last year just a fluke. Let's run it back to 2023. And CJ Stroud was able to support 3 of them. Tank, Nico, and well, take Diggs out of the picture, but he was able to do that in 2023. I mean, I one of them is going to be asked out. I don't know which one it's going to be, but one
Go
of
to Christian
them,
Kirk's Trinity, right?
Want to
Go
go
to
to
Christian
Kirk?
Kirk's Trinity. Just look at his real quick because I think you have to. We all agree on this stream. Nico Collins is elite, right? Or as close to it as you could say.
There's
Okay.
Kirk,
Yes.
5'9", so right at a 6.
And nobody likes Kirk. Everyone already said after the Higgins pick, he's crushed.
Yes.
But he's not a nothing. If he's on the roster, he is going to inhibit opportunity for both of these rookie receivers. So
there he
this kinda
goes,
feels
layered
like-
over Houston. There it is, layered over Houston from last year, weeks 1 through 17. Nico, BTJ, the big dogs. Got Stephon Diggs right there. And then following that, you had Evan Ingram, Christian Kirk from Jacksonville. So Kirk was running pretty much with like Tank Dell was being used. There they go, right
You
there,
got
back to back.
Schultz on there?
Who?
Dalton Schultz. I know that he's probably much lower.
There he is.
Okay, yeah, he's something.
Dalton Schultz, right there. His usage equated for about a. You want tight ends are a little different. 4.5 for tight end is what you want, but I want my wideouts to be a 5+, and everyone that needed to be a 5+ was a 5+. And here's the dope thing for those of y'all who don't have not used this. One of the best things about Trinity to really kind of tell like what's going on in the offense without knowing anything, the fact that I'm seeing like all these dots kind of far back and close to the line lets me know the offense and the quarterback is probably pretty good.
Oh.
Like probably pretty good. What do we got, Jay Rich?
Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia to Cincinnati.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Dylan Fairchild to
Nick.
Cincinnati. Mitch does not like I don't
What'd I
know,
do?
Mitch. It's Noel or Higgins, man. This is tough in Houston. Like, if I were those two
Hey,
guys,
you
I'd
know
hate
what's tough?
this. I would
You
hate
know
the
what's
fact
tough,
that we
man?
both landed in Houston. I would hate it.
Is when you watch the two receivers, like in my opinion, it really is. It's Noel. Like he's the better player. And the funny thing that people is always brought up with the two is Noel is the prototype slot guy, but the way they operated at Iowa State, it wasn't like he was just this slot guy and Higgins is this outside X receiver. They interchanged a lot, and Noel ran a lot of routes from the outside, right? So it's kind of similar in some ways to what Tank Dell did, where Tank Dell was potentially pegged as a slot guy, and Houston's like, nah, he's good outside, and he performed well outside on the Texans roster. So if Noel can slot into that role, that may be the best role on the offense versus what they might expect for Jaden Higgins.
Indianapolis took Justin Wally. I'm just announcing the pick, cornerback from
Yep.
Minnesota before the Fairchild pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. Where are we at with picks? Where are we at in round 3? Tennessee
82 right now.
All right.
Not a
Pittsburgh
running
Coming up,
back.
right?
Pittsburgh's coming up.
You know what that kind of reminds me of, Ray? I was just thinking back. Christian Watson and Romeo Dobbs in the same draft, remember? And everyone said Dobbs is dead because he's the second receiver on the Packers. But you look back and you're like, neither of them really separated from each other. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
neither of them were bad. So it's kind of like,
What happens if
when
they're
it-
both okay? What happens if they're both just okay?
you don't want okay. You want okay if you have to pay nothing for okay, which means it's
That's
Noel.
it's going to hurt
Higgins.
Higgins more than Noel, right?
Yes,
If they're
exactly.
both okay, you want Christian Kirk because he's free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll be
Fair.
okay too.
Is Kirk the real winner here? Like
No, because he's a veteran that was on the decline, and they drafted two receivers.
Yeah.
Two
That
receivers.
both can play the slot. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
none of them are winners.
I was
No,
just going to
everyone-
say
That
that
is-
they're all
He's lucky
losers
he's been
in this
waiting.
That's it.
situation.
Where is he?
That's it. Jay Rich, did you have Noel's slot rate in college?
Wow.
Not off
I
the
mean,
top
his
of my
slot
head.
rate was probably high. I mean, no. All right. I didn't know if you had it out there.
I
I
got
could-
72% for his career.
70. That's a lot.
Let's do
So
some
you
For
math.
Noel-
got outside 28%.
For
Yeah, he
Noel,
ran routes outside though.
I'm gonna show y'all something.
Not saying
cool,
you can't
too.
do it. It's just it was very high in college.
I'm gonna pull something up and show you something too. Titans are on the clock. They have
Not
not
a
surrounded
running
Cam
back.
Ward with anything offensively, have they? Have the Titans even picked since Cam Ward?
They traded back earlier.
I
I'm
know
trying to
they
think
traded back in the second, but did they end up picking somebody?
Yeah. Olafami.
Oh, Finley
Ola-
Oladejo.
That guy. Yes, him.
Got it. Yep.
Look, if he was a skill player, I would learn to say his name correctly, but he
What
is
if
not.
this is
so I
what
would
if
not.
this is Al Manor or Isaiah Bond?
It's good for Cam.
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch
Agreed.
these players for fantasy, but it would be good for Cam. But you know what? It would be good for fantasy purposes because somebody would talk themselves into why it's good for fantasy. And that's all we want with players that are getting drafted now, right? At the wide receiver position.
Looking up some Knowles. Damn, it just they draft Higgins at the top of the second and then turn right back around and draft Knowles at the top of the third.
It's just very, very, very
Strange.
odd way to build
Strange
a
a
team.
little bit. Double tapping receiver from the same school, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Jalen Knoll. You said what did you have for his career, Ron?
I had 72%.
For his career.
In
It
the
looks
slot.
like
in
it's
the
right around 70 for 2024. So pretty consistent.
Where are you seeing that? Where'd you get that at?
I got it
I
at
pulled-
PFF.
I pulled PFF as well just for 24.
Got it.
Oh, they took the Penn State safety, the
Yeah.
Titans.
There it is.
It's a good pick.
Oh,
Kevin Winston. Kevin Winston. I'll give you the comparison of these two right here. We got 12,000 people watching. Let me see if I can pull this up. If this will I could show this. I think it's gonna go to the Okay, can y'all see this? I didn't mean to share the whole screen, but
Can you zoom in a little bit?
yeah, let me zoom in. So this is Knoll versus Higgins. Some of their advanced metrics, and Knoll is on the good lord, right? Knoll is on the left, Higgins is on the right. EPA per play, Higgins better. Yards per target, Knoll better. Success rate, Higgins better. Catch rate, Knoll a little better. Catch rate over expected, Higgins much better. Chunk play rate, Higgins, which is wild, but the explosive play rate, 17% for Jalen Knoll, 4% for Jaden Higgins. So we'll see. We'll see. Yards after the catch, Knoll was a little better. So it's going to be a true battle between them two in practices and in camp between Knoll and Higgins. So that'll be a fun one.
Look at Ray using catch rate over expectation, man.
I love
sweet.
CROE, man. I really do. I think I really like that. And I also like it for the quarterback. Pass rate over expected as well. Very, very big on those two things. All right, here goes Pittsburgh.
Come on, can we get an RB, please?
An RB? We get the RB?
Let's just put it out there, Caleb.
It's Caleb. It's Caleb.
Wow.
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 So good.
Thank you.
Oh,
John Bauer has been hiding this one for 5 minutes.
man.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe he has. Maybe I got a DM like 5 minutes ago and I just held a straight face the whole time.
I didn't want to get yelled at. I didn't.
Hey, talk about it.
Another 1-2 turn guy.
Ron, it's Pittsburgh. It's Kenneth Gainwell. It's Jalen Warren. And now they go out and draft a 6'2", 225-pound running back who is probably just as fast as Najee was. I mean, it's Mitch. Caleb,
It's awesome.
Pittsburgh.
Absolutely awesome. I mean, I redid my rankings right before we jumped on the stream yesterday. The top 6 backs were the top 6 backs that I had. It's RJ Harvey was my 6th. I had Caleb a little bit higher, but Caleb going the Steelers, it's awesome. It's really good. And the one thing that honestly, it kept pissing me off through the whole draft cycle is you would talk Caleb and people be like, well, he played behind a great offensive line. And, not everyone gets to do that. I'm like, did we hate Alabama running backs because they played behind a good offensive line? No, we just chose to hate Caleb for that reason, for whatever. And it wasn't just like one person saying it. It was multiple people. I'm like, how can you not like a running back just because they play behind a good offensive line? I did not understand it.
Mitch, it's funny.
I just want to say this. Stack said this about Tank Dell. He said Tank Dell is donezo. A lot of people are saying this is something we didn't address, but this is probably not good for Tank Dell. Go ahead, Mitch. Talk about this pick. I mean, JB, talk about this pick of the chat is losing their mind over this pick right now. They love it.
Well, with Caleb Johnson, just like Mitch said, talking about the holes that were available there for Caleb Johnson to run through at Iowa, he's still 70% of his yards in 2024 were after contact. So he was still contacted early. So I know that a lot of people want to say, well, he doesn't give you the high end speed, but we have the tracking data available. He hits some fine speeds. And it gives you enough in the receiving game. I like the 1-2 punch with him and Warren here in Pittsburgh, honestly.
Yeah.
Ooh, Le'Veon 2.0.
I've seen that comp. I've seen that comp.
Item comp to DeMarco Murray. I think this is a great fit with Arthur Smith.
Caleb Johnson or RJ Harvey?
Caleb Johnson.
RJ
That's not
Harvey.
even the question.
Higher
Caleb.
pass upside.
Caleb.
I'm going Caleb.
Yeah.
Caleb
for me too.
Yeah. I think the real question is it the more debatable pick it would be Trevion or Caleb. Can you get Caleb over Trevion in your head? Probably
That's
not.
in it. Listen, I think most people would take Henderson. Got drafted much higher. I don't think from a football standpoint, I wouldn't. I don't think if we looked up in like October, November, and it's like Caleb, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
There's going to be drafts where you're getting
Henderson and
wow. I looked this up, right? Because we were talking about it on my channel, but we were talking about scheme fit. So I was just looking up like who had the highest percentage of their attempts in zone. And 2 of the 6 running backs have over 70% of their runs come in zone concept were Jalen Warren and Najee Harris last year. So it fits with Arthur Smith. It makes a lot of sense.
And what did we talk about, Ron? And we got off that stream. You're like, all right, well, I need to make sure.
The San Fran RBs are up there too, at 70% plus zone.
It's a scheme that fits Caleb. This is.
Yep.
Dallas was another one.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Jay Rich, I didn't hear from you. Talk about Caleb in this fit in Pittsburgh, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those spots where we thought it was locked up with those 2 running backs, but a running back like Caleb Johnson, even in this spot, feels like that could change really quickly. I think one of the things that Bijan struggled with a bit was reading some of that Arthur Smith concepts early in his career, but I think Caleb Johnson comes in at a much higher level of where his understanding is of the scheme, and he'll fit in really, really quickly. So you get a couple explosive ones in preseason, you find out he's dominating practices, and he may actually be the starter by week 1. And I think owners, if you want him, you're going to have to draft him that way. And to be honest, he's probably deserving of that. So he'll be in contention probably in that mid to lower mid first round for some of these running backs, because you can make the case for him. And we know that Pittsburgh likes to use one guy primarily. And if that guy's Caleb Johnson, then that's a pretty good spot to be in.
Hey, Scott, 0.75 tight end premium, Caleb Johnson or Tyler Warren?
Oh, I'm not taking tight ends there either. You've already laid out the bet, so I'm taking the running back.
+1 PPR tight end premium.
No.
I mean, it's getting to the range where, again, you're taking a tight end for the potential positional advantage, but you're also in a 2 PPR. You're taking him. It starts to dig into the flexes. I'd be okay doing it, but again, like Harvey or Caleb or Judkins or Henderson or the fact that you even have those conversations is good for the value of your picks.
Well, but people want to know who you would take. I understand you don't care, but at the end of the day, you do pick the button. You press a button, right? Like you are not just saying I don't care. You're pressing a button. People
would have to do with
my
roster construction. How quick can I replace running back? If I have a couple decent running backs, like the question earlier, I have Breece Hall and Chuba Hubbard. In that case, I may go Caleb Johnson. But other rosters, you may have a couple other guys where you don't need to take a running back, and I can take the shot on the tight end. I'm trying to equalize the two for the format from like when I draft players, I never bet they're going to be elite. It's the worst thing you can do.
Scott,
I don't think anybody on here is saying that. I don't think that even.
Nuts to the wall. You have to make a decision, or someone's
He
going
won't
to
make
let
you
hammer.
He just won't. He won't make it.
You have to. You are on the clock. You can't say I pick on contingency. I pick contingency.
Expired.
Contingency is not an option.
Like the commercial.
We have ants.
That's why I play in so many leagues with so much at stake. Big decision. I never have a decision.
Just asking you to pick which one.
Pick one.
Like literally.
One.
Caleb.
Thank
you.
You.
Do more.
How hard was that?
Correct.
We're not going to hold you to it. We understand that your roster will dictate who you pick, but people just want to know After the draft, who do
if
you
you're
like?
looking at me for player takes, you're
We're not
looking at the
asking for
wrong
player
person.
Scott, do you not when you get on Sleeper, does your thumb not hit draft like everybody else in the world?
Yeah, but
That's all
every
people
pick,
want to know, man.
every pick is contextual, and it's
people
based
aren't
on
holding you to your roster right now. They just want to know what you think about the player, man. They want to know what you think. If you don't like it, don't talk about fantasy football. They want to know what Scott Connor thinks about the landing spots and the players.
But do they? Okay.
Yes, they absolutely do, because you are a genius at this. So sometimes
I mean, Jason said you're not doing a good job selling the Sunday night show. You're not doing a good job selling the Sunday night show. We get it, man. Like, but this is people want to know, like, okay, now that this has happened, if I'm sitting in these spots and I have to make a pick, what do you just think about these spots? What do you think about some perceived opportunity?
It's Caleb, because there's a quicker return, and yet Caleb.
Thanks, Scott. Tell me if I'm looking at this wrong. Let me try to look at it this way. I personally look at it as I'm taking Caleb because even in those premium leagues, I could get a Hunter Henry. They're always available. You could go get a guy like that who I think is going to produce close to a Loveland to a Warren. Do you ever look at it like that, or do you just look at it solely, hey, I have X amount of Caleb Johnson's shares, I have X amount of Tyler Warren shares, I would like to approach it that way?
There's always that conversation going on in my head. But yes, I'm looking for that today's Dynasty game. It is a how quick can I turn a return on something?
Yeah.
And knowing that the way people play, like there's going to be a lull probably with Tyler Warren. We talked about that last night, right? Mm-hmm. So that would be the tiebreaker. The scoring, similar tiers if you're talking like 2 PPR, but the return, what can I do more quicker? It's Caleb, 100%.
Yeah, and that's all people just want to know what you think, man. We get it. We're not putting you to it, but people do. I'm just letting you know, people do care what you think, and they do want to hear where you would pick a player, where you would not. All right, now that we've gotten that out of the way, how many picks have gone by since whatever Caleb Johnson? All right, we're gonna do it again.
There's three more, and it's
none
defensive
of them are real
players.
Defensive players. All right, Jay Rich, 101, Superflex, go 101.
Ashton Genty.
Cam Ward, 102. JB. Ooh. Nope. Excuse me. Mitch, 102. I don't get to go. We'll go the other way. Jay Rich went Ashton Genty. Mitch, 102.
Oh, why do this to me? I'm going. Travis Hunter.
There you go.
Scott. You're at 103, okay? You tried to trade. You're at 103. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
First round running back, Hampton.
All right.
Okay.
Shane. If he would have said I traded the pick, I'd have kicked him off the phone. If he would have said, Ray, I've traded back, I'm not making the pick.
Where can I trade back to?
Right.
106 and the 26 first.
104.
I will take
we went Genty, we went Hunter, we went Hampton.
The top 8 wide receiver.
Teteroa McMillan.
T-Mac. Respect.
Ron Stewart, 105.
I'll go Judkins.
Ooh.
Like it.
Love JB, 106.
Cam Ward.
Damn.
I'm at 107.
Oh, I thought Cam Ward. I thought he went. That's my bad.
Oh, you want? Would you take Ward? Would you take?
I would take Ward over Judkins if I could have that back.
Ward is 105. Ward is 105. JB, Ward is off the board.
That's like one of those situations you email the commissioner, hey, I misclicked there. Can I get that back? Travion.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm going to pick.
Judkins, 10, whatever. 107, Judkins. Jay Rich. You're at 108.
I'm going to go with RJ Harvey.
Oh. Mitch, 19.
All right. Caleb Johnson, then.
Scott, 110.
I'm going to lean on the Ibuka train. That's an asset that it's more of an investment. I took another player earlier. We'll go with the Ibuka asset.
Ray, we have
Oh,
Savion Williams to Green Bay.
Let's
No.
go.
Oh,
There you go,
Green
Mitch.
Bay.
There's our
Yes.
receiver right there.
Savion
Love
Williams,
Savion.
wide receiver out of TC. Somebody said Golden is dead already. Goldman is dead.
This is Christian
come
Watson,
on.
Romeo
This is-
Dobbs all
Scott-
over again.
There we go.
Scott, this just gives people the ammo to be out on that Golden. Oh man, they took Savion a few picks later.
That's all we needed.
A few picks after him.
According to some, this is Marshawn Lloyd is dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know who I don't like this for is Jaden Reed's screen targets. I don't.
Oh, good point.
yeah.
I'd rather. This is such a They have the most diverse room of uninspiring wide receiver combinations that you can have. You've got a field stretcher and Christian Watson that can't stay healthy. Another guy who everyone hates his collegiate profile that they just drafted in round 1. You've got the people's champ in Dontavian Wicks that can't get more than 2 targets a game. You've got Jaden Reed, who's pretty good, but they just every 2 games he goes absent. They don't even throw him the ball. And then you got just boring Romeo Dobbs. And now you add Savion to this room. How?
Bo Melton can play.
Oh, and then you got
Rutgers.
Bo Melton. There's
Jersey boy.
Rutgers, right? Shout out Bo Melton. What a wide receiver room. And what if none of them are even any good?
That's a distinct possibility.
Yes. Savion is when you play NCAA 25 and you get that athlete and you're like, hey, it's going to be good, but you don't have anywhere really to put them because you already have wide receivers who can play wide receiver. You have running backs who can play running back, and he can do all of them, just not as well as those others can do that.
I have a very poor track record. Very poor with TCU wide receiver. Very poor. It is. Very poor track record with TCU wide receiver. Can I interest you in Savion, the running back convert? And he's playing a hybrid running back receiver role for Matt LaFleur. Could I interest any if the Packers come out and say, our plan is to play him as an RB weapon and not at a receiver? Would anybody be a little more interested in taking a swing on him in the 3rd round of a rookie draft?
I was going to say in the 4th.
Okay. 4th round?
When was Kadarius Patterson drafted? I don't remember because he was in the league.
2012?
1986.
He was a third, was he?
1986.
Was he like a 3rd round guy too? Just
Yeah.
that's
No,
kind of
Cordell
what you're
Patterson
hoping
was a
for.
first
He's a
round
little
pick.
Patterson
Was he?
was the
Patterson
first
round
round
pick.
pick. Yeah.
No,
The first
Yeah.
round pick.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, it was in 1986. It was probably before you were born.
It was in the teens. He was a first round pick though. Cordell
Shane,
Patterson
it was
a
the
first
year
round pick.
before RAS was recorded. We went back to
Exactly.
1987.
Yeah, 29th overall.
Can somebody answer that? What if he is listed in the? What if he's a running back?
I like him more than I like him right now.
Would you
Wow.
like him more than Marshawn Lloyd, Ray?
Dude, I'm not even. Lloyd, Hopi, and Beans are gone for me.
They
Josh
hired
just had 300
they hired
carries.
They hired Luke Getsy this year to come in and help boost their offense a little bit. So that's probably behind this pick.
The Jags, I think they just traded up to make back-to-back picks at 88 and 89.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, that's a run.
So
This
took
is your
a
Bucky.
corner with the first pick.
It's
Oh,
it's
thank
gonna
you,
be
Jay.
Scatterboo. They're gonna get it. They
Dude, this
take
is Scatterboo.
Scatterboo. What happens?
What about Sampson?
Chaos.
Scatterboo would cause the chaos though with Liam Cohen as a pass catching running back, missed tackle guy. People would be
You're
like,
good.
"That's Bucky."
Wyatt Millum, guard out of West Virginia.
All right,
Oh, why?
We were talking about Swift.
Million.
ETN's got a similar vibe to Swift right now, where it's just survive and advance.
survive.
Well, the chat said Javonte Williams is a big winner too, and he was
Yeah.
way cheaper than everybody else. Like cast off, you
Yes.
could buy him for a 3rd or a 4th, and Williams, Tracy, Chase Brown, Swift.
Ray, here's your Dylan Sampson
ETN.
pick right here.
Ooh, Ty Montgomery
Rams?
2. James, thank you. James said Savion is Ty 2.0. Were y'all playing fantasy football when Ty Montgomery existed?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who's
Give
playing
me
quarterback
RB on his
again?
sleeper card. Give me RB on his sleeper card, and I'll toss a 3rd-round pick.
Ray,
at
who
him.
is this quarterback again?
Let Ron say that one more time. Ron, if RB is on his sleeper card, you'll throw a 3rd at him, huh?
Yeah, I'll throw it, dude.
Same.
Day 2 draft capital, and you're saying he's catching passes as a running back out of
I'm
the
with you.
backfield?
I'm with you. If his sleeper card
That
says
side?
running back, I'm very much interested.
Man, we're gonna need a couple of running backs to go here, fellas.
Oh yeah, where
yes.
are we? How many picks do we have left?
10 or
Maybe
so.
10,
We're at half.
11.
We got half the round.
Pick
Can we get a
89.
running back to the Rams? A round 3 RB to the Rams? People like
Kyron's
that?
surviving too.
Dylan
That
Sampson?
Kyron
Yeah.
was going to be going
How about
away.
that Blake Corum?
With Corum.
Trey Benson.
Trey Benson's, yeah, surviving.
I'm just naming the running backs who have not been zapped yet, or at least the
Hey.
perception they have not been zapped yet.
New Orleans is coming up. That could be a
Mara.
spot for running back.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of talk about.
Watch Scatterboo go to the Ravens. Watch him
Gotta
go
get
to
Lamar Jackson another weapon, right?
Should have got that Savion. Shador might fall out of
Dak
the third.
Vetch. Day 3 Shador is.
Dude, I've almost forgot about Shador, and then you just mentioned him, and we have like 10 picks left in the
10
third.
picks left.
Where? I mean,
I want
The
Dallas
Raiders
to take him.
Late third
the
I want
round.
Raiders
Dallas to
picked
take him.
twice at the end of the third. Like
I
that
want
could
Dallas
be
to take
the.
him. Dallas take him in the 6th.
There's something
Jalen
about
Milrow,
quarterback.
5th rounder.
There's something about QB, I think, and maybe kind of the modern era where like it seems like day 2, it doesn't like I know like Levis just happened, but if you remember like the Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, Malik Willis class, like we were expecting a bunch of those dudes to go 2nd, 3rd round. They didn't.
That round 2 run is historically the least likely spot for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Teams
Because
will
if-
take them in the 3rd, 4th, 5th because
It's
that
usually
3rd,
the
4th, and
upper
5th is
third.
where guys go, and they're looking for developmental backups, and that's what it
That-
signifies.
And that's why, because you can get starters at other positions in the 2nd, 3rd round. Whereas if you want to start in quarterback, you're typically getting them in the 1st, and you're not gonna expend that pick in the 2nd or 3rd, obviously, for a backup quarterback. And just, I guess the rate of success isn't that great until Tyler Shuck comes and changes all of that. But
Yeah, Shuck goes round 2. Like there's always one that sneaks in, but you know, you see this big list of players.
Yeah, I'm looking through the draft history right now by position, looking at 3rd round running backs, and yeah,
Not good, or
I mean,
Brandon
there's
Davis Rice.
Trey Benson, Blake Corum, Marshawn Lloyd, Kendre Miller, Spears, the chain. Then you got Bigsby, Tyrion Davis Price. Remember Trey Sermon, Keyshawn Vaughn,
Trace
Darrington
Sermon.
Evans, Darrell Henderson, Damian Harris, Alexander Madison, Deontay Foreman, Kenyon Drake. I remember CJ Procise, loved him, and Tevin Coleman was
damn.
pretty good for a little bit there. It's not awful. It's not awful, but it looks like at least half of the 3rd round running backs missed though. So as much as we'd like to believe all these players are going to hit.
And the war backs that up, Shane. Like looking past a certain range, if you just go by historical ADP, like running backs outside of that 2nd round, early 3rd, it even gets into they're just a running back on a depth chart. They have to win their role just like a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
So we're getting into that territory, Ron, where it's hard to say any running back taken from this point and lower is any different than somebody that goes 50 picks into tomorrow night. It's going to depend on where they land, who's on their depth chart, and they still going to have to earn their role. They're not handed anything.
Now, mind you, Chain and Kamara were both RB 3rd round running backs. So if you want to point to those outliers and go, well, there's been some really elite running backs.
DeMarco Murray.
But
DeMarco
see, here's the thing, Shane. Those guys didn't land in spots where you just said they're smashing from day one. They had to earn where they were. And then once you see it, it's okay to go, okay, they've earned it. Where it gets scary is when you push a guy. I mean, I'm not going to nail JB on this too much, but Keyshawn Vaughn.
Oh, it hurts.
You
It hurts.
pushed him up, and then it was clear. If we were playing Dynasty today with Keyshawn Vaughn, when it's the preseason and it's early in the year and he's not even active, it's over. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, that's a huge red flag.
Hey, if you remember, though, Devon Achane had a game where he was inactive very early, too.
Wasn't it injury, though? It was his shoulder.
I don't think it was an injury.
4 weeks, 6 weeks. Like, you expect them to be on the field. You know what I mean? And when it's not, it is a red flag.
Chain was injured in the preseason and then played like 1 snap in the first game. That's what it was. Or his first game back, whenever that would have been.
Right. For a second, I thought that was Caleb already in a Steelers jersey, and I'm like, damn, the Iowa Steelers. It's like, Didn't you guys think
mean-
that when you saw it? He's already
Yeah.
in a Steeler jersey.
It's an easy Photoshop that people could do there.
How we feeling? Just absent the QBs. I know maybe some of the landing spots aren't as desirable, but I really think this is to not have 2 top 10 quarterbacks, 2 top 15, not even 2 top 20 quarterbacks, and to be sitting here in the 3rd round and thinking, man, we got Pittsburgh running back, a Cleveland running back, we got somebody in LAC, the Raiders, I mean, the Broncos, you had 1st-round receivers, you had top 50 tight ends. This has been, outside of one player, really, well, 2 to a degree, but outside of Milroe and Sanders, I don't know who's absent from the draft board that we saw. Maybe Dylan Sampson, some Scatterboo, but I didn't buy that the entire process, and I got eviscerated early by saying that I didn't think he was that good. But here we are. He's not a 1st-round running back like everybody tried to tell me. He's a good player, but I'm happy. I'm happy about these spots, and I'm happy about the capital and the situations that a lot of these guys landed in. I really don't know what to do. And I know this sounds crazy. Ron said it. Mitch just did it in this fake mock. After Genty, I don't even know. Like, you can convince me that Travis Hunter should be off the board 102. Like, you really, Travis Hunter, then get Cam Ward later if you don't think he's got a lot of upside. But this is, I'm excited about this class and rookie drafts. And I think we're going to see so much. There won't be consensus. Ron's got his community. And he's going to go back and he's going to punch in the numbers and he's going to have a list. And JB's got a tier and he's going to have a list. And Scott's going to, everyone, I don't think there's going to be consensus after Genty. And I believe that there will be some Travis Hunter 102s across the board. Like, fire me up with Travis Hunter.
That's what
Emory Jones goes to Baltimore. What'd you say, Ron?
Yeah.
That's what my community will be doing. Is Emory Jones, was he like one of these guys that like was a 1st-round buzz guy and then maybe early?
I didn't hear great things on Emory Jones.
He was in there at the beginning because it was him and Will Campbell, right, at LSU. So he was kind of there. But not in there. I hear him behind me. Will Campbell. I think Emory Jones is a guard. But Baltimore.
He was announced
But
the tackle,
Baltimore.
eh?
But Baltimore. But Baltimore. I just trust Baltimore.
Yeah.
4-star recruit.
Seattle, big pick here.
Who'd Seattle take?
Jaden Blue.
Was it
They
actually
took who?
Jaden Blue?
No.
Jaden Blue.
You're trolling.
Yes, I'm completely trolling.
I thought you were being serious.
Absolutely not. I want pure
I was like,
chaos.
what
You
the
know
hell?
this.
I'm
Could
missed a
Seattle
couple
go
of
with a receiver here, maybe?
They could. Do you
A.O.
want-
Manor.
I
I'm
Manor
just
fit in Seattle.
Manor? Restrepo in Seattle?
There are a couple of picks we didn't mention. Jacob Parrish, cornerback, Kansas State, goes to Tampa Bay. Noel Williams, I love this pick by look at the Chiefs. No damn running back.
Jalen Milroe to
wow.
Seattle.
I was about to say quarterback would make a lot of sense
Okay.
with only Darnold in front.
Yeah. It is
What happened?
Milroe.
It is.
It's a great spot for him.
I'm
It's
interested.
really one of the best spots he could go to.
Jalen Milroe ahead of Shador Sanders. Clear path to be the starter next season when Sam Darnold departs. Where are you drafting Jalen Milroe? Ron Stewart, kick us
JR
off.
next year, it might be this year.
It could be this year.
Man.
Calm down with that. Calm down.
Could be this year.
That's more of an indictment on Sam Darnold, not praise for Jalen Milroe.
But
by the
Darnold,
way.
I saw.
No. I know that's what I'm saying. You guys are crushing Sam. Sam, Sam can do it. All right.
Well, Ron's a Jets
Sam I
fan.
saw in New
So
York. I saw Sam. I saw him up close. I'd like to see Sam without Jefferson and KOC pulling his strings.
Well, you'll get to this
You're
year.
gonna.
Right?
Yeah, you're gonna.
I mean, let me ask you guys this.
Like mid-second.
does
Mid-
Milroe slot ahead in right now for you, Ron, over both Texans receivers?
Yeah, I think so.
Whoa.
I think so.
Over
Yeah.
Trey Harris.
Man, that one's close.
It's still a late second round receiver, man. You
toss-up,
know.
man. I think it's probably still Milroe.
Wow. Okay.
Burden or Milroe?
I'll go Bird in there, but that's me leaning on
Really?
Pryor.
Okay.
I mean, this is a better version of Spencer Rattler last year. He's in a spot where you look at the starter and you go, the starter may not even last the whole year, and there's a path to some opportunity with this.
I think the good thing is I won't have to pay the price that I'd be willing to pay. Like, I think he'll be a late second in rookie drafts, and there I'm fine firing that off.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Price should be good.
Davey, a little hyperbole, my friend.
Who is the backup quarterback in Seattle right now currently?
Jalen Milrow.
Drew Lock.
Drew
Right?
Lock.
Yeah, it is Drew Lock. Yeah.
And they still have Sam Howell. And now Jalen Milrow.
No way.
I mean, they're good. They talked about moving Howell, but I mean, that hasn't happened yet. So technically, they have 4 quarterbacks.
Ron, question for you. I think I know the answer, but they say, who would you take at 103, Hampton or Hunter?
I'm taking Hunter 102.
Yeah,
but I've just been I was doing that when, he was a Brown. He was a Brown in our mind for the last, month.
7 RBs so far. Is that higher or lower, Scott, than we thought?
6.5 is the average. So it's, I mean, even though it's a good running back class, we're slightly above the average, which is. We'll see if we get
a spicy one.
We get 2 more.
Here's a super chat, spicy super chat. Shout out to Josh, spicy super chat. Milrow fantasy QB1.
Yeah, I can't get there. I love Milrow, but that's a little too much.
Okay.
I will say though, like I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that it's Dart over Milrow, at least in like a vacuum for me.
Well, talk through because we're analyzing 2 different things, right? Josh, I think, is saying if he has to start a guy for a 3-week stretch,
fantasy QB1.
If you're talking all the investment, job security, all that kind of stuff, then it changes where you have to pick them. But like, if all the rookie quarterbacks this year besides Ward, and let's say Ward starts the whole year and the other guys start 8 games, is Milrow the highest score if he starts 8 games?
I just
maybe the favorite.
That's worth something.
All I'm gonna say. I don't know how much y'all are really banking on this dude going out there running for like 85 yards a game. I mean, he is not a good quarterback. He's not. He's not. I mean, I get the enthusiasm, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to drop back and complete a pass. You do. And I don't care how much rushing upside you have. I think there's a lot of eggs in the Milrow's a good quarterback basket. There's a lot of hopium here. A lot.
Rush for show and pass for dough, Ray.
I
can't do the latter. You got to be on the field.
He's closer to like DTR than he is to Justin Fields.
Thank you.
That's how I've always looked at him.
Yes.
But can he perform without a doubt? There's going to be so many people that buy into that rushing upside. That's why I'm willing to get the pick, because people are going to buy into it. But do I actually want him on my roster playing for me weekly? Yeah, I'll move on the first second that I can with him.
We'll see how he develops. Jay Rich, we watched a lot of college football, man, and there were more, oh my God, what is this dude doing? Than like this is the you're banking a lot on that rushing. Like I keep hearing
people always forget, Ray, like quarterbacks have to throw first, run second, not the other way around. Like
they have to throw the ball, man.
You can talk about how the rushing fantasy points are really fun and exciting, but like your quarterback has to be able to throw the ball, or he's going to end up at A-Rich levels or worse.
And in
you
that
don't
offense,
want the next A-Rich.
You've got short window, like tight timing routes with JSN and Cooper Kupp. I will see.
Got to be accurate. Got to be on time.
And who's the OC?
Oh, Kubiak.
Yeah.
Appreciate
some fireworks early there.
I'm just.
Yeah, it was a nice 2-week stretch.
Just saying. Did Seattle just repeat history? Flynn and Wilson.
No.
Pretty funny. Could be.
I like that. I like that.
Here's what I will say. Let me be pro Milrow. And I talked about this on Wake Up. Over the summer, Anthony Richardson was on one of them podcasts, and he's talking about how easy the NFL was and not that hard. Everything I've heard and listened to Jalen Milrow seems like a much better, much higher work ethic than that of Anthony Richardson. Definitely feels like he was, like the work ethic was there. I mean, Shane, Scott, y'all saw him in Mobile. Did he do anything memorable to you? Do you remember anything?
Oh, yeah, he couldn't hand the ball off because Scott kept pointing it out to me. His feet were just
y'all
a mess
think
when
it's
he
a
was trying to
joke.
hand off.
His
Because
footwork
he
was
played so much in the
not
gun,
great.
Yeah.
he did not know how, when they put him under center to turn around and hand the ball to the running back, his
Turned the
feet
wrong
were
way.
off. They pulled him into the side to help him work on,
Yeah.
like, hey, here's the exchange. You got to drop this foot.
All
And
the steps.
I think there's just a lot there to be. Fantasy QB1 for me is still going to be Cam Ward. It's still Cam Ward for me. I think Milroe's got a lot of hurdles to climb. And it's not like he was the top pick in the second round. I mean, he's damn near, we're almost at the end of the third now. So
Let me ask you this, right? Is this the kind of thing with Milroe where everyone's assuming if he plays, he can score points, right?
Yeah.
But let's
that's what
say
everyone's assuming.
Darnold gets hurt in week 3. Are they turning it over to him or Drew Lock that started
Drew
30
Lock.
games in the NFL?
Drew Lock.
So
100%.
Drew Lock.
like he needs the situation to break for the opportunity to come after he's already earned the role to beat out Drew Lock. You know what I mean? Like he would need it to happen at the last second of the season, probably, for him to get the backup role. So that's what I struggle with.
Weeks, right? Where Drew Lock struggles and they say, okay, we're going to turn to Jalen Milroe week 8, week 10, whatever.
Well, and Jay, let's say Darnold misses a couple games, but it's week 5 through 7. Milroe ain't ready yet. So he doesn't get those spot starts, and you're going, is he the backup? So
they'll just play the experience backup until Darnold gets back.
Corey Joseph said, Ray learning after both Lance and A-Rich is refreshing. Thank you for growing as an analyst. It helps us learn to pivot from I said it after A-Rich. I said A-Rich is going to ruin it for a lot of QBs or help a lot of QBs out. I think he ruined it for a lot of QBs. Now, the difference is Milroe's got a bunch of starts. His numbers look better. I'm just telling you, I watched a lot of them at Alabama, and I mean, the NFL told you to. He's a third-round pick, so I would temper expectations. Cheeky says, I remember what Sam for Bama thoughts on Milroe in the Discord. She's a Alabama resident truther, and she was like, get him off my damn team. Can't wait for him to be gone. And Ron made another $1. Appreciate you guys. This many hours back to back. I'm sure it's got to be tiring, and extra dollars for Ron's Ridley take earlier. Go Birds. Shout out to
Dylan Gabriel, Cleveland Browns.
Let's go.
No.
Really?
No way.
You leaked it?
Dylan Gabriel over Shador.
It's a smear campaign now.
Oh my God.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Mike's never hearing the end of this.
JR, it was up on the tracker. It was up on the NFL.com tracker.
This is
okay,
smear.
Ray, defend your boy. Dylan Gabriel. You looked him in the eye.
I'm getting the picture right
now. No
now.
offense to you, my friend. You are not a tall man.
I'm not the tallest dude.
Dylan Gabriel in the eye and said, you want to be an NFL quarterback? Are you sure about this?
I did say that.
Can you see over the offensive line?
I got a selfie with Dylan Gabriel.
And what's crazy is this is actually a good spot for a quarterback.
It is.
I was going to say, Jay, who's likely to start games this year? Dylan Gabriel or Jalen Milroe?
Gabriel. Gabriel's now interesting.
There goes me and Dylan Gabriel right there.
Interesting.
There goes me and old DG right there. There's me and old Dylan Gabriel. We chopped it up for a minute. Yeah, he's not a big dude, man. He was not a big guy at all. Not a big guy. Shout out to DG. Did he really get drafted? Wow. I mean,
yes. But dude, bro's arm was amazing,
accurate,
and he's mobile,
on time.
I know that he's 5'3", but just roll him out. I don't know. He reminds me of Doug Flutie. That's the only
good thing he's going to be playing in those.
Bryce Young is small.
Sauce says,
more than Young.
Yeah.
Sauce says Shador must have answered every question. It will be legendary. He just come on. Leave him alone, man. Leave him alone. Really wish I could see some of Mel's meltdown. Dak and okay. Allen is in the chat. He said Dak and Cousins were 4th rounders. Still, it's all about spot and fit. It really is. It's spot, fit, and hope. It's spot, fit, and hope.
But the problem is, this is one of the spots that we actually liked for a quarterback. Like, there is a world where there's opportunity here, and there's no way. Are they drafting Sanders
coming up?
Vegas has to take him.
I mean,
At this point, because wasn't
Josh,
Vegas the team
Josh
that
said,
he
what's the
kept?
difference between A. Rich and Milroe? One was picked 4th overall and one was picked 90th overall. That's the difference. I mean,
one
that's
was a 2-year starter at Alabama.
One was picked 4th overall to be the starting guy, and they're going to float out there. The other one was drafted in the 3rd round to be the backup to the backup of a team that paid Sam Darnold. I'm not saying that there's not anything there, but this palpable enthusiasm that you locked and loaded this lotto ticket is bullshit. I don't believe that at all. If he gets the opportunity to start, yes, people will like him. But today, right now, I'm not looking at late 3rd round Jalen Milroe and getting a hard on. I'm just not. I'm not. I'll draft him. I want him. But the X's and O's of it, why are we even asking what's the difference? There's a massive difference. One was picked 4th by a brand new coach, his first time as a head coach, and one was picked 90th overall or wherever he went. That's the difference.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna step out a little early here. I got to go take my dog out and go to bed. I do appreciate you guys having me on. What?
Jesus Christ. Nah, man, Ron, you're family now, so we got to give you the same level of shit that we do everybody else. Ron, honestly, man, appreciate your time, dude. Just out of your own mouth, let the people know where they can find you and not so much of what you're doing, but what's next for your content and what can new people expect that are going to go sub to your channel? What are you about to do this next couple of days, man?
Hell yeah. I appreciate you guys having me, having a spot here to hang out and just because this is why this is good to bounce ideas off of. I was sitting there for a second. I was like, man, Jalen Milroe over Jackson Dart. And you guys, now I'm like, yeah, probably early third for Jalen Milroe. But yeah, you can find me over Ron Stewart on the YouTube channel. I'm going to have pretty much like tomorrow, I should have like a top 25 rookie rankings out. I'll probably be running some streams at night as well to get some, some Dynasty rookie like ADP just to get like a feel of what's going on, because it's going to be all over the place this weekend before we get, rookie drafts happening. And then this week, I'll have my wide receiver rankings, running back rankings. I think I'll have Matt Harmon on at the end and pick his brain on some of these, Higgins versus Noel, and kind of see what's going on there. So definitely subscribe. I'll have redraft content after that. But that's really all I got. Ron Stewart _ on Twitter as well, or X. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun hanging out. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, Ron. We'll chop it up soon, man. Thank you for jumping down with us for a couple hours. Shout out to Ron Stewart, man. Appreciate you, baby.
Of course. All right, I'll see you guys.
See you, man.
See you, Ron.
Take care,
man. Good dude right there. Good dude. Good dude, and he's got a good channel. Real talk, man. He love the way he goes about his business, so make sure you check out Ron. All right, where we at? Jay Rich. Let's go, baby. Talk about him, Jay Rich.
Xavier Watts paired with Jesse Bates. Jeez.
Are you floating right now? You floating,
I
Jay
mean,
Rich?
they addressed the edge, which they needed to do. Then they still got Xavier Watts. Like, this is wow. You just talk about just a player who could mentor Xavier Watts to be like a great free safety in the NFL. I like it a lot. I think it's a really good fit. You already have Terrell. Man, the D-line's significantly better. Now Houston's trading up. Jeez, wonder who they're after here.
Oh, man, we missed a really good pick, dude. A really good pick.
Jared Wilder?
Yeah, man. Jared Wilson.
Yeah, that's a good.
Jared Wilson. Yeah, Jared Wilson.
Yes, you're out of Georgia.
This is really good pick by your Patriots, getting a center, Jared Wilson, here in the 3rd. Some people thought he can go in the 2nd round. Houston, the Raiders, the Niners, the Eagles, and the Texans. So we're going to have some picks here. Xavier Watts goes to the Falcons. Good pick. Good pick.
Texans trading up for a receiver here.
Oh, my. A lot of people say they need a running back, man.
Iron Manor. They see the value. They got to do it.
Yeah. Is there anybody else from Iowa State coming out?
Stop.
No, it's not Iron Manor. It could be a running back, right? That is a. It could be
Samson.
Could be a running back.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. It is not. It is a defensive back.
Smith.
Oh, Jalen Smith. Okay.
Corner out of USC.
What did the Eagles get on that deal?
They traded back to 100. They traded back 5 spots for like a 6th, something like that. They only went back 5 spots, Shane. They're still picking at.
Okay. Can I ask you about Gabriel? Can I ask y'all about Gabriel since we dismissed him? Because if this were Shador, we would have a conversation about where he would go. He's going to get a chance to play.
Yep.
Gabriel, He's third round pick. He may play. Is there any interest, folks? Scott, you're any QB on the 2 deep? Is there any interest in Dylan Gabriel, rookie drafts?
Yeah, I mean, you're not picking him necessarily for the upside, but I think there's interest. He probably wins the backup role at some point, and if they're giving an opportunity to somebody, it's going to be him this year. So there's going to be a window. Yeah, there's interest. I think he's more likely to start than Milroe. If you told me that there's an injury-related earned start where it's not the guy has earned the job from like preseason into the season, like if it's an emergency, we need to put the quarterback in, I think he's more likely to play this year than Milroe is.
Yeah, very experienced. He's the most starts in college football history, doesn't he? At quarterback, like over 60 something. He's very experienced. Could easily beat up.
I don't know if he's going to start, but to me, he's going to be a guy who's going to be a backup quarterback in this league for the next 10 to 12 years. He's going to bounce between teams, but he's always going to be that second guy. So if I end up having to spend, I think just to get him is going to be probably a 4th round pick. Maybe if he starts going in the 3rd, I'm probably not going to have him on a lot of my rosters.
But who else are we taking at this point in the 3rd round?
You know, he reminds me of a little bit. You know, this is a perfect correlation for his career because they were drafted in a similar range. He's another like Mason Rudolph.
Okay.
Where like there's going to be a time where people go, well, you know what? Maybe we'll give him a couple starts. You know what I mean? Like, and that doesn't excite anybody when I tell you got Mason Rudolph in your rookie
I think
draft.
he's more talented than Mason Rudolph, though. He's just his only knock is that he's just a little person, and
and he can. If he got into play, I'd want to see what he could do before Kenny Pickett. And with Kevin 100%. Stefanski, I bet you he's a quarterback that can get the ball to what? Get the ball to damn Jerry Jeudy, get the ball to Njoku, hand the ball to Quinshon Judkins, and get out of the way. He's your quintessential. You have him. You never play him, JB. He's your QB4 on your roster, right? And then you get later in the season, and that team is desperate for the spot start, and you can flip him. You get a starter for a couple of weeks. Here's some Dylan Gabriel for you. You know, he's like the new. I'm not saying he's Ryan Fitzpatrick because he had an incredible career, but he just feels like he's going to be one of those quarterbacks where would you look up and he had a Davis Mills season where he got a chance to start. He's just a bridge body that they throw out there to play 8-9 games. We know they needed a quarterback and they got one. Dylan Gabriel.
I'll be that guy. I think he's going to be the starter quarterback for them. It's just Kirk Cousins is going to get traded there, get ethered again, and be all angry about it. And Gabriel's going to be
they're not
starter.
trading for Kirk Cousins if they took a quarterback.
Then he doesn't even need to do that much. He's
got
competing
Flacco and
against
Pickett to beat.
The corpse of Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, who a football actually threw him last year. A football threw him. He is awful. He is so bad when the Eagles are up 30 and they put him in the Super Bowl with 3 minutes to go. I thought they might lose it because of him. He is a trash can. He is a gutter bag. I will absolutely take my chances with Dylan Gabriel over Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. At least for a year.
I just saw one. Shador's the next Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Somebody said he's going to go undrafted.
They're alluding that he's going to go in the last pick of the draft,
Mr.
not
Irrelevant.
be the next Brock Purdy, but literally.
Do you think there's a little bit of a? I don't know, man.
It's not fair, Ray, but the message is
would he even accept a contract?
Is the message being? What's the message, Scott? What's the message? You're not going to run this.
You're not bigger than the NFL, right?
You're not good enough to do this shit.
It's not fair, probably, but it's not the exact same thing, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Nico situation at Tennessee. Like in the end, that we're going to make sure.
What did he do though? What did Sanders do?
I'm not saying he did anything, but it feels. How can you not look at this and say that there is not some level of?
He just overplayed his hand.
Yeah.
What hand did he?
Well, so it was reported. Who knows if it's true, right? That he just flat out refused to interview with certain teams because he's like, "There's no way I'm going to fall to you." If that's true, you know what I mean. That's probably a bad look.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because honestly,
and that's hurting teams using picks on him right now because he didn't talk with any of them.
Didn't talk with him.
Right. And that would be the only thing I would think that he did wrong. Like the whole like he's arrogant, whatever. I want my quarterback to be cocky. I want my quarterback to be confident in himself. I don't want some meek.
He's about to go back to Colorado, man. They're gonna figure out a way to get him back. He's going back. He's going back to Boulder.
He's hitting the transfer portal.
He's gonna have to pick
going
a
to
New Jersey
Tennessee
number,
to
though.
start.
They're gonna unretire. They're gonna have a ceremony to unretire his jersey.
Come on, man. Raiders go. I don't know who this is. Caleb Rogers, tackle.
Oh,
Texas Tech.
Out of Texas Tech. They win the tackle. So we've got a Raiders, Niners, Eagles, and the Vikings. We haven't had a Vikings pick in a while. I don't think they had a second rounder. So the Vikings.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of picks this draft.
Yeah. That's it. We got 4 picks
I think they
left,
traded
y'all.
down as well.
Got 4 picks left. We've been going live for a little over 4 hours and 15 minutes. Over 13,000 people in here in the stream, man. Shout out to everybody here that tapped in for another night. And we're going to do it again tomorrow. Starting at what time is the draft tomorrow?
Noon.
So we'll start about 15 minutes, about 10, 15 minutes before the draft tomorrow, about 10:50 on DDFFB, DD Fantasy Football. Not this channel. It'll be on DDFFB. So round 3, just recapping what we've had so far. We had Fannin go early, Kyle Williams, Isaac Tesla, Pat Bryant, Jalen Knoll, Caleb Johnson, Savion Williams, Jalen Milroe, Dylan Gabriel. More players for our fantasy football rookie drafts. And the Raiders are up for a second pick. At 2 picks.
Good pick by the Raiders.
Shador here.
Good pick.
No, they went offensive tackle.
Charles Grant.
Oh, out of William and Mary. Man, they double tap tackle. They said, damn, we're going to find somebody.
They found someone. William and Mary. Are they in FBS school?
Mm-hmm. FCS.
Yeah.
FCS.
Okay.
FCS. San Francisco, Philly. This could be another running back spot here.
This is that Niners round 3 running back. This is
Niners
the
round
Trey
3 running
Sermon
back that will stink.
TDP.
Whoever
Who would
they
it be?
take will stink.
Who would be the best fit for what they do, Ray? That's a left.
Zone scheme. Let's look.
Samson probably.
Let's
gonna
look.
say
Best
Samson.
available
Just
running
find
backs.
the hole and hit it. I mean, Neal would be good too.
Tootin.
Tootin would be good, yeah.
Scootin' tootin'.
Tootin would be, but they've got Garendo. So let's think about what they lost. They lost Jordan Mason. You've got an injured Christian McCaffrey. You probably need somebody that's got some girth, that can handle a pounding. I mean, Scattaboo, Neal, Martinez.
Wouldn't Scattaboo to the Niners be something behind CMC?
Yeah, I want that.
Be an ADV home run.
I mean,
It would be. Yeah.
Will Compton would love it. I mean, they would have a field day. You got 2 whites back there running the ball with Brock Purdy.
They'd be the new
George
exciting
Kittle.
whites.
What'd you say, Shane?
They'd be the new exciting whites.
They'd be exciting as hell. I think Scattaboo would be a good pick here by the Niners. Let's see who else is on the board. Let me just go overall BPA. Royals Lane. You got Farmer, Sampson, Swinson, but they've gone edge. They've gone interior D-line as well. Marcus Bowe still available. Billy Bowman, good pick. We got Will Howard. Will Howard's going to get a spot. That's going to be another quarterback. Elick. Do they need a receiver or no?
Well, they got Ricky and Juwan.
Maybe.
And Ayuk still there.
Do any of these
Ayuk.
receivers even excite y'all?
Yes.
Like after today?
At this point, no.
Any
I
of them?
Ty Felton
Any?
a little bit, but they're all going to be day 3 receivers at this point.
Are we just done here then? Is receiver, fantasy football wise, is receiver just kind of, you're really waiting on a landing spot in a story at this point, but there's nobody just off the strength of a pick. You're like, oh yeah, that's going to be dope.
And go to the tight ends, right? Is there a
go.
tight end right now at any landing spot? Is there a tight end that you're moderately interested on that list? There's a couple interesting ones, but 4-round rookie draft that we're going to do here in a little bit. Any of the tight end, does it even matter where any of them
No.
go?
No.
You're praying for
Probably
a
not.
Chiefs landing spot. It's
Gadsden.
the only thing you
Jack-
do in
Ma-
the season.
Jackson
Maybe
Hawes
Gadsden.
is interesting, but he's
Jackson
Gunner-
Hawes is
Gunner
going to
help.
block. He's going to
Yeah,
So
block.
he's a
tight
good
ends
blocker.
over, receivers over,
Yeah.
quarterback.
But I mean, we have to take somebody in the third and
but-
fourth rounds.
right,
We have
but
to take
But what
somebody.
Scott said, I don't think it's receiver anymore, man. Like
no,
outside of
tight
AD,
ends over, receivers over, quarterbacks over. You know what we're going to do in this mock? We're going to wish cast
Running
about
backs.
15 more running backs to good spots
Well,
because that's the only
I
thing
mean,
left.
look at the ones that are
There's a
left.
lot of good,
They're
lot of
good
guys
wishes.
there.
There are a lot of good backs
Scadaboo,
left.
Sampson, Neal, Giddens, James, Martinez, Tootin, Etienne, Smith, Marks, Blue, Hunter, Allen, Monungai, Gordon. Even down here, when you get to Rocket Sanders, Donovan Edwards. I mean, there's
Marcus
still
Yarns,
15
too.
of them. Dallas hasn't taken one.
Yet.
I just think it's tough when we get into the mock, though, because it's like there's not going to be a lot of information we're going to be able to use to break the ties between Scadaboo, Sampson, Giddens. You know what I mean? It's just going to be the same thing we were talking about all
Pre-draft.
offseason, except for you can't say they're going to get day 2 capital anymore. So
Yeah.
No, it just goes back to the whether it's an athletic profile, a specific trait, something they do well.
Yep.
That's what's going to go to.
Yep. Go to the chat. See if we got anything in the chat.
Denver trades back up.
Who did?
did?
Who did?
Denver has the next pick.
Oh, it's
Okay.
time to get that second running back in the back.
I was just gonna
Oh,
say,
yeah.
Nuke RJ, nuke him.
Put Cam back there. Just pure chaos.
Sean Payton
Scadaboo
would
is
do it.
such a Sean Payton running back.
Sean Payton would do it too if
His
there
new
were
Mark Ingram and Pierre Thomas or whatever the hell it was back
I
in the day. It
love
was
San
Mark
Francisco's
Ingram.
draft, man. They've drafted 3 straight defenders. That ought to tell you what they think about Pearson.
Oh, Upton Stout. Okay.
Or I see the
Oh.
comment from
corner.
October about what happened to Ollie Gordon. He fell hard. I mean, but he was. I don't think
He
there
didn't
was
really
much
fall hard.
expectation.
No,
No, there wasn't
Ollie-
much
no.
expectation, if at all. I think I saw a lot of 4th round grades on him.
Yeah, day 3 running back.
If
You
even,
run a
yeah.
4.6, you're a day 3 running back. You're big, you're 4.6, you're day 3 back, you know? Super chat from Fredo said Sanders needs to be a backup for a team like the Rams to develop under a competent leadership and maybe get a shot down the road. Sure. Again, Dallas, Rams, every team. I mean, backup quarterback, right? Aaron Rodgers, I know Allen said.
But is it worth having him as a backup quarterback? Like, is it going to be a distraction?
No.
You don't think?
No, I don't. And the reason why I say that, JB, is because all the NFL players say it's not. Because when he goes in the offense and on that team, there is not going to be any talk about him being the starter over whoever he's backing up. There's just not, like, I don't think it's going to be a distraction. It'll be a news story for a little bit. And once the games start, the guys that don't play, they go away. The NFL is so much bigger than a Shedeur Sanders. It is. Like, that's the storyline that dominates today. But think about J.J. McCarthy. When he ain't on the field, nobody's even thinking about him except Thor, right? Like, it's out of sight, out of mind. And if you're not playing, you're out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, that's a different situation. Come on.
It's
a
not.
different
Same
investment.
It's
situation.
not. It's not. That was a
Situation.
first-round quarterback, and now we're talking about a guy who's not even drafted. I don't think they're
Day 3 QB.
distraction from what, though? Like, from what's going to happen on the field? What the team's not going to be able to operate because we're talking about a third-round backup Shedeur Sanders? I don't believe that they're that fragile, JB. I don't. I just don't.
JB, what happens if Aaron Rodgers doesn't end up with the Steelers? Not to
Well,
them,
then
like, to your psyche.
I'm suiting up, and I'll go out there and see what we can do.
Lord, I thought they tried to take a second Savion
Savion
Williams.
Same. I read
was
that
like,
name like 3 times.
Like they took Savion and he just got drafted. They just went Savion.
Yeah.
They went Savion Jones. Minnesota's on the clock here. Last pick
Last pick.
in round
Can
3.
Shedeur get saved?
This is Dylan Sampson.
Here's some data so far. We only have
Wish
6
casting,
running.
come on.
We only have 6 running backs. Less
Yeah.
than average.
I'll say
13
this.
receivers. That's way less than average. I mean, it's
You remember
gonna be fun.
when we talked about how much we wanted to load up on second and third round picks, and now I do not Like those
Don't even
third
have
round
24
picks,
names,
I will
right?
give them to you. I will just do the Denver Broncos.
Let me do
trade.
this again.
I will trade
Let me do
7
it
of them.
again. Wait until tomorrow. Let me just do it again.
I don't. The fourth, fifth round running backs are the same as the guys getting taken right now.
I don't care what you think, and I don't care what the data thinks. Don't care. People will like it. There are still multiple landing spots that running backs need to go to and occupy that people will like. I don't care about the data. Wait until tomorrow. In the same way that Shane and everybody has been preaching for months that I don't want Tyler Warren in the course of 30 minutes. Oh, shit, I do want Tyler Warren. Wait until tomorrow. I know you're saying the fourth and fifth rounders are the same, but they're not in the eyes of most normal people who play fantasy football. If running backs go to good spots in the fourth round, you'll be like, man, wouldn't mind taking a stab at that at the 305, 306. I said it last night. Just wait until tomorrow.
Well, that was a positive, right? I'm saying they are all the same because
good.
they're going to fill the spots that you were hoping that go in the third and fourth of rookie drafts, and that's good.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not discounting draft capital tomorrow to say this guy's now not a second round rookie pick.
Correct.
It's the right spot. I don't care. I don't care if he's a fifth, fourth, sixth rounder. Doesn't matter.
We saw Kamani Vidal get launched up off of hope.
A spot.
But
there's going to be 6 of those tomorrow, JB. This interesting running back went to this interesting spot, and people will go, that's a third round pick. Perfect.
But we talked about this as being a
Ty
possibility we've talked about this being a possibility with the running backs, though, right? Because of the depth of the class, that maybe there's not as much of a need to go after these guys in the third round. And then to Shane's point, saying, hey, I don't want these third round picks. I think there's going to be enough that does happen tomorrow that even if you're not overly interested, you're going to have league mates that are. So if you're looking to kick the can down the road and look to pivot to maybe 26 thirds, and then I see Ty Felton went to the Minnesota Vikings.
No, it's just, in general, it is a little, I'm not disappointed in the class. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm not, on edge or anything. I was hoping for more running backs on this day, today. I was hoping for more running backs to go off the board. I don't think I'm alone in that, right? I was hoping that a Cam Scatteraboo, Dylan Sampson, maybe another running back that I didn't think of would come off the board. But yeah, when Dallas drafts Rashard Smith in the 5th round, I'll be interested.
Every running back that's currently on the board, best of remaining player, like these were guys that were projected to be like day 3 guys. I'm just Giddens, Neal, Scatteraboo, James, Tootin, they're all day 3 guys. They were all projected to be there, except for a few Sampsons and Scatterboos. Everybody else was projected to be on day 3.
Right.
Everybody.
It's the fantasy whisk casting, Ray, where every show is like, man, I really love to see my guy, Devin Neal, go day 2.
Right.
And you hear that all draft season. And now you're sitting here thinking, man, 15 running backs should go in the first 3 rounds. And then it's like, no, it doesn't happen.
No.
That averages that the data says that you're not going to see that, but doesn't mean it's a bad class.
The guys that are still on the board were the guys that I thought would be in round 5, round 4 to start the process. Ollie, Woody, Rashard, Martinez, James. The only one that I thought might have gone day 3, day 2, and Jay Rich said Jay Rich has been saying he ain't going day 2 from the beginning is Dylan Sampson. Jay Rich is like, he's okay. He's not all that. So I think everybody that's left is pretty much there. Okay, let's wrap it up. I think we had one more super chat from Corey, man. He's been a huge supporter tonight. Corey said, Jay Rich, let's go Pats. I'm very happy with the draft. Thank you for the entertainment. Fellas, have a good night. The night is still young, my friend. Corey, the night is not over. We are going to leave here on Ray Garvin YouTube. We are going to thank all 34,000 of you over the first 2 days of this draft that have checked out the stream on this channel. We will be live again tomorrow on DD Fantasy Football. So if you are not subscribed, DDFFB on YouTube, we're about to head over there right now, do a 4-round rookie mock draft and the full rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 tomorrow. We get to see where day 3 Shedeur Sanders lands. At this point, it might be playing for the Arlington Renegades the way it's going right now. So we'll see how things play out tomorrow. For JB, for Shane, for Scott, for Mitch, for Jay Rich, we thank y'all. Jay, we don't have wake up tomorrow. Thank goodness.
Thank
Anything
God.
you want to say to the people before we get out of here, Jay Rich?
No, just thank you to everybody for bringing the energy, because you're the reason we do this and you give it all to us right back. So we hope you guys had fun. We hope you guys enjoyed the entertainment. We hope you guys enjoyed the analysis, and we hope you guys tune in to the fantasy stream where we're going to get Scott's completely unfiltered thoughts about who he picked and what
he
slot
can't
and
wait.
why.
He
He's so
can't
excited
wait
to give
to-
the takes.
I
We're
saw
going to
him
get some
put in the
JD
chat.
takes too, I'm hoping.
Make sure you send some of that hate Ray's way. He's about to go.
Yep.
He's about to go run the shit in fantasy and try to just eviscerate everything that we've talked about. Mitch, anything you want to say to people before we go?
No, I just want to say thank you for everybody. 20,000 yesterday, 13,000 to almost 14,000 a
14.
day. Absolutely amazing. I didn't know that we would reach this amount of viewers. It's awesome, and I just want to thank you all for watching us.
JB?
Just to echo the sentiment of everybody else, thank you very much. It's been an absolute blast these first 2 days on the Ray Garvin channel. And then just follow us right over to DDFFB doing the 4-round mock. So come over, hit subscribe, and hang out with us for a few more hours.
Shane?
Yeah, man. Check us out. We're going to the fantasy channel now. We're 30 away from 5,000. I just need 30 of y'all to hit subscribe, man.
30.
We've been
Do
rocking
it
with
for
you
Shane.
guys.
Come on, do it for Shane.
16 hours out of the last 14. So, just hook us up with that sub. I'd appreciate it. Everybody here would appreciate it, man. That's all we're looking for. We hit that 5K. It's a nice round number. Makes me feel happy in my soul. Takes care of my OCD issues. So just come over and watch the mock, though, at least.
Jay Rich, we still cannot announce a winner of our mock draft contest because Shedeur Sanders does not have a team. So we still have to wait for day 3 of our mock draft challenge. Scott,
Did you think that? That's fun.
Man, shout out to Dally It Up. Dally It Up, man. Just thank you. Appreciate that. Scott, get us out of here, man. Get us out of here, Scott.
Yeah, it's been a great 2 nights. Thank everybody in the chat that engaged. I mean, we couldn't do it without all the supporters, the people that have supported us since we launched DDFEP and have launched all the content that we put out over the last 3 months, and then everything that Ray's built to get to here. I mean, this draft stream, we don't need to say anything else about, the numbers that we had and the eyeballs that we had, but it's hard to match it every single year, but we did it from last year to here. So just thank everybody on this panel. All of you guys bring something very unique, and that's why it worked this year. I mean, we had a flow and a jive that hasn't been there in the previous draft streams. So I want to thank you guys for your input, your opinions. You balance me out. I can be somebody that you wouldn't want to listen to Scott Connor on a 6-hour draft stream. It'd be very dry. So I just want to appreciate everybody. Keep tuning in. Let us know what we can do better. Hit us in the comments, and thank you all.
That's it. DDFFB. Appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all later. We out. Peace.